Ciao, what's going on, everybody? Good evening. How are you all doing? How goes it? You guys see, I was in Paramount Tactical's chat enjoying this bit of the last bit of live stream I was able to catch actually. And he, of course, goes over the call that this idiot Mitch Snow illegally released out, because of reasons. You can't make this up. And so I heard Gary mention, he's gonna take legal action, and I'm here for it. I am all for it. I hope he names Candace's clown ass and her whole team in that lawsuit as well. You can't make this up. All Mitch had to do was just have the conversation. I mean, releasing something and breaking laws. Come on now. It's crazy. So, y'all, we got to go over this. I literally sent a comment there saying I don't know how bad this is gonna be. But from what I heard, I mean, it just sounds like Mitch was just doing all this rambling, and he actually wants people to give him $250,000 for this. Like, Candace, you clown. You're actually helping this idiot raise $250,000. And when someone talks to him 101, not only does he release the call he recorded without permission, but then he blabs and goes off on a tangent. You can't make this up. He told Gary, you barking up the rogue tree. I'm sorry. Are we supposed to be talking to the orange tree or the apple tree here? Which tree are we? Which tree is incorrect? What the hell? He just said random jibber jabber. Because somehow I guess he learned how to speak alien as well. Because Candace, you're an alien. You can't make this up. He couldn't answer one simple question straightforward, and then he would dispute something that Gary said, and then would not actually provide any evidence or a clear example of how to actually dispute what Gary said. He would just go off on a tangent. Child, that would have worked my nerve. Ugh, that would have got on my nerve. I don't know how he did it. I don't know. Gary has the patience of a turtle dove. Child, boo. He got the patience of a turtle dove, y'all. There is no way I would have been able to endure that. That would have got it on my last nerve. So we're going to check this out. Make sure you guys hit the like button as you come in. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. There is the live that he did yesterday, I believe, or the day before, where he went over the aspect of sock puppets of some sort, of basically people creating all these fake profiles, and then they're going in trying to push all these narratives in everybody's chat. Something I already called out, because it happens. It happens with pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes, with these pump and dump schemes with crypto coins. I mean, I learned about those sock puppet bots, fake profiles when I was investigating. Well, not investigating, when I was researching, because I'm not an investigator. When I was researching Novatech for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. And that's when you start to see that when it comes down to money, people will do anything, to get money out of people. And then you just have scammers that get creative and do dumb things all the time, for the sake of scamming people out of their hard-earned money. So the idea that Candace has sock puppets and bots and all these other things, that's not a new concept for me. Candace has been named in a federal lawsuit involving a pump and dump scheme. Yeah, of course she has sock puppets. that kind of goes hand in hand. She may have had those sock puppets when she was out here furthering and promoting this pump and dump scheme, and just never really got rid of them. And she certainly doesn't call out her code base or anything. Say, hey, can y'all not go out and actually dox people? That's illegal. I don't want to be aligned with that. She doesn't do that. So what the best thing that happened in that Twitter, that X space call, was when one of the dudes said something along the lines of, we'll just, basically they'll come for you if you don't give them an alibi. Okay. Well, then be prepared for that to be used in court. Because you're saying you're going to go after somebody, cyber harass, cyber stalk, and bully them, until they give you an alibi and give you what you want. And you're saying this on an actual recorded video call, and there's no disputing that it's you and who you are. And you can't say, well, I didn't mean that. Nope. We take the words that you say and we use it against you. That's it. That's how it works in court. You can sit here and talk about, oh, well, that wasn't the concept. That's not what I meant. You don't get to dictate what anybody does. So that goes to show Candace does not even care if people go out and intentionally cyber harass and stalk, all these cyber crimes that go on just to get some information out of somebody that is completely irrelevant to the matter. You can't put that person on the campus at the scene of the crime with a gun in their hand. Why the hell should they give you an alibi? But this is what she's been doing. And unfortunately, this sore that Candace Owens has been allowed to fester and spread her bacterial infection to many others. And they go with it. Because grown adults, they act like she pays their bills. They go along with it. And they don't think twice about it. And then when they get named in a lawsuit, then they want to sit around and cry and whine and act like a child throwing a tantrum. No, this is what you got coming your way because this is what you deserve. You walk right into it and you gave us ample evidence to believe that you're sitting here coercing people out of alibis, claiming to be an investigator when you're not. So, and I had her candy ass cult members because they don't read. If you have a law in place, let's think about this from a logical stance, because they refuse to look this up, where you could be charged with impersonating an investigator, a federal criminal investigator. Wouldn't that indicate that you would definitely need credentials to be that? Because no one gets charged for impersonating a member of the press unless you say you specifically work for a company and you don't. But just to exercise free speech and expression as a member of the press, no one needs to lie about that. It's very general. There's no specific certificate you can get. When it comes to being a criminal or federal investigator, there's a reason why we have federal laws when you impersonate one. You do not get to assert your false authority on people as if you're a criminal or federal investigator. It is illegal. Now, the candy ass cult members can F around and find out the hard way. Candace Owens is already going to do that. And they ask, oh, what is the certificate? What is the criteria? Too stupid to look this stuff up. No, I'm not spoofing the candy ass cult members because the Lux is here. You guys understand that. We've gone over that. And there are federal laws in place for a reason. So you can't just go around claiming to be a federal or criminal investigator. If you think that's the case, go ahead and do it. And then we report you for it and see what happens. That's, to the candy ass cult members, let us report you for impersonating a criminal federal investigator. And then you can F around and find out exactly why you should not be doing it. I figure at this point, let them learn the hard way all the way through. Don't try to teach them anything. If they too stupid to read and Google themselves, nope, they can find out the hard way. That's how ridiculous they are. Happy Sunday to all of you all. I hope you guys have had a good weekend. Monday has come back upon us. The kids go back to school. I do have to go to work in the morning, so I'm gonna try my best to keep down, the live. I can't tell you how short it's gonna be. We never know. But I want to definitely go over this video. I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Thank you all so much. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in and put in the number like that you are as you go through. I'm ready to get started. I have to update some of these videos right quick. That's what I'm doing. All right, y'all. I don't know if he's still live, but I think he may. Oh, I see he's still live. The chat is still going. So we're going to start with the one he is currently doing regarding this recording, because this is something else. And let's get some comments in right quick. What's going on, Saint? Oh my God, I haven't forgot about you. I'm going to do that now. I have not forgot about you. Because I said I got to make you a mod. I'm about to do that right now, girl. What's going on, everybody? Shout out to my mods, you all. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. My mods are fantastic. I have the greatest mods on YouTube. So thank you so much for the support here in the LLC. And let's see here. I'm gonna go through some of these comments and then I'm gonna add you over on the second channel thing. So just sit tight for me right quick. Blanca says hi. Francisca, shout out to you. Hello from the UK. Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you, honey. Let's see. You're in the chat right now. I see. Okay. I'm about to add you over on the second channel in a second. Colleen, how you doing? KC Bill says Candace Owens is my girl. She calls things out instead of being and complain like the rest of the people. Oh no. Is this coming from a black person that's saying this? Or because you do understand you don't get to dictate how people speak or express themselves. You have no power over that. You do get that. If not, once again, I could care less. You can find out the hard way. It's up to you. Is it? Yeah, like this stuff bothers me. Child boo. I've been at this for too long. Little sped. Let's go on. Colleen says hello, lady. Look, everybody say hello to everybody. Caleb says, hey y'all, what's happening here? Let's see here. I don't owe Candace a thing. I don't care if she acts black, white. I don't care what she looks like. I owe her nothing. She says she's an alien, so who knows? She could be wearing body skin. I don't care. If she's lying like hell, I'm going to debunk her. I owe her nothing else. I don't have to trust or believe anything she says. I don't give a damn. Please understand that. That girl don't pay my damn bills. Shabu. Oh, let's see here. Paramount Tactical was so hard to hear. Really? Was it the volume or something? Uh, was it in the call? You said he was hard to hear. I'm number 7. What's going on, Miriam? How you doing? What's going on, MB Burke? What's happening? Y'all hit that like button. Moki's in the house. Jill Young's in the house. I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much. 43 people in here. Hit that like button, you all. Y'all know, listen, the bots, God, the candy asses in the bots gonna come in here bigly mad because once again, they're being debunked. And hopefully and prayerfully, Gary sues the crap out of Candace Owens and Mitch Snow. Provable false statements is what defamation is. And if you can prove malice intent, even better, because she's a public figure. Yep. So we own that one today. We are on one today. I am. I got a lot of jokes. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Somebody's Pam, is it Pam? What's going on? Yes, volume. Oh, the volume was low. Okay. Oh boy, I wonder how that's gonna be here. Everyone pay attention to the Zodiac sign, aka Mitch. So one of you all emailed me that and said that Mitch Snow said his dad was the Zodiac killer. How does that make you any better, Mitch Snow? You clown. Mitch Snow is a whole damn goofy, a dumb one. Wouldn't that make him look worse to sit here and to say he's the son of the Zodiac killer? Like, so evil flows through your DNA is what you're telling me. You can't make this loud. Good grief. Now we all see what his capacity is. He has the propensity to take someone's life, apparently. Who brags about their parent being an infamous serial killer? That's insane. It's so insane. Like that is the last thing I would want to do. I would never tell anyone if I found out that any relative of mine, any genetic relative of mine, especially a parent, was an infamous serial killer. I would say that. You don't say that out loud. You pretend like that person doesn't exist and denounced all of their murders that they took in and all the lives they took. That's not a good thing to brag on. That means Mitch Snow is simply deranged and evil and soulless and disgusting. Like the candy ass cult members who are also brainless. You can't make this up. He posted it on December 1st. Oh my God. Why would he want to even say that? Y'all see how evil that is? Child. Oh, good Lord. That is the last thing you should ever want to say. You don't, Jesus. All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this video first that he's I think he's still live. And or maybe not. So we're gonna start with this first. Let me put that up. And then I'll play the first good 30, 45 minutes of the one that he did the other day, talking about the sock puppets and the bots, so that you guys can understand why I laugh at the clowns and the cult members and the sock puppets. Bots are bots. I mean, they're not real people, but they've been around for years, and it's sort of a thing where they follow scams and schemes and con artists. They're generally kind of more surrounded by, or they surround themselves around someone who's a con artist, a scammer, a thief, a scheme. So you see a lot of that because it's like, when you lying like hell, I guess you figure you need help lying, and you want social media to kind of be dominated by the dumb things that you're saying, like Candace Owens. I don't put it past her. I put nothing past anybody. I certainly don't put it past her that she's trying to control the narrative on social media. For whatever reason, she wants to take all this distraction away from the actual person that shot Charlie Kirk and put it either on herself or just other dumb things that no one cares about. Me personally, I just laugh at her little goofy alien ass. And the worst part is that she doesn't care about the investigation and doesn't care if she tanks the jury pool or the evidence that's already out, and demanding that more gets released so that she can actually create more bias towards it. This is why people should not be catered and coddled to. People like Candace Owens should be given an ass to kiss, and then they should tell her to kick rocks. Because all she's going to do is keep tainting the evidence and creating some level of bias against it. And then what? The jury has to see that evidence. They have to be able to determine if this evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt Tyler Robinson committed the murder and had the intention of doing that, and that he planned it out, and the requirement you have to meet in order to justify this death penalty that they are going after here. She's going to throw the whole case at this rate, and she wants more evidence to continue to use to create a biasness that will throw the case. Like, no. What about all her shit? Now, I'm glad the judge, lives every day like she doesn't exist. She's irrelevant in that courtroom. Candace Owens, in the eyes of the court and the rule of law, is absolutely irrelevant. What will matter is what happens in the murder trial, the evidence that's presented to the jury in their deliberation. That's it. Making sure that the law, court rules are followed, proper procedure and protocol for these types of proceedings. That's what matters. Candace Owens is a non-factor, not even with the defendants. And you would think they would take her side because that would help get their client off. They can't even take her BS to court. Can't make this up. So no, she's not spreading a truth. She's just an idiot. Oh, Candace, you alien. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Shout out to all my mods and shout out to all of you all. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Engage in the chat. My mods are only going to say once to be respectful to the sock puppets and the cult members and the bots. We will boot you and keep living. We owe you nothing. The end. All right. Y'all ready to get down to this? I don't know how bad this is going to be. I heard Gary boy, he had a lot of patience in this call. Mitch Snow was being an idiot, as always. I believe personally that Candace and Mitch Snow planned this whole thing. And raising this money for Mitch Snow is her way of trying to pay him without directly paying him. So why else would it be $250,000? I mean, for real. I guess you got to make it worth his while. Candace, you're a clown. All right, y'all ready to get to this? Shout out to Jay Witt, my brother in Christ here, and SK Double Dub, who's also in the panel. Shout out to Gary. They've been giving him a hard time, but Gary, keep your head up, honey. Just remember, Candace Owens does not pay your mortgage. And she can kick rocks. Just tell her that. Tell her I said she's still bad at this. And no one cares how she feels. We just don't. If she wants to keep lying like hell, then there's a consequence for that. So let's get to this. Y'all put a one in the chat where you can see it here. Let's go.
Questions. This is a investigation. All right. The last time I checked, that we're supposed to be asking questions, and just like a good investigative journalist, I called the man to get his side of the story.
Hold on.
All right. Hopefully that works. I don't know if I'm encouraging you to ask me hard questions, all those things. With that being said, we're not going to put up with anybody trolling in the comments. We're not going to put up, which I've been getting slammed by bots left and right, all over our YouTube comments, all over X. Every single one that you pull up is either a new account, a low follower account. It is clearly not a real person behind it. And I will say, like we talked about it the other night, sock puppet accounts. There could be a real person behind there, but it is somebody that's managing, 50, 100 different accounts, and all they are there to do is to push propaganda. So this is extremely artificial, and it's very, very obvious. The other thing, too, is we will take questions at the end. I'm going to go through. We're going to play this video. I'm going to put some context into all this stuff. But we'll play this video. We'll stop it every now and then talk. I don't think Jay Witt has watched this. I know SK.
I know the notification. I set up the stream a little late, mister, so it's at the beginning. You guys know I have to ramble for a little bit, and it gives people time to come in as well. So we're just not getting started. Yeah, the candy bots and the candy ass Coke members, they've been crazy. Jabo. That's why I'm not studying them. I just laugh at them. They're clowns. We let the parishioners stay on the sinking ship. So when Candace Owens goes down, the rest of her candy asses and all those people in that X-Space call and all her major hitters, they're going to go down with her. I hope that her team gets named as co-defendants in a lawsuit as well as Boys Club, because he sits back and lets this dumb crap happen in every video, every time she goes live, every time she does a post. And he doesn't try to reel it in a little bit, get her to understand, everything you say and do can and will be used against you in a lawsuit. Why are you doing this? We're going to be broke because of you. He doesn't even think about it from their perspective. So, Candace, you want to talk about bankrupt? Yeah. I mean, we don't mind helping you along to becoming bankrupt. We will not care if you're bankrupt. That's it. You brought this on yourself, girl. All right, let's get back to it.
Dub hasn't watched this, so I want their initial and raw reactions with all of this stuff.
I like it.
So again, I called this guy in good faith, and I said, "Hey, look, man, I just want to hear the truth from you." And I told him specifically,
"Oh man,
if you're telling me the truth, I will be your biggest advocate." I meant that. I also told him, if I find out you're lying, I will call you out. I also meant that. Multiple times throughout that phone call, he lied to me, and we're going to talk about in their obvious lies. Now, the other thing I want to mention, and number one, he asked me if I was recording. I had a recorder ready to go. And I said, no, I'm not recording. And I decided not to record in good faith. Little did I know, well, look, I suspected, just given the type of personality that he is and how manipulative he is, that he was going to be recording. All right. I did nothing wrong. This was a perfectly good phone call. This was the best phone call. It was a perfect phone call. Best phone call ever. All right. It's a real investigative phone call asking him questions. That's what we're here to do. And apparently there's only one side of this discussion that can actually ask questions. No, I wasn't going to be a dick to him or anything else. People are like, oh, you act like you're a buddy with him. Yeah, I freaking talked to this guy. And again, this is before I found out all the other things about him from his wife, ex-wives, his people that he's been in a relationship with, from his children. This is the very first phone call in this entire investigation that I made. This is what we got. So again, we found out a bunch of other information. I keep hearing this thing where people are like, well, where's their proof that the ex-wives are telling the truth? Well, here's the real proof that the ex-wives are telling the truth. Lene told us that she did not trap him in the garage, break his thumbs with a hammer, and lock him in there and then bash him over the head with a hammer. He said on June 25th of 2016, that's what she did. Well, guess what? We had video evidence that was a lie. we have documented police report, and we have a conviction from that date. It is proof that he turned this entire story from misery, where his wife led him into the garage, locked him in there, broke his thumbs, broke his feet, hit him over the head with a hammer, left the hammer, and went inside. And then he had to beat the door handle off to get inside to get to his kid. It's proof that he's a liar. The other thing that we found out today is that on, I think, December 1st, in his I don't know, efforts for fame and fortune or whatever, popularity, he also claims that his father was the Zodiac killer, which is...
I did see that.
I just saw that. Yeah.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Absolutely.
Because when I saw this, I was like, this is a joke, right? Somebody sent telling me like this guy's claiming to be his dad to be the Zodiac killer. I was like, there's no way. That's not real life. They're messing with me. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, look, either way you look at this, either he's lying about his dad being the Zodiac killer, or he's telling the truth. Both of those things are equally as bad.
Right, right.
And again, we've continued to catch him in lie after lie after lie. Those are just facts. So,
hey, Gary.
Yes, sir.
Before you play the video, can you please just make sure everyone fully understands the timeline? Because I think that's where the strength of Cantifa is in confusing people about the timeline. That, well, Gary said that he wasn't on the campus or he wasn't at Fort Hoktua, but then Gary on the audio says that. Well, can you help them understand, like, when are the dates and the times that this is? Because this is, I just want to make sure that everybody knows, when was this recording made? When was the phone call made? What is the date and the time of it? Because you didn't know a lot of other things about him that you know now when you picked the phone up and called him then. I don't think people fully understand. I want to make sure people fully understand that, because I think that's the strength of Cantifa, is that they don't fully understand the times. But
yeah, so this is, when I called him on December 20th, it was right after, I don't know, within days of her actually having him on the show. So I wanted to know from his own words, like, I wanted to know what was going on. I also wanted to verify of his story when it came to his military records. One of the things that I asked him on that phone call that you guys will see is, I said, hey, send me your DD-214. Let me look at what's going on with that. He sent me his DD-214. The guy was a Green Beret. Okay. That doesn't mean anything. I always thought from the beginning, and I have a whole montage of videos that I always thought that he was on Fort Huachuca. That's the proof that he told Candace. I don't doubt that he was on Fort Huachuca. What I knew was a lie from the beginning was the idea of him walking into and stumbling upon some secret meeting. And then you have to make a further logical jump, saying that meeting had to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, I didn't make that assumption. Candace Owens did, and nobody else out there. Candace Owens at the beginning of that episode said, hey, after you hear this story, there's no other conclusion you're going to be able to come to other than that the U.S. government is going to have to admit they were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So she planted that seed and that assumption from the very beginning that this was proof of a meeting that was held, a secret meeting at Joint Task Force Southern Border, which has nothing to do with anything Charlie Kirk, that they were planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's what she said all throughout that. And on top of that, in that episode, in both episodes that she had with this guy, or talking about his story, all throughout, she claims, hey, this guy's telling the truth. I vouch for him on this. There's no other conclusion that you're going to come to that this is, other than this is true. And then she stated that Brian Harpole was there. She stated that Erica Kirk was there the night before. She has since, somehow it came out that Cabot Phillips was there. That's been proven incorrect. That was after the fact. I guess she sent him a photo or something like that. Was this guy there? Oh, yeah, he was there too. Congressman Amode, or Amade, however you say his name, was proven that is not true. So 2 out of the 4 people have a airtight alibi. The other 2 do as well. I have additional documents proving that Brian Harpole wasn't there, that he doesn't want shared to the public. And there's other things going on with that whole situation as well. I also know Well, I also know that
Well,
Erica Kirk's alibi is solid as well.
right. And I did a video about how Frank Turek inadvertently confirmed that Erica wasn't there because him and Charlie Kirk went on a walk. And before he went on the walk,
On
Charlie
September
Kirk
8th.
was late. Yep. Charlie Kirk was late coming outside because he said Gigi
wow.
woke up and he had to tend to her. And so that means that the baby, the girl is in the house. Now, if Erica's out somewhere gallivanting around, I don't know how Charlie just left his daughter in the house by herself, or Erica's in the house. It's very simple. So these are the things that people seem to, and I've made this point quite a bit. If you're trying to be gracious to somebody, I don't dig into and say, well, Gary, you got to tell me every nanosecond of where you were between this time and that time. If you say, Jason, I was at the range, or Jason, I was at the shop, or I was at, fixing my Harley,
Right.
that's okay. He was fixing his Harley. All right, there we go. That's it. Enough said.
Yeah.
On to the next discussion. But because we're not trying to be gracious, and Cantifa can't be gracious because they themselves have not received grace, then they can't do that. And they can't conceptualize that, you know what? Gary probably was. If Gary said he was in the kitchen making himself a sandwich, he's not taking a picture of himself making a sandwich. There's not going to be metadata of him spreading the peanut butter, right, on the French toast. So that being the case, I'm just going to take that Gary said he was in the kitchen making himself a sandwich.
Well,
And it's not,
And here's the thing with this, Candace and the cult members are so unreasonable because they don't care. They're not going to accept anything you tell them either way. That's why when it comes to their so-called dumbass demands that no one cares about, they go for the moon. They come at you with the most farcical, fantastical nonsense ever, and then expect you to prove something to them as if you owe them something. Because the irony of it all, we're not the ones bringing forth the dumbass allegations. This is what Candace is doing. Tell your cult leader the burden is on her to prove to everyone else. We owe her nothing. This is why her impersonating an investigator will not work out well in her favor. She can't even do simple research. And when you research information, you get the information and then you include it when you talk about it. You don't put out a video, say all this nonsense, and then when the time comes or you're challenged about the actual documentation or proof or receipts or whatever, then it's kind of like last minute after the fact. Prime example is how she handled TP Endowment with the tax document saying that they had not filed their taxes in time. And then the next video just kind of threw in there that her sister, has some dealings with the IRS and told her that they did have the right to get an extension for 6 months. And then, this information she could have looked up on the IRS website. You think the candy ass cult members are going to sit here and tell her that? No, because they don't want to make their cult leader mad. They're not going to tell her, you can Google this stuff on the IRS website. If you put in tax deadlines for a 501c3, there are specific requirements to get 2 extensions if you want them. The first does not require an excuse. The second does, and it's only for an additional 3 months. The first extension is for 6 months. And all you have to do is simply ask for it. Since she didn't even bother to research basic rudimentary information about tax deadlines for a 501c3 on the IRS website, it goes to show that she doesn't take the time to pull up any information or research anything before she runs her damn mouth for a whole hour in a video that's pre-scripted and pre-recorded that she premieres on her show. She has time to add in edits and changes because they're pre-recorded. She's not live streaming when she's like me. I'm live streaming right now. I don't do pre-recorded stuff like that because I don't really have time. But if I'm live, I'm live. You all can tell if I have a video I clip from a live stream or just something really quick that I created, maybe even on my phone. And then I premiere that. Y'all can tell the difference. But when you all ask me, is this live? Yes, we're live right now. Candace doesn't do this. She doesn't go live like this on YouTube. All her videos on YouTube are pre-recorded. But she'll do a X-Base call or Facebook Live or Instagram Live, but she won't do a YouTube Live. And she has time to edit her videos to add in the correct information before it premieres. Her and her team are too lazy and incompetent to do it. So she puts out information, and people, the average reasonable person is saying, why didn't she just look up the tax deadlines before she said this? She had to wait till the next show to do it. That's so dumb. Why didn't she look this up ahead of time? Because that's how she is. So I don't expect Candace to do things the right way. But when it comes down to it, she's going to have to answer to her impersonating an investigator, a criminal or federal investigator of any sort, because she's not licensed or credentialed to do it. And there's a reason why we have laws. But simple research, she won't even do that. So why do people give her credibility to think she's investigating? It's absolutely asinine. Simple things. And it turns around, and her cult base wants everyone else to prove things to them when they know deep down they don't care. The sock puppets, the bots, because bots are bots. Even the people on Twitter X, all these so-called, ass kissers and these simps, the simps and the wimps. Grown men simping for her. All these simps. They sit here and do all of that, and they don't care about the consequence. They don't care if they get named as a co-defendant in a lawsuit. They don't care. They perpetuated the BS. But then they'll be mad talking about, how are you talking about suing her? Yes, because we have the right to do it. Her ass is the alien. She didn't have to be here. But we're going to do that if she's causing damage and harm to people because her failure to simply read and research. And they sit here and demand people prove things to them. They know they don't care. So why do it? And she even said it in her X-Space. Well, if it wasn't important, they wouldn't do that. Okay, well then, don't expect people to do it. But don't send your dumbass simps out here to cyber harass and bully people online to get them to do it either. If they don't think it's important and they want to ignore the hell out of you, then let it be. Tell your simps to get the hell on somewhere, or they could be sued as well. We don't care. It's either one way or the other. They can sign up for that. We'll sue them. Good. Make sure they understand they've already put that stuff out on a video, and that video can be used as evidence in court. Because, they're idiots. They don't care about, oh, man, this could really, really hurt me and my credibility. Cost me a lot of money. Have to pay for attorneys. Name their asses in a lawsuit. See what happens. They're going to stop sipping. They're going to think about sipping twice for her the next time. They're going to think twice before they go sipping for Candace Owens. When they realize I got to pay out $500,000 in a judgment. Name their asses in a lawsuit. Let that happen.
There's not going to be evidence or some way to prove that. Go ahead.
Well, again, where this comes back to is the principle that, guess what? If you're going to accuse somebody of something, you need to have evidence of the accusation. Not somebody constantly having to prove that they're innocent of a crime that you're, accusing them of. We have everything backwards. Everything about this entire investigation from the Candace side has been absolutely backward.
Lisa Fan, you went to school with her? Girl, shut your mouth and keep on talking. Did you go to school with her? Did Candace really get in that fight in school? She got charged with harassment. Do you know what happened with that? Oh, man, that's epic. You went to school with her? Oh, man. Oh, what's going on, Tamar? Shout out to my boss. Y'all, I'm trying to see. Lisa said she went to school. Candace doesn't let them. She instructs, entices them to do her investigations. Oh, yeah. If you went to school with her, please say something. Oh, my God. Oh, man, that's something else. Let me know. Because I have a lot of questions about this so-called, argument or whatever happened at school when she was 17. Candace knows she was in the Mean Girls Club. She's a bully now.
It's accuse first, come to a conclusion first, and then try to find evidence that supports that. And then instead of actual evidence of the accusation, hey, you know what? Let's force everybody to prove their innocence. That is some Salem witch trial bullshit. Games. And it's just it's an upside down world.
I completely agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. I cannot imagine being any of these people that are being sucked into this and being, dragged across the internet, because once accusations are made, you can't take those back. Public opinion is public opinion, just like in your community. If somebody in your community gets arrested for something terrible, like essaying somebody, whether they go to trial and are found not guilty or whether the charges are dismissed, everyone in your town is looking at that person and remember them being arrested for essay, whether they did it or not. And that's the problem here. But they know that. They know that. Joe Biden wrote it in his pardon that he was pardoning these people because Donald Trump was going to go after them and try to ruin them and their reputation and financially and blah, 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 blah. I cannot imagine accusing people of things like this and dragging them into this without any proof. And when I heard that Candace Owens was sending photos to this man asking, was this person there? Was this person there? Anyone that's following this should have immediately completely stopped listening to anything that was going on. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
You can't just do that.
Yeah, it's completely backwards. All right, so let's go ahead and play this video, and let's hear about this super I don't know, problematic phone call that I had with Mitch Snow. And then
your investigative journalism, that's a problem because you were actually going to a primary source. Wild.
It is crazy.
How long were you at group? Sorry,
let me know if you guys can hear it okay. Volume.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Gary Melton. How are you?
Gary who?
Uh-oh.
My name is Gary Melton.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? So I'm a former First Group guy. I saw your interview with Candace. And I just have a few questions for you.
You do? Okay. Are we being recorded or anything? Are we being? Let me jump in my car.
It's crazy that I don't understand how they got their camera up and rolling so fast.
Yeah. Talk to Mr. Valhalla. He had some ideas. Well,
wait, is he driving?
Your Nate, Gary. Sorry, Nelson.
Just a second. Melton, Melton.
Okay.
Gary Melton.
All right. What kind of question?
Who is Mitch with? Is he driving? Why they didn't put that phone up on a stand? Saint, if you're still in here, can you please check your email? I need the full YouTube channel tag, if you don't mind. I'm assuming he's sitting on the passenger side and somebody else is driving here because they don't. I'm seeing toenail polish from. I see nail polish on the toes. Oh my god! Why are you showing us this?
Well, I'd like to know a little bit more about. I'd like to know a little bit more about your history. You're kind of saying that you're, a former SF guy.
Oh, you would have, girl.
Again, folks, the other thing that I want you to realize is there was 30 minutes of this video taken out. All right, I have about 2.5 hours. I will show you guys that. I actually have the call logs that I will share with you. So they have continued. Number one, they released this illegally. Number two, they have edited this video. I haven't watched this. I don't know what's taken out, but I think it's important to know that up front.
What state does Gary ever say what state he's in? I know Tennessee for sure, and Arizona are one-party consent states. What state is Gary in? Does anyone know?
Oh, back in 1991, I can get you the.
He's with his girlfriend. I'm about to say, okay. Mitch get his toenails polished.
Would it be possible for you to look? If your story checks out, I'm all about it.
He's in West Virginia. Okay, West Virginia.
I don't want to.
Florida? How you doing, honey?
Not here
What's
to
going on, Wyoming gal? Shout out to my boss.
do you
This
dirty
is
or
Jarvis,
anything like
his
that,
girlfriend
but
Marcus with
obviously
him.
we have a regiment, and we take that stuff
His
very
girlfriend and
seriously.
Mitch
Uh-huh.
are
Would it be
getting.
possible for you to send me your DD-214?
Sure.
West
The only
Virginia
thing you
is
haven't
a
done is
one-party
told me
consent
you haven't
state.
told me who you're with.
Oh, so I'm with. Well, I mean, basically, like
It's a
I have
content
a
creator.
YouTube channel. Paramount Tactical. I know Nate. I just talked to Nate yesterday. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, he's a good guy, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of his.
We're great. We're good friends, and yeah, you know.
Okay.
I see. Yeah. So if you could send me your DD-214, and we can verify your story, and we can get to the bottom of. We all want the truth.
Sure.
And that's what it's all about.
Yeah. That's actually what we're all trying to do. Did it just switch
how long
over?
were you at group?
How long were you at group? Sorry, the phone's switching to Bluetooth.
We're switching to
That's
Bluetooth
okay.
here give it a minute for the fight for the Bluetooth here.
Gary,
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Chris.
who's in the car with him?
It's his girlfriend. Her name is Amy. As far as I understand, her name is Amy Snow. They're not married and of no relationship.
Oh,
or no
wow.
relation, but that is her name as well. So she is recording this via.
Okay, so let me show you all this why Gary has a case with this. So I put in here, if of course, West Virginia is a one-party consent state. What happens if the other party is in a different state? So in West Virginia, it says here it is a one-party consent state. That's what I'm seeing here. So is it West Virginia? I just want to make sure. Y'all saying West Virginia. Maybe I should break this up. Is West Virginia a one-party consent state? Did y'all say he's in West Virginia, right? It says West Virginia is a one-party consent state. Now, what about the state that Mitch is in? Because I was gonna say what the law does is that it gives priority to the state that is typically more strict. Meaning, if both parties or all parties are required to consent, then that's where it will lean towards. If the state of Washington is a two-party consent state, then that would give him credence for a case. So that we can all understand here. He's in Washington. Let's see. Mitch is in Washington, which I think is a two-party consent state. Okay, let me see. Washington is an all-party consent state. Okay, so then in that matter, he would have a case because the law would give that preference, that priority to the state where all parties are required to consent. So, let me make sure so we can see that. It's Washington. Was he in Washington during this call? Does anybody know? Because he said something about going back to Utah when he was talking to Candace, which is absolutely insane. It's like, dude, if you don't live there, why are you going there? It's a two-party consent state. So there you go. So just so you all can see, and we verified, although West Virginia is a one-party consent state, the state of Washington is a two-party consent state. So everyone would need to consent for that call. And if Gary was in Washington when he was recording this call, if Mitch was in Washington, oh child, if Mitch Snow, the idiot, I'm so used to calling him the idiot. If the idiot was in the state of Washington during the call, then the law would apply. The more strict a law would apply in that situation. So it would be according to the state of Washington where all parties have to consent. Does that make sense? And we could go over that separately, and I could present case law on that. But yeah. He needed Gary's consent. Absolutely. He needed Gary's consent. So just so we all clear on that. So when Gary's saying, I'm going to sue, because it was illegal, that's why. All parties would need to consent according to the laws in the state of Washington. And if the idiot Mitch Snow was in the state of Washington at the time the call occurred, he would definitely have needed to get, Gary's consent to record the call. And then he turned around and released it, which is absolutely asinine. Why would you do that? So whatever that little $250,000 that Candace is helping him raise, he about to lose all of that and some. Because mind you, it was supposed to be for legal costs. We have yet to see Mitch Snow with any court documents where he's suing any government agency whatsoever. And the one government agency he has sued, that case has already been dismissed. So how is he suing the government? Or even the military? He's not suing anybody right now. He's just in a divorce proceeding. And he's got protection orders against him. So in any point in time, Candace still wants to produce these court documents. Candace, you thunkhead, you can. But right now, Mitch is not involved in any litigation matter concerning the military or a government agency of any sort. And they lied about that. And that's what's on the Gibson Go, whatever website where he's raising all this money. And she's allowing him to raise this money under the pretenses that it's going to be used for legal costs. It's to help him recoup and recover from legal costs. Well, he hasn't presented an invoice or receipt. Where's his receipts from an attorney for any legal costs related to him suing the government or the military? We have yet to see that. This is how people get effed up when they start raising all this money on these platforms, saying that it's for one purpose when it's not. And people are giving money under that pretense. They're giving money under the pretense this is for legal costs. Based on what? We're not paying for his damn, they should all be saying that. We're not paying for his attorney because he wants to go and prolong a divorce proceeding. Tell him to get the hell over it and give the divorce. They should be pushing back on that. They should be saying, no, we're not going to put money into Mitch Snow's protection order cases that he is bringing upon himself. Where are the court documents to prove he's suing the United States Army? Any branch of military here? Where is that at? That's the nonsense and the buffoonery that Candace is perpetuating. And, I don't expect the candy asses to read, but just so you all know, that's the pretense to where this money is being raised under to cover and recoup these legal fees from his so-called pursuit of justice. And there's no pursuit of justice. There's no court documents. There's no case. The one that we saw with the Department of Interior, that was dismissed 2 years ago and then reaffirmed when they tried to appeal it March of 2025. Nothing else since then. So they're lying to raise all this money. This is why, Candace, you should be more careful on how you word things when you're posting something up and this idiot has done nothing to deserve that money. This Snow is a moron. All right, let's get back to it.
Her phone camera. But yeah, that's who's with him.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it just seemed odd that, again, the position of the camera initially was very strange.
Oh man.
Yeah, but maybe that's what it was. Okay.
This guy's a fraud. Exactly.
From 93, what was it, March? Let's say February, March of 93 until
I believe that,
November
Mookie. I believe
15
that.
November 1996.
Come on, everybody's good.
You said, I'll say it one more time for me.
February, March.
February,
Yeah, they giving Gary a hard time.
93 until 15 November 96.
3 years?
What was your MOS?
18 Charlie.
Now I know in some of the other documents stuff, you were a medic.
I went through the 300 F1 course, broke my back there down in Fort Sam, Houston. It was just something stupid, you know.
Melanie, that's a good question. I think it is too. I said this last week, actually. I said it that I do believe that Candace is getting something out of this because she's not going to raise $250,000 for him to just get it all. And he can't even justify the legal costs that he claims he incurred from pursuing justice against the government. He just said the government. Ideally, who would he be, suing if you're not suing the U.S. Army? You claim the U.S. Army did you wrong. You're not suing them directly. So who are you suing? Candace, that's how stupid she is. She doesn't even think twice about this. And she's like, oh, yeah, no, it's cool to just help him raise money. I didn't pay him any money. But what if you do get something out of it? Are you going to actually show us the receipts when he gets ready to withdraw this money from this website? Is Candace going to really show us exactly how much he received out of it? Or any transactions or anything where he could possibly give her some of the money? Or maybe she withdraws it and then she gives him some of it. Candace really thinks that people will not ask questions like that. And that's not how this works, Candace, because we owe you nothing. So yes, in the absence of evidence, like she said, we're going to make some assumptions. So I said that last week. My theory is that she's getting something out of this, even if she gets, 20, 30% of it and gives him the rest, for his troubles. Because she knows he's going to catch a lot of heat. And she wants to be able to dump all of this on him because she's too much of a narcissist to say, you know what? I screwed that up. I should not have brought on Mitch Snow onto my platform or brought him into the conversation. He's a non-factor. He's irrelevant. Nope. She'll never say that. So while her pride comes before her fall, I'm sure she's getting some percentage off the top. There's no way she's going to just let this idiot raise $250,000 and she gets nothing out of it. Yeah, Candace does this for view, clicks, likes, subs, and money. Of course, she's getting something. That's my assumption on that, Candace. You can kiss my ass, girl.
Can I stop for a second, Gary?
Sergeant Dagnon. You can probably look him up on SF.
What's the normal time frame of me enlisting in the Army?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got PTSD
and becoming a special force. How long would that? What's the usual time of that? Because he's only in the Army 3 years.
So that is, the problem is that there's a couple of different options with that. They also have the X-ray program where you can come in, you can go to, you can start out with your enlistment with the intention of going to SF. And they've offered different pathways to become special operations, special forces, a Green Beret, at different times throughout the history. They've had the X-ray program at different times. Sometimes they haven't offered the X-ray program. Typically what you're going to see is that someone is going to be in the military for about 2 to 3, 4, 5 years. And then they're going to go to pass selection, and then they can go to the Q course. Once they finish the Q course, which depending on the MOS is, like a year long up to 2 years long.
Oh, goodness.
Then you become an actual Green Beret. You graduate, you're qualified, you get your tab, all these things.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in Special Forces. It just seems odd that he was able to do that in less than 3 years because he's also a medic. And apparently doesn't have any.
What I'm saying is that while he was SF, and I clarify this a little bit later, while he was SF, he went to the standard medic course, which is really strange. I've never heard of anybody doing that. I've heard of guys switching MOS, going from like an 18 Bravo, 18 Charlie over to an 18 Delta. I've never heard of anybody in a team getting sent to the standard. I think he called it the SF 300, which I do think is a standard. If you're just going to be a medic in the Army, a low level, I don't want to say low level, but a standard medic in the Army.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where that comes from.
Stolen Valley. What's going on, bumps?
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen documentation saying that he actually attended and graduated the SF 300 course, but that doesn't mean he did.
But wait, if he did though, they would definitely document that, wouldn't they? If any courses that he did, that should be thoroughly documented. Would it not? I've never been in the military. My ex-husband was in the Navy, right? So whatever he complained about as far as issues, diagnosis, injuries, any of that, they had it thoroughly documented in his medical records. But if he took courses that directly related to his role, wouldn't they have all those courses completed? He was an engineer. He did explosives and stuff. Yeah, I figured that, right? They would have all those courses completed, written down. So if it's not in the records, I mean, just for the matter of it being, authentic and maintaining some level of integrity, then that means he just didn't do it. Is it fair to assume that? Would they literally skip over courses he took and just not write it down?
No, he's a good guy, but also I think every one of us are assholes. Yeah, no, he. I was just one of the young guys.
Mitch was basically a mix of construction, destruction, logistics. He blew stuff up.
Okay. Going up the Guadalupe River between Fort Sam and between San Antonio and Austin. Great place to go vacation, all that stuff. In the summertime, they float down the river and the girls show us all their tits and stuff.
What the hell wrong with him?
I was young, honey.
I know.
I'm a guy. You like that part. So look,
and we don't want to hear that.
For going up there, and we were running into a problem qualifying guys, getting them their jumps in for hazardous duty pay. He knew I was going up there, so I took the route he told me, but we didn't.
He also be a road.
Count on the fact that winter there's been a
oh wow,
what do you call this thing? A sinkhole that developed there, and it ate away at the little cliff, and I ended up falling like 60 feet. I broke my everything. Broke my all the tarsals of my feet, calcaneus, both calcaneuses, left
exactly.
Step, shredded in half. I had to squeeze that back on.
Did I hear him correctly say that he was in from 93 to 96? Am I confusing this? He was only there for 3 years?
Lower lumbar, first, second, and third lumbars. Later on, we found out that I also had broken my C5 and 6.
Hey, Mom.
Complete dislocation.
3 years. Oh my God, he only did this for 3 years.
You're lucky. You're lucky. You're not only lucky that you.
Shout out to my mom. Y'all say hello to mom in the chat.
Are alive. You're lucky you can still even walk.
It was that's a God thing. There was a colonel.
Police said Mitch exited the house.
Wow, he's a good guy. Starts
Asian
with
colors don't add up. Exactly,
Colonel
Diane.
Firth.
It's not adding
He was
up.
in charge of the 300 F1 course back then, and he wanted me to go right back into the course because they couldn't recycle people back then. We didn't have enough slots, and
Laura says hi, Mom.
That was like the first time I ever stood up for myself, and I said, "Look, people, I'm broken head to toe. I need some time off."
So he says, number one, they're going to put him right back in the course. He's broken from head to toe. You know what? I need to stand up for myself, and I need some time off. Listen to what he says next.
I told him I have to go home for a little bit, and I think I took 3 weeks. I went home and climbed mountains.
What? No. You don't go climb mountains, and you said that you're broken bones from head to toe. If I'm a girl, oh my God. Mitch is such an idiot. Even if you have a disc slip out of place in your spine, people have to get neural patches for that type of pain. If you have a pinched nerve in your spinal cord, do you understand how searing that pain is? It's one of those types of pains that will physically take the breath out of your body. I had that happen when I was pregnant with my second son. He was sitting on my spine, my lumbar spine. And it was, oh my God. It was to the point where I couldn't move. And it would just have me like holding my breath, just trying to let the pain subside. It's so sharp. That is how sensitive your nerves are in your body. If he broke bones, especially in his spinal cord, how are you going on a hike or climbing mountains? How are you doing anything? You should be barely eating and taking a poop. He shouldn't even be able to shift over from one side of the bed to the other. So he's telling on himself. If he's getting disability from the VA, they're going to take all that stuff back. That's called fraud, Mitch, you idiot. That's called fraud. If he's getting VA disability, he needs to be reported to the VA for fraud. No one should be paying him money with this type of video. See, this is what happens when you do evil things and break the law. This is what happens, Mitch Snow, you moron. When you record someone without their permission, without their consent, and then you release it, and then you say things like this. This can be used against you. The VA can go back and revocate all that disability money they gave you because they gave it to you under the pretenses that you incurred all these injuries and you lied like hell. So who did his discharge exam? The DOD will give you a military exam when you are discharged from the military. What doctor conducted that examination? Better yet, who's the VA doctor that conducted the examination for him to get disability? I have so many questions.
I went home and climbed mountains. My whole entire body is broken, but I went home and climbed mountains.
But yeah, they put me in a jewett brace.
Oh, Lord.
I came back and I had to get
So
recycled
stupid.
into the next class, but it wouldn't be able to get me in for like
Oh my
a year or
God.
so. But I was right at the point of starting the internship,
Stacey.
and then that's right before they sent me back to Prague for Goat Lab.
Hey, Juju.
So I pretty much had I did the internship at the Brookhaven
Okay,
Medical
like
Center burn ward.
He's telling on himself.
So I was in the middle of that when all this happened.
Get your exam.
So
Thank you, Go. Hey, man.
Did you ever go to an ODA?
Yeah, ODA 163166. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 163.
Oh, he's defrauding the
163.
government. He sure is.
And 166.
So you were a first group?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So what was that? Yeah, I was at I was on 183, 185.
Oh, so you're an old dog too, because you got the old numbers. All right.
Yeah. They actually, when I got there, I'm not.
Shout out to all the military veterans, everybody that served in the military in the chat. Mama salutes you guys. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. Manny, no reply. Who else? Any and everybody else that's in the military or had a spouse or family member in the military, drop a 1 in the chat so we can recognize you, because it's times like this, man, where I really appreciate those who served our country, because this is Mitch Snow is the example of an asshole who simply does not care and is now reaping the benefits that could easily be going to another veteran or someone who actually needs the money, because he lies like hell. He's a pathological liar. Did he not think that this could be used against him to report him to the VA? Did he not think about that? He's lying. He's getting money for a disability that doesn't exist.
I got there. We actually switched to 1323, and so I was.
Thank you all.
I got there in 2006.
Oh, you got there.
So
God,
that's
this is
actually
crazy.
were they still doing? Because I
There
thought
you
they
go.
switched the numbers up. Didn't they do that around 2000 or so?
No, it was 2000.
Thank you to all of you all in here. Yes, I'm pausing. Manny, Lolly, and Pops, Moki, Miriam, Stacy, whether you served in the military or you know someone, your spouse, drop a 1 in the chat. Shout out to you all. You cannot make this up. How did he get a girlfriend? This dude is such a grifter. Melanie, I see you up in here. Y'all, this is crazy. This guy is literally bragging about how he went and climbed mountains after telling the military, the army, that he broke all these bones in his body. You can't make this up. Oh my God, he's such a coward.
2006, 2007, that they went to the new numeric system.
Yeah, I haven't been able to figure out the numeric whatever system. Somebody tried to explain it to me before, and I don't know. Okay.
Well, it used to be
yeah.
obviously
Hey, Gary.
the first group, sixth
Did you check
company,
the
13th.
chat
Hey, yup.
in here? Just,
Sure.
Just to make sure.
No.
I didn't know if you saw it.
It's
No.
first.
Yeah, he's a
So it's
gangster.
first, like for 183 instead of being
This is
one.
crazy.
First group, 8th company, 3rd team. It is first group.
So forgive
third
me, guess
battalion,
what? You've already lost me, sir.
3rd battalion, 3rd battalion, 3rd battalion, 2nd company, 3rd team. So they just added the battalion in there is really what it is. So it's just simplifies a little bit.
I'm just gonna keep driving around for a little bit. We'll keep driving around while we got you on the car thing. Here.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll get you documents. No problem.
Where do you want them
Sounds
sent
good.
to?
We got all the
Where do you
documents.
want them sent?
You can't make this up.
Yeah, and one of the things I want you guys to know, again, they did dox my phone number on this.
What?
And I'm going to be changing my phone very soon. I'm getting nothing but crazy phone calls,
Okay.
harassing texts nonstop. I did not do that to him.
Oh, so this is what they put on the internet? This is the video.
Oh my God, he put his phone number out there. Man, this is crazy. Y'all, Jay Witt tried to show me how to get a Google number to have strictly for the channel. I'm going to have to ask him to take me through the steps again because, oh man, when I've had people say, hey, can I give you a call? And it's like, no hard feelings. I cannot give you my personal number because you don't know until something happens like this, right? So the Google number would come in handy to do interviews and stuff like that. Maybe even, get to a point where you guys can call in and give your thoughts and stuff for a couple minutes. Like that Google number would be beneficial for that because stuff like this, why would he dox his number? Why would he do that to a fellow brother in arms? You can't make this up. I see you, Manny. I got you. I'm gonna see you. Check out your email shortly. Yeah, this is crazy.
That they published.
Just- I'm
Oh,
playing
okay.
this
Well,
office-
I saw that message and I'm like, should I let him know? Like, so he knows when to
No,
stop it? 'Cause I
I'm
didn't
playing this
know-
off
Hey, yep.
Stu Peters'
Okay.
Twitter account. Yeah.
Got it. So they
I'm playing
own
this off of Stu
awesome.
Peters' account.
So we're dealing with really awesome people.
This
Gary?
is crazy.
At Paramount.
I'll text it to you.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
perfect.
I'll text
No
it.
offense, I'm gonna
I'll
go
text
ahead
it.
and do my own lookup on you too, because I don't know, you sound
Absolutely.
suspect,
We got to watch that back too.
I'll be calling you private snuffy on my own YouTube channel here
What's up? You get number. I think that's what
soon.
you.
If you,
Oh, okay.
if you do,
I'm popping popcorn.
okay, sir, we're talking here, and I know why you're calling me and stuff. I really have to laugh stuff up because I've been through some hellish shit, and I've been trying
Sure.
to warn our boys
Yeah.
for a long while, but and I laugh and joke a lot because
That's how we get.
it's just fucking.
Yeah.
I think you got us all yuck.
But yeah, if you tell me, no, I've been a fan. I actually tried to get on the show. I paid money to try and give him the
Your
tip
super chats, yeah.
that I had. I
Exactly,
wanted him to vet
Cruising.
me. Okay, you tell him that. I wanted to go through him, period. Because we both know.
Well,
Man.
I'm sure I'll talk to Nate even today, but you're definitely. I think he has an invite for you to come on his show, and you definitely have an invite to come on my show. So.
Wow.
We,
I'm getting
we'd love,
invited. Hold on, honey.
we'd love to feature. We'd love to feature you. And
Thank you.
look, if your story is true,
Yeah.
this is doing due diligence.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
there's
no,
people
sure
out
that-
there. I've only got
Get
like
it.
half the nation in TPUSA now trying to search me down and kill me and dig up all my dirty records. And
Ain't nobody
down
trying to
and
kill his ass.
Yeah, no.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no. I only know.
No
I
one's
never
trying
met
to kill
things blow
him.
up like this.
No.
It was just a tip.
You're a
that
clown.
I was just trying to get.
It's a candidate. Like,
Things just weighed on my
Yeah.
heart.
we
And-
tried to get to Valhalla, and then we were talking to a friend. I mean, you heard the
We
story.
had a friend
Gary,
here. She's a cute little girl.
Yeah.
She has her own great
but she's
story.
like a go-getter. She's like
And she
cheerleader.
heard what
Yeah.
I had to say, and I just mentioned to her. I was like, "Yeah, we were trying to go through Valhalla and stuff, and we got one off, whatever. It's really hard to get through to these people because
Everybody's busy.
yeah, everybody's got an ego.
Well, everybody's inundated.
Well, and just like, you
The
know,
volume.
So, hey, how do you get through 4
it's the
million?
volume.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the volume of
It's
4
ego.
million stories. How do you get through that?
I mean, you can't. It's like luck. Yeah, it's just
No problem. We've had the same problem with the FBI.
yeah.
That being
everywhere.
said,
They're not even saying anything. It's like they're tag teaming off of each other, saying, like every other 3 words. They complete each other's sentences, but they're not saying anything of value here. What are they doing? It's like they're trying to figure out what they're going to say in real time. Shout out to you, Saint. I finally got you added to the second channel. Thank you so much. And I got your email, Manny. If you guys notice, I pinned the comment from Manny. Shout out to my mods here. If you all want to go ahead and report Mitch Snow's ass to the VA for fraud, here it is. Because we're not for play. This is absolutely insane. And let them know that he's got a whole fundraising thing going on and due to collect $250,000 at some point. So he'll have all this money, allegedly, at his disposal. So what do you need the VA to keep giving him money for then? You can't make this up. So make sure you guys go report his ass to the VA OIG. They handle investigations of fraud, waste, and abuse. Y'all see the link there, along with the number 1-800-488-8244. Toll free. Yeah, because, doxing someone's phone number, that's a fellow member of the military, another veteran, a Green Beret. It's not how we do. There was no reason to do that. And he did that to be spiteful. So, Gary, don't worry. Mitch Snow, you're still an idiot. And if you're lying like hell to collect money from the VA, from the government, that could be going towards other veterans, individuals who need the money, and then you're about to collect $250,000 from a fundraiser because you went on Candace Owens' show and lied like hell, then you should definitely be investigated. This is what happens when you commit cyber crimes and dox people phone numbers. And you're out here bragging about saying that you broke every bone in your body and then turned around and said you went home for 3 weeks and climbed mountains. We got you. You're in the video saying it, and you can't deny it. It was you. This is crazy. God don't like ugly. Yeah, that's okay. Report his ass. This is ridiculous.
yeah, we mentioned it to her, and she's just all like, I've got to
She's
warn
like, I'm gonna message
Candace.
her right
I'm
now."
going to message her right now on Instagram.
Yeah,
and
this
send
is
her an
great.
email.
And
it's
Mitch
like,
and I looked at you like,
we looked at you like,
Like, we
yeah,
haven't
sure,
tried
okay.
that.
That's
Report that
fresh,
fraud,
I've
yeah.
never seen. Okay,
Go for it,
you do that. And before we got off the call,
Yep, he
Candace
is so.
Owens
I'm
called.
so glad he is.
I'm like,
Sitting
what
in the
the
gym parking
actual?
lot.
You got
Yep.
to be kidding me. But no, I tried to tell Candace, you don't want my story. It's been a crazy long saga as to why I was at Fort Huachuca. And yeah, it's
This is crazy.
Real quick,
she
Gary,
kept pulling that
Yeah.
thread. She wanted the vet.
does he
so-
ever explain
Daisy.
the whole drug kingpin underground tunnel? Does he ever?
Yes, he gets to that. I'm wondering because look, this is one of the things that really stood out to me as part of that story, and it was part of the story. And you guys could hear. All I got to do is sit back and listen, and that's all I'm doing.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not going
Yeah.
to talk. I'm just going to let him talk because he likes to talk, and I'm just going to let him go wherever he wants to take us on this, and just sit back and
Aw.
listen. And he ends up talking about the original where he was assigned down at the border, which I don't doubt is true. Matter of fact, I know that's true. I don't believe that he was there during an actual drug bust, but he ends up telling me a story about that is just, I was gobsmacked. Like it was such nonsense. And I'm hoping he includes that. I have no idea. This is the first time I'm listening to this all the way through.
Okay.
I have no idea where that 30 minutes of
Came out
phone
of.
call
Yeah.
actually went. So I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I think so. I think she said that he gets about $3,000 to $4,000 a month. He got enough to pay like his bills and stuff. He could probably with $4,000 a month. He could definitely pay like a decent mortgage, major utilities if he's got a second income from a spouse. I mean, they wouldn't be struggling too bad as long as they don't live beyond their means. But if he's collecting money on the side from all these so-called interviews and going on podcast shows and all this stuff he's doing, yeah, and that money, let's say he collects in that 250 from gifts and gold, whatever. That's not something he would have to pay taxes on, even though because he's a con artist, he wouldn't report it and he would not pay taxes on that money. He will pocket that whole amount because he's a con artist. More than likely he should, but he won't do it. So he will keep that full 250 on top of whatever money he still gets. Like this is the grift that he and Candace they're perpetuating, and she doesn't care. So Candace, hopefully you get named in Gary's lawsuit. Kick rocks, Candace.
What was cut out and what wasn't?
I've gone through this with her. Went through this with who was it? Joe Kent.
Yeah.
Great guy, by the way. He's very busy. And yeah, I've sent him all the records, all that kind of stuff. I'll send them to you. Can you do me one favor? Just the guys around here, there's some vets around here. I've had a real problem with them. I give them records. Next thing you know, things get propagated. People copy stuff off.
Me either one.
That's been one of the problems I've had around here with vets. I'm not a real.
Okay, another question, real quick. So he's been giving records and reaching out to people all while he was under the 35-day witness protection plan, correct?
The 35-year.
Do I say 35-day? Yes, 35-year.
The NDA.
Wow.
Right, NDA.
Yeah.
He's giving records. He's communicating with people, sharing his stuff with these people during this time that he's supposed to be on the hunt from cartels and all bad people and stuff like that, and witness protection.
Yep.
Okay, got it. I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Hold on, I just want to clarify something real quick. To be fair, early on he says that he tried to get into witness protection and he qualified for it, but it fell through. I don't even know what that means, but I can tell you that none of his family ever heard about anything witness protection. None of his family ever heard about him being chased by the cartels, any of those things. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, you're fine. You're perfectly fine. I just want to make it clear that I haven't watched all of Candace Owens' episodes, and I don't know all of the claims that have been made. I don't pay attention. I just do my own research and investigation, and I just check in here and there, or I see things on social media, whatever. I've only watched a few full episodes about this topic.
Sure.
I am wondering, did I remember, or am I imagining that the son was called when this supposedly was taking place, but the son didn't know his name, know it was him because he changed his name, but he didn't really change his name? Is there something around that?
Yeah, so in 20
I think, and if to Wyoming gals, to your question, I don't think he ever had anything linking to Charlie. This is just based on what I heard between that episode and any other information he's given out since then. I think that this was something that Candace and Mitch Snow concocted just so that she can get him to rope in Erica Kirk. I don't think it was, he probably sent an email talking about, the military did me so dirty and they could probably be involved, but that's the extent of that. I think everything else he said after that is what Candace wanted him to say. Because if he emailed her and he's just talking about his so-called horrible experience and being in the military, then the only connection would be that the military is dirty and they may be involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That is the extent of that. Oh, and the Fort Huachuca. That's it. He claims that he went to, trained at that base. He stayed in the barracks. He claims to have familiarity. Ooh, I can't talk. He's familiar with the base. He stayed on one of the barracks. And that's the only real connection. And I believe that she called him. And they came up with this wild boneheaded theory about Erica Kirk and the head of security, Brian Harpole, being identified in a hotel near the base or on the base itself, just so she can use him to rope in Erica Kirk into this. That's just kind of what I'm pulling out of that, because Candace won't show evidence on anything else. And if you think about it, him saying that he spotted somebody is absolutely unnecessary if the only connection is, well, I trained at this base, I stayed in the barracks at the same base you're talking about. Not that it really had anything to do with Charlie Kirk. It's just that he's speaking from a sense of, I believe you when you say that there's some shady things going on in the military, because look how the military treated me. That's the extent of that. Anything beyond that, this is Candace's doing. Because he said he will not recognize anybody outside of TPUSA but Charlie Kirk. So how do you somehow point out the head of security, Erica Kirk, some congressman? How do you point these people out if you don't know who they are and how they look to begin with? So it seems like what got her attention was that he emailed her saying the military did me dirty, and the specific base you're talking about is the same base I trained at. I was there trying to get XYZ, and they kicked me off the base. And she took that, weaponized it, added on all this other BS, had him say he recognized these people, he spotted these people wherever they were, and still provided no evidence to prove that they were there. And when I say they, I mean Erica Kirk or Brian Harper or the congressman. Candace is doing all of that. And she's trying to bring in Erica Kirk. She could have just said, I don't like Erica Kirk. I believe she has something to do with it. That's it. And then piss everybody off that way. Because she knows that it would have turned a lot of heads, and a lot of people would have been like, wait a minute, hold on. You really going there? So it's like she's using him to try to pull Erica Kirk into this whole debacle. Because she's too cowardly to just say that she thinks Erica Kirk is involved without all the other fluff. That's all this is. That's her way of manipulating the situation. Oh, he saw Erica Kirk at this hotel on the 8th because reasons. No evidence to prove he saw her at a hotel, though. So if you separate the two and you just listen to him ramble and whine and cry about how he thinks the military did him wrong and that he stayed at a barrack, that really would be the only connection. Because she brought it up, talking about Egyptian planes, and he was like, oh, yeah, I know that fort. I trained there. Everything else, Candace came up with. And until she provides evidence, Candace, in the absence of evidence, we're going to make assumptions, you thunkhead. It's so ridiculous. All this because she don't like Erica Kirk. She jealous and envious of her.
10, he changed his name. He went from Harry Myers to Mitchell Snow. And he changed his name in 2010 because he married Lene Snow. And completely went from Harry Myers, and I had her on the show. We have a whole full interview. She was explaining to us, like, he was like, all right, we're getting married. I just want to change my name. And I would rather have your name because I don't like my father. Because, apparently now we found out today that his father was allegedly the Zodiac killer.
Yep, me too, Lisa.
So
same thing.
He changed his entire name. And she was like, that, it was weird to me at the time. I didn't know why he wanted to do this, but that didn't happen until 2010. Obviously,
2010.
If you are being chased by the cartel from 1990 forward, you'd probably want to do that a little bit sooner.
A little bit sooner, but that was one of the things that I remember, because I don't know all of the details of all of the claims, and I don't know all of the details of all of this whole situation. But I do remember thinking, wait a minute, I remember him saying that he changed his name, and then I remembered thinking, how did he get on the base? If he changed his name, how do you get on a military base? You can't just go on a military base.
So he does have a veteran ID, and you can get on a military. It's actually not that hard to get on a military base. It's not that hard, especially for a veteran. There's ways to even civilians to get on a military base. Not that hard to get on a military base. What you're not going to do is stumble upon a secure meeting. And a secure meeting wouldn't even be held. Well, it would be held in a skiff, not in just where you walk in staff duty in Joint Task Force Southern Border.
You mean it's not like the movies?
It's not like it's actually kind of like the movies, but
they're not just going to stumble onto a private meeting.
I haven't ever
spy
seen
movie.
I haven't ever seen, even in a movie, something so ridiculous as like you just walk in the front door and you see this meeting taking place that's super secret. At least in the movies, they put it in like some sort of secure facility, but he doesn't even claim that. And again,
No,
the
he
claim
doesn't.
was never that his claim was never that there was a secret meeting about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That claim came directly from Candace at the opening of her show and throughout her show. She's the one making that claim. She's the one tying what he saw to the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we don't trust people with documents.
Well, here's what I'll tell you, man.
But see, you can't say you don't trust people with documents, and then you talking about you going on a military base to get documents. If you don't trust the documents to be legitimate, then why go out your way to go get them? So I do believe that Mitch Snow emailed Candace, to that tip line she doesn't vet. And because Candace is an idiot and she doesn't know how to vet because she's an alien, then she decided to just take that and then to try to intertwine it with whatever she was trying to do with her own personal motive. Because he could care less whether or not, he said anything about spotting Erica Kirk. He literally could have said that same old BS story and never mentioned anything about spotting someone out. And it would still be the BS story that it is. The only difference is if you let's separate the two for a second. Let's pretend like he never said he spotted Brian Harper, Erica Kirk, or this congressman, right? What you're left with is still his gripe with the military and his claim that they're trying to cover something up and that they are mistreating him. That's what you're left with. The only connection to this Charlie Kirk thing was Candace Owens, the alien, deciding to claim that planes and this military base had this place where people were meeting up, blah, blah, blah. And for her to try to validate that claim about this secret meeting where they were planning on assassinating one civilian on Earth in the U.S. for reasons, the only way to validate that was, okay, well, he's someone who trained at the base. Never mind if he was legitimate, if he's a fraud, never mind that. She didn't care. She just saw the email and said, oh, he was on this base. Thank goodness. I can get him to say that he saw these people on the base. Perhaps he did. And in her mind, if I leave it so vague and ambiguous, no one would have a way to vet it or verify it either way. But she forgets that cameras are all over the military base. Cameras are all over the hotel. Cameras in the restaurant where he had Mexican sushi. She forgets about all of that evidence. The fact that he got kicked off the base speaks volumes. What she tried to do was connect the two things to try to validate her BS and roped in his BS about, oh, the military treated me so badly. So let's show sympathy for Mitch Snow because he claims he broke every bone in his body when he hasn't produced any evidence to show that either. And let's have him verify that this secret meeting took place and he just so happened to stumble inside of it. This meeting where he spots this Brian Harper, this so-called congressman, senator, whoever it is. And just for GP value, he'll say that he saw Erica Kirk at the hotel with some other random person that works for TPUSA or Daily Wire. Another company she's got a whole gripe against. This is nothing but Candace's vindication on steroids. Roped into a BS story from another con artist who could care less about pointing out these people. His whole con and grift is the military did me wrong and I'm somehow being chased down by the cartel. That's it. That's his whole grift on this. That's where we are. This is how this whole thing is going to unravel in the court of law. Because it doesn't make sense. And then they have no evidence to sufficiently prove any of the sort. Just because he said he spotted someone, in the absence of evidence, we don't have to believe that BS. The question comes down to, did he even have to say that at all? Candace wanted him to. Because she wanted the whole narrative of this secret meeting taking place. And then trying to rope Erica Kirk to it to say she knew about it as well. Because her cult members want her to say that. And try to use his so-called gripe with the Army and the fact that he has been on this military base in the past to try to connect it together. Candace, you're bad at this. Because I can sit here and just figure that out in 10 minutes. I don't need to read shit she put up. It's so ridiculous. This is what we're left with. Candace's dumb theory and some con artists grifting off the military coming together to create a bigger mess that's now going to land them in a court of law. That's where we at. You can't make this stuff up. Shout out to all of you. I'll make sure you guys are hitting that like button as you come in. Thank you so much.
Listen, I think there's nothing more important than integrity. And if you send me any records, number one, I will. Look, I have a good reputation in the SF community and online and everywhere else. What I'm not going to do is, I'm not going to send your record to anybody.
Okay. I just want to make this very clear.
Wow.
Number one, I have all of his information. I have his social security number. I have his address. I have his phone number. I have never and would never dox him. All right. That's what I would not do.
I'll say that. I
don't think he was going to get any
your records verbally. I'm not here to smear you. I'm not here to, mess with you or anything like that. I want to know if the story is true.
Lisa.
That's really what it comes down to. And I'm going to send you my personal contact information right now.
Oh wow.
And if you need anything from me beyond this, and like I said, I'd love to have you on the show. Let's get to the truth.
Yeah,
simple as that.
That sounds great.
And I haven't had a whole lot of luck. As a matter of fact, those guys in SF Brothers, I helped start that. I'm one of the people that helped at the beginnings of SF Brothers and Facebook and stuff. I'm one of the first 100 that got onto there. And to put that together for guys, because, you probably remember since you were there earlier. If you got out prior to like 2006, you went out into a black abyss. You got cut off. I mean, it was hard enough to keep track of guys that you knew that were on the teams right across the hall from you because everybody's on such a tempo. But then all of a sudden you're outside of group. People move, people change orders, people within a year, you're sort of cut off. We
lose contact with everybody.
So the whole Facebook thing actually ended up being a good, place for everybody to sort of meet up
Platform,
after. Yeah. And that's where, what was his name? He died a few years ago, the guy who started it. Really good guy. Still got him on the friends list somewhere. I'll remember it. But Thomas Drinkard, some of the old guys there.
Let me clarify this. I've seen this multiple times. I didn't bring up Nate's name. He brought it up. He said, "Oh, I really like Valhalla." I'm like, "Hey, you know what? I'm friends with Nate. I know him. But like, what do you want me to do? Act like I don't know him? I do know him." And I called Nate and told him about this phone call right after we talked.
Yeah, we put it together. They wanted me to be the admin at first, and I said, "No, heck no."
And what's even if I
prior to that, I worked for Microsoft, and I gave him hints and whatnot. And I was real glad when Bill Olson stepped up and take it over. But he turned out to, when things went bad for me like 2 years ago. I can tell you, those guys did not.
What happened 2 years ago? Was that with your custody battle and everything going on with your son?
I have been trying to get divorced for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many?
They finally.
How many years?
Did he say 10 years or 2 years?
The divorce has been ongoing for over 10 years. Not because of Lene's lack of effort. What he has continued to do is to slow roll this thing. He has continued to show up almost every time with a new lawyer asking for an extension. And I have verified this with different court documents on that. I don't know what else is going on with Lene. There's probably a little bit of back and forth. Divorces are messy and expensive. And
I can imagine.
the other thing too, by the way, this is a really important part of this that I have verified, is that he has accused every judge in those counties of corruption, of other issues. So the judges in that county have recused themselves of taking on their court case, which has made it extremely difficult for Lene to finalize her divorce. So it's not because Lene hasn't been trying to get a divorce from this guy. He has continued to slow roll that.
I get the feeling from this guy that
So that Mitch is a damn coward to the umpteenth degree. Because if you're trying to get a divorce, then get the damn divorce and let it happen. Why not just say, you know what? Screw all of this. We're going to settle out of court and be done with it, and I'll sign it and we can keep living. Because he could just do that. He could just settle out of court. He's such a goofball and a moron. Mitch Snow is an idiot. That's why I call him that. The idiot does not want to get divorced because he would just do a settlement out of court. They can easily get a mediator. He can say, here's what I'm willing to do, or whatever she wants to do, and I'm just going to go with it. And they keep living. He is holding these people hostage in his life. For what? And he wonders why no one wants to deal with his ass. Well, what kind of woman would want to be with somebody like this that is too dead set on trying to maintain a marriage with somebody when he could easily just do an out-of-court settlement? And he got a girlfriend out of this? Can you make this? You can't make this shit up. I would be concerned if I'm trying to date a man and he's been allegedly trying to get divorced for 10 years, he said? 10 years? It's a form of control. Thank you. Exactly. It's a control issue. Listen, if he's going to sit here and hold her hostage, that to me would be like, okay, either you still want to be with her, you still love her or something. Because you trying to control her, it's the last thing you should be thinking about doing if you're trying to move on with your life. Mitch does not care. He's just trying to, like, that's so disgusting. And he's got a girlfriend. And this heifer is letting him do this. Oh, Candace, you heifer. Of all the people in North America, in the country of the United States of America, this clown is the one you go with simply because he's been on a military base where you're trying to accuse the entire military of being in on Charlie Kirk's assassination. And you know damn well that's not the case. She's been saying this for over 2 months. And I've been calling her out on it for over 2 months too. No evidence, no proof. And it comes down to this idiot not wanting to get a divorce and have some gripe against the army. But he doesn't want to pursue anything in court against them because he doesn't have an open case pending in any court against any branch of military or a government agency of any sort. None. And she would not even post up the court documents. Candace doesn't even want to post the court documents to her damn website, to which she said she would do last week, a week before last, 2 weeks ago. She said that on the day she actually had him on her show, she would post up all the court documents he provided to her. Where the hell are those court documents at, Candace? You clown. See, this is why we don't let aliens crash land on our planet, because we ain't got time for this.
You know, when you're around people that are just like pathological liars and just like attention and just make things up so that people pay attention to them. Yeah. I get that feeling from this guy. And I get the feeling that this guy is like some sort of
demon.
I mean, like,
he's a demon.
I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the accurate word would be. I just feel like it's super manipulative and calculated.
Look, I'm gonna play this video real quick. And we're gonna come back to this in just a second. But this video right here tells you everything that you need to know.
Morning, she
about what's going on here. So this is him claiming that Lene, his little 5'2" wife, stole his car keys as he's trying to leave, took his car keys, lured him into the house, and then beat him. That she had the garage set up as a prison, broke his thumbs, broke his feet, and then, well, let's see what actually happened. Little does he know, we have video of that incident. We have police reports from that incident, and we have a conviction from that incident.
No,
that's crazy.
Loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting. You know, she came out and acting real kind. She took my keys, she took my phone, she went back inside and you know, forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. You know, she broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and break my thumbs, my feet, back of my skull. And I got the hammer.
What year was this?
That was 25 June 2016.
So this is how long this has been going on. And just so everyone know, Mitch is still trying to get a divorce. This has been going on almost 10 years.
Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And
What?
she'd done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. And I called
That's
for help.
destruction of property.
I called for dispatch. And, she tried to attack me and she pulled on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm.
How?
That's actually one.
Oh, he married to the She-Hulk. I get it. Y'all, you just can't make this dumb crap up. This is so stupid. She dislocated my shoulder by pulling my arm. You apparently Mitch Snow is an alien as well, and he doesn't have any bones. How did we get here? Candace, you heifer, we will never forgive you for this BS that you have brought upon us all, called Mitch Snow. Why, of all people, would you sit here and rope him into this? We will never know. But this idiot is going to get $250,000 as well, because the candy ass cult members think, oh, he's got court documents and he's got legal cases and costs associated with it, while she still does not post a single shred of court document on her website. And they won't even demand that she do it. She dislocated my shoulder because she pulled my arm. Y'all report his ass to the VA.
So just by she's trying
That's
to get
not
to his phone.
military
So just by
service
grabbing his arm, dislocated his arm. This guy's like the most fragile guy I've ever met. I mean, he's made of glass.
I'm still recovering from getting service from it.
He's getting service for that? Y'all, you understand now why I said report him for fraud? You don't get to go to the VA and said, after you've gotten out the military, yeah, my wife, who's 5'2", dislocated my shoulder when she pulled my arm. Can you believe that? And then the VA doctor says, yeah, we're going to add that down, and then you can go ahead and get service connected for it. And then the VA will give you money for whatever domestic dispute is going on in your house. How the hell did we get here? You can't make this up. That is not a service-connected injury. It's not even an injury, because that's not even plausible. Do you know how hard you have to dislocate his shoulder like this? He's not a small guy. The hell? Ow. Oh, Candace, you heifer.
All right, look, I want to set this clear so that you idiots out there that keep trying to spin this around. I don't care that he smashes the car with a hammer. That's not the point. Is intimidating, all this other stuff. The point here is that he turned this incident into a scene from Misery to make himself the victim. He completely fabricated what he just described from whole cloth. He turned what really happened into a complete fantastical piece
The door
of
is open. Y'all see the door up?
Touch that Mustang. Stop it!
Touched it.
Do not hit my Mustang.
Y'all see the door, the garage door was up.
You're ruining our relationship because you gave your keys to your cousin.
I didn't give my keys to anybody.
You're the one who asked him to mess with your car. I haven't touched this car in forever. It's been in my way. I'd like it out of the way. I have no idea where the keys are. Would love to know.
In the way of what? The boxes and the luggage over here? What is he trying to say? He can't get out? What the hell is he? Such an idiot. Yeah, well, this is what happens when demons crawl upon the earth. He's in the wrong realm. You don't belong here, Mitch Snow. No. Your reign of terror is in hell.
But that's not what we were doing today. But you have to do this.
Of course, you know.
You have to
don't
defend
ask you a
yourself
question.
now.
I can defend myself all I want because you're being insane.
You want to video record shit?
You want to threaten to hit my car with a hammer? God damn it! Marriage over, Mitch. Goodbye. Don't.
Then you stop it.
You know what? Do it all you want.
Like the divorce,
Go
you
ahead.
moron.
I don't want to. I want you to fucking start treating me better than you treat this car. This is how you treat us. Take it. Everybody, pan around. My wife neglects us, ignores.
Just
Is he talking to himself in the third person? Who is us? This is how you treat us, because he's a legion, a demonic legion, all by himself. Candace, perhaps the French legionnaires that you were looking for is in his head. It's all entrapped in this one big body that's apparently not made of bones, because, you know, somebody could just pull his shoulder and dislocate the hell out of it. Yeah, that demonic legion is in this one person here. Perhaps, Candace, perhaps the French legionnaires is really just Miss Snow being a demon, and he's coming for you. Why are you giving him $250,000?
just theatrics to make himself the victim. I mean,
Yeah, we
this
can
is
say
classic
anything we want here too,
narcissistic
'cause this is
behavior.
crazy.
He is a mental and emotional abuser.
What's
It's
wrong with him?
very clear to anybody with eyes to see.
Us and then screams at us on Saturday mornings about things that are completely unimportant to
And us. Who's us?
Blames me for losing things I haven't touched.
Tried to ask you if you knew where they
Yes,
were.
he's
I
us.
did, and I told you I don't know.
No, you never said that. You had to give me a little asshole answer.
I didn't give you an asshole answer. I give you a smartass answer. It's Saturday morning, and it's okay to be a smartass. You do it all the
You
time.
have to
Renee.
prove any abuse towards a child.
What is so bad about being a smartass?
This right here would make him more dangerous around the child. You think a judge will look at this and give him custody? Not even parenting time. What the heck is going on? This legionnaire of a demon sitting here talking about us and we. That child has nothing to do with this. He's weaponizing his own son to make the mother more miserable. And as opposed to him just giving her a divorce and leaving her the hell alone, he's prolonging this crap by threatening judges, forcing them to have to withdraw from the case, to have to pull out from the case. And now you got, it's a hard time now getting a family court judge to finalize this divorce proceeding. Because he's either lying on them or threatening them. He should be in jail. What do you mean? Why is he a free man? You threatening judges to take their life or do them physical, bodily injury or harm? Your ass should go to jail. Who child?
Yeah, I've never done crap like that, Mitch.
Yeah. That's the thing. You do it all the fucking time.
No.
That's what you do.
You just beat our door in with a hammer.
Why are you videotaping me?
Why are you acting crazy? You want me to let you in and that's what you do?
Something's he's demonic.
That was 25
Y'all
June.
hear
Are
that
those
kid?
kids in the
I used the
background?
hammer to go ahead and break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys,
Y'all heard the
get my
kids?
son, get my phone.
All right, so this is a clear connection, both from a video standpoint, a paperwork standpoint. This is evidence, and this is the crazy stuff that I keep seeing with all this stuff is, well, what does this have to do with 2016? What does that have to do with what he saw? Look, there's a such thing as
It speaks to his credibility. See, here's the thing. Don't expect the candy ass cult members to understand definitions of terms or concepts. They don't care about credibility because they only listen to their cult leader. They're brainwashed. They're dumb. They don't read. They don't define terms. They don't Google or research. They don't do any of that. So when they're asking these repetitive questions, to me, I see this as one of those sock puppets or a bot. It's just a copy paste. And then they want you to explain things to them, knowing damn well they're too stupid to actually comprehend it. They're incompetent. I wouldn't even do it because you would think they would all come together in their little huddles in their safe space. when Candace goes live. That's their safe space for them. And then they would say, hey, I understand what credibility means. You all should probably know this. Because if he lies about stuff like this, he lies about anything else. That means he'll be willing to lie, not just for him to get something out of the situation, but he will lie on behalf of Candace Owens. And I don't put it past him that he's lying like hell when it comes to him spotting someone on a military base or at a hotel, because then he'll lie about that. He has no evidence either. And then she never asked him, why didn't you just pull out your phone and take a picture, if that be the case? She told him to say those things. That's why she didn't ask for evidence. She's not going to ask for evidence. It's like telling on herself. If she says to him, hey, I need you to bring up that you saw these specific people, let's just throw in a random congressman on top of it. But you got to say you saw Erica Kirk and Brian Harper. Yep. Then he just does it. That means that he has no credibility because he's willing to lie along with Candace Owens in some dumb moot point that has nothing to do with the person that actually pulled the trigger on the gun that took Charlie Kirk's life. Nothing to do with that. Unless we're saying that Mitch Snow is the actual shooter. Because in this reality on Earth, we all know it's Tyler Robinson. But unless she's trying to prove, Candace is trying to prove that it's Mitch Snow, we don't give a F about him walking the earth. He came out of nowhere, and to nowhere he shall return. We'll send his ass back to oblivion where he belongs. Just like one of her little minions said, the simps. I'm not married to this guy. None of us are. Ask your cult leader why the hell she bring him up. He had no credibility to begin with. He was willing to lie and fabricate BS stories about things that is no reason to lie about. So, of course, he's willing to lie along with Candace. That's all her has been doing, lying like hell. That's her forte. Impersonating investigators, which is a crime. It's a felony. And lying like hell. That's it. So when they ask questions like this, I don't be stunned at. Like, I'm not sitting here and explaining things to a dumbass bot or candy-ass cult member or a sock puppet. Who? Why? Why? They don't care. They could look this stuff up or just put two and two together, but that would take logical reasoning and deduction to get to that, and they don't have it. They're morons.
A character witness as well. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing somebody that will make something up.
Hey,
That's completely fictional. He has zero credibility. I don't care about the fact that he's abusive. I do, because it's a shame to see what's going on with all this stuff. But that's not even the point. I even have a problem with, look, if they're married, that is communal property.
Exactly.
All right. He went to jail for doing that. I kind of have a problem with that. Like, you know what? If I want to go out there and beat the car up that, I'm pissed off and I want to go out there and beat the car up, I wouldn't do that, obviously. But if I wanted to do that, I shouldn't go to jail for that. So that's not the point. The point here is this is clearly a complete fabrication. And we're showing you that there is zero reason. He has no evidence of anything that took place that he claims took place on September 8th and 9th. All right. And we have proof that he's a complete liar. All right. Character witnesses matter.
He's a liar.
And on top of that, people say, well, he could be a real shitbag and see, saw what he saw. All right. They do that in courts all the time. No, they don't. First of all,
Nope, they do not. No judge would allow anybody to go in their courtroom and say that BS. Oh, they do that stuff all the time when you're not credible and you lie like hell and then you claim you saw someone with no evidence. That's the whole point of getting evidence, because someone who's not credible and still presents no evidence is still lying like hell. Period. They're still a liar. And it speaks to intent. See, this is what these idiots, the candy-ass cult members, they don't care about. Intent. The intent of the reason why he would engage in this lie is all about being financially motivated. He doesn't care about trying to get justice from the government because there's no lawsuit that's active and pending in the court. He has not filed anything against any military branch at all for any reason. Hell, he's getting money from the VA. The last thing you will want to do is sue the Army if they're giving you $4,000 a month? Make that make sense. Because what they're going to do is go through your medical records, go through your so-called complaints. They're going to go through these so-called disabilities you're service connected for. And they will take all of that money back and make you pay them back. Why would he sue the Army, any branch of military, if they're giving him $4,000 a month? All of his medical records, everything will be up for audit. Everything will be up for review and scrutiny. And he's not trying to lose that $4,000 a month. So, of course, he's not suing them. Candace is too stupid to even say something so very logical. A pathological liar sues the government knowing that he's getting all of this money from the government based upon fabricated injuries and disabilities. You think this idiot will want them to investigate him and then ask for all that discovery? Where they get to see, we've been giving this guy all this money every month, and he's got injuries he claims that, he had, and he's faking it. Look at all these video evidence from Paramount Tactical here. You can't believe this. All because he thought he was doing a secret recording. Now look how it backfires. And the VA does an investigation and they look into all of this. He's going to have to pay back all that damn money. This is where it's going to end up for him. So why would he sue them? Candace is so stupid. He wouldn't sue them because he knows that they will ask for all of that documentation. They will look at his entire track record. They will look at everything that he said and done to try to get service connected, to get disability, to get all this money. They will evaluate every single thing. Why wouldn't they? You're suing them. No open, active, pending case against any government entity at all. Because he has no complaint. And the one he did file, he filed it against the Department of the Interior. And they dismissed it for failure to prosecute because he couldn't even follow a court rule. That's how much of an idiot this Mitch Snow is. And Candace is even dumber for trying to support him.
Such thing as witness credibility. Number two, if you're in a court, you actually have the threat of perjury. And the other thing that eyewitness testimony never does is convict anybody. All right. Eyewitness testimony corroborates evidence for you smooth brains out there that want to believe nonsense. But the fact is, we have time after time, including the rest of the phone call that we're going to play you. We've already talked about one incident where he's clearly.
Shout out to Information Man Show for being in the chat and tuning in with us. Make sure you guys go check him out. You see his YouTube channel link is highlighted, and I will also highlight it at the end of the stream. Shout out to you, Information Man Show, for the support. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button as well. And I appreciate you all for engaging in the chat. That's awesome.
Making things up, saying he fell and broke every bone in his body. And then, to take some time off, he went and rock climbed or did mountain climbing for 3 weeks.
He didn't mention he hit his head, though, did he?
I don't know.
There was so much that was damaged on him. I mean, that'd probably be a miracle of God that it didn't happen. Everything was broken. This is something else, Gary.
Yes.
I promise you. No defense attorney would call Mitch Snow.
Yeah.
None whatsoever.
No.
They would just go ahead and FOIA the security camera, the sign-in sheets, the call logs. They would not call Mitch because they know Mitch is problematic on a lot of levels, and he would not be a trustworthy witness. And this didn't take that long. None of us here on the stream are legal experts, and we were able to find all of this evidence to discredit his story. And he would again, any defense attorney that called him up there would just be signing his or her own death wish because they know that they're going to lose because this guy's not a good witness. So that's why we're bringing this up, because he's not a good witness. And I think it's fair to say that what he claims he saw, I think he was led into saying that. I think he was led into saying that, like, hey, let me show you this picture of this guy with this red beard that, goes by Tactical. Do you think it might be Gary? I mean, so I think he was led into believing this. I don't think he necessarily said it without being goaded on, but I'll leave it there. Let's go.
All right. Kelly Bagwell's a lawyer. Fact.
Years, but I've been. really bad divorce, put it that way.
Contentious.
It wasn't 10 years, but kids were involved, and you know, I was on deployments, and she was trying to keep the kids from me, so I can, at least to some degree.
I'm one of the guys. So
really.
it's been because of my unique history, and because I did get targeted by something else that had been intentionally using this, I don't know, flaw inside of our judicial system. They just took advantage of it, and you know, I've had a lot of people coerced in my life while I've been going through it. My wife was one, and after a lot of events in 2013, she finally, you know, here I was, a broken guy. I couldn't defend her. They could do whatever they wanted, and you know, she was decided to go ahead and flip sides. So I decided, for my safety, my son's safety, we had to divorce, and it was supposed to be reasonable, but it became real unreasonable, and allegations started flying. You know, because I'm special forces, I must have combat PTSD. Therefore, I'm a wife-beating, alcoholic, drug addict.
You know what you need to have combat PTSD?
Combat
experience. He's never been to combat. I mean, that's a critical part of that combat PTSD. He's never went to combat. Just so we're clear, I have his records. Never been there. All right, he got out in 96, 97, something like that.
Oh, serial.
Wait, he was in the witness protection program for 35 years. How old was he when all of this happened?
Well, again, I just want to be accurate. According to his story, he never actually went into witness protection. He was supposed to go into witness protection. He did sign an NDA, which apparently was extended like 35 years or something like that. But I just want to be clear. He's claiming that he was never actually in witness protection.
Okay, but the NDA thing, wasn't it 35 years and it just ended?
I don't remember exactly, but it was an extended period of time that made no sense.
Right, because if it was 35 years and he's how old?
He was born in 69. So
that makes him 55.
Yeah.
So he was 20. How would he have been in that kind of a position at that point in time with some huge drug? I know nothing about the military, just for the record.
Yeah,
I'm asking legitimate questions.
Like, that's possible. So what he said was originally is that he was in the military at 20, perfectly reasonable and possible. Many guys joined at 17. And then he was assigned at a counter narcotics. It wasn't a joint task force at the time. I mean, it basically was, but that's not what they called it. So they were advising and assisting Border Patrol, and then he was putting in sensors on the border. And he alleges that during that time, they had the biggest drug bust of the biggest tunnel, the drug tunnel that was ever found. And we'll hear more about that. But yeah, so that's where we're at on that.
The spaghetti that can be thrown up on the wall has been accused of.
Sure.
And yeah, I've been fighting through that, trying to hold on to custody of my, you know, I helped raise my son. I was a stay-at-home dad.
And again, folks, I don't know that any of this is not true. I am sympathizing with him because I didn't know the other side of the story. All I've heard is, and again, I'm kind of the opposite. I know that he didn't, at this point, here's what I know. I know he didn't stumble into a secret meeting. That's it. I don't know the rest of his story is true. Maybe his wives are doing him dirty. Maybe, you know, he's otherwise a great guy, but he's lying about this.
Only true I can say right now is that he was in the military. He can't even clarify exactly what the hell he did. I have a problem with that. And then, of course, all of these so-called injuries that he claims to be service-connected, that he's very well collecting a lot of money for. PTSD on his own does not give you $4,000 a month unless it is so severe. I mean, it has to be extenuating circumstances and probably have a couple of other conditions related to it. For $4,000 a month, they have to do a rating when it comes to these disabilities as well. This is insane. This man is getting $4,000. And he got the audacity to expect somebody to give him money for coming on their podcast. Child boo. You better be glad. You better be glad they have not reported him yet. We will, but they haven't done it yet. This is ridiculous. I think about all the veterans out there that could be getting that money that actually need help, and they don't have anybody to help them get some level of disability. And then you got the idiots like Mitch Snow getting $4,000 while he's lying on national television, all over YouTube, all over social media about some nonsense involving TPUSA, to which he said himself he wouldn't even be able to point out anybody outside of Charlie Kirk. That would include Erica Kirk. So how the hell he know how she looked? I don't know who the spouse or the significant other of my boss is, or the person that runs the entire operations. I don't know who their significant other is. Why do I need to know that? I just need to make sure that my hours and my check is right. It's so insane. All it is because Candace Owens is jealous and envious of Erica Kirk.
To get notoriety and fame, he needs money. Maybe he's desperate for money so that, he can help get his kid back. I'm willing to entertain all of those ideas. And I gave him complete benefit of the doubt. It wasn't until later that after I talked to 3 different ex-wives, one of his other girlfriends, that there was a clear cycle of abuse. There was a clear cycle of pathologically lying, all of these things. So I do, at this point, I am genuinely feeling for this guy that's telling me that and I've already seen the podcast where he was supposedly beat up and that, his wife was doing all kinds of horrible things. I have since got court documents that prove that she was innocent. They investigated his claims, which was physical abuse, sexual abuse, all these things against his wife. They went through extensive, and I have the paperwork, extensive investigations. And not only did they not believe him, he actually kidnapped their children. She had to get a court order. A SWAT team had to go get the kid. All right. And they gave the kid back to her and gave her a protective order against him and the child a protective order against him. So, all this stuff is verified, has been investigated, but I didn't know that at the time, and I did feel bad for him.
But no, they've done everything they can to criminalize me. And I noticed long ago that this was a pattern, not just with me, but across the board with SF guys.
Exactly, Cruz.
And it pissed me off.
And that they
because
use SF status too.
It drove some guys to suicide. It drove others to. You really got to wonder if it was suicide.
Right.
Yeah. I've been trying to raise this issue with several of our brothers, and it just typically goes nowhere. Nobody wants. Do you know who Landon Valentine is?
No, I don't actually. Landon Valentine, who is he?
He was I want to say he was an officer.
Not only is it still stands, it's been renewed multiple times.
East Coast, but yeah, he was in the room. That poor bad guy. Oh, they just murderized him in court and it was all based upon our SF status. That's what they do. Oh, you're special forces? Oh, you must be all these other things. I'm not a gun nut. I mean, I don't mind guns. I know how to use them. Probably don't want to be on the other end when I do. But yeah, I'm not a big gun nut. I like fishing. I like to take my boy fishing.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida was nice.
Florida was nice.
But yeah, 2 years ago, my son came forward to report that he was being abused, and that didn't match the narrative of what they were trying to put down on me. He wasn't being abused by me. He was reporting being abused by mom, and she was doing it intentionally.
Okay, I'm sure this is a bot because you guys keep repeating this nonsense. All right, so you said what he said has all been verified. No, I did not. I said the exact opposite. Again, what he has said, I've found time and time again, whether it has to do with his ex-wives, his girlfriends, his kids, everything that he said has been a lie time and time again.
From what I'm gathering, again, somebody from that is learning about this in real time, all of it anyway. The only thing that's verified is that that he was there, right?
He was there at Fort Huachuca. Nothing else has been verified. The material elements of the story are not only unbelievable, they didn't happen, but there's no proof. There's no proof Brian Harpole was there. There's no proof that, matter of fact, just the opposite. There's no proof that Congressman Amadei was there. Just the opposite. We now have airtight proof that he was in Washington, D.C. at the time. There's no proof that Cabot Phillips was there. Just the opposite. We now have airtight proof that he was not there. There's no proof that Erica Kirk was there. We have I know that there's proof that has been released. I know that there's proof that she was not there. So,
Megan, and this speaks to, Candace's character too. It just shows she'll throw anybody underneath the bus to get ahead. Really, all these people she's stepping on to get to the top, they're going to ensure that she has a mighty hard fall when they decide to get up and stop letting her step on their backs to get up to the top. She's burnt all her bridges. She has no credibility. And even if this is all a show for her, why would you put on this type of show? Why would you go out your way to say the things you're saying about roping in TPUSA and Erica Kirk? But you let TPUSA sell the hell out of Blexit. Let's see how she feels about that. This is stuff that should have been addressed a long time ago. And I'm going to say this. I wish that Charlie Kirk would have given her some level of correction for all the crap that she said when he was still alive. Because he may have been on the one few people that could have said whatever he needed to say and got her attention. And she doesn't just immediately go out and revolt against him. I think it would have been a situation where he could have told her, look, the stuff you're saying, this stuff is just going to build up over time. And at this rate, all it's going to do is create a snowball effect into other bigger lies. And he would have had a way of saying it all in love without it being, her taking it as an attack. And maybe she would have listened and taken heed to it. But I truly wish he would have said something a while back. I wish he would have done this, because now look what's happening. I mean, this is why we have to hold each other accountable here. There's nothing wrong with that. And even the Bible speaks to that. Giving some level of rebuke, reprove, correction, in love. I don't owe her now. So it's as soft as it's going to get. But you imagine that same rebuke and correction coming from somebody like a Charlie Kirk, as opposed to just, well, let me just not even address it because she's my friend and blah, blah, blah. I don't want my friends to fail. I don't want my friends to be going out lying like hell like this. And then they're roping in and dogging out my company, my family, my spouse, my kids. No, friends don't do that. This speaks to what type of friendship they may have had at the time he passed. Look how easy it is for her to do this crap. And it just snowballs into a bigger snowball. It's the effects of this is going to be long lasting and linger for many years to come. Because at some point, those kids are going to grow up as well. And even for their sake, she still won't stop lying like hell. She wouldn't stop if Erica told her, stop lying. Stop or stop lying, don't matter, pick one. She wouldn't care. She wouldn't stop. This is why we're here. So, this conversation should have been had between Charlie Kirk and Candace a long time ago. That's just my honest opinion. Some will agree, some will disagree. Because this is a mess. This is why the Bible even speaks to this. If we can't be humble enough to be corrected on things, then her pride should come before her fall, which should be a mighty hard fall. It's the arrogance of it all. And Candace doesn't care. Now she's roping in random people who are not credible, who are abusers. You heard the child in the background in that video. I'm still kind of disgusted about that. I heard kids in the background in that video, and he's outside in the garage hitting a car with a hammer. And the kids not too far away from him. What if he would have snapped and then just started hitting people and the kids with the hammer? Like, I don't put anything past somebody like that. As abusive as he is, I would never put something like that past somebody like a Mitch Snow, that he would do something to his own kids, trying to hurt the mother. It's absolute madness. Candace doesn't give a damn. What he did is what she wanted him to do. Throw out Erica Kirk's name. No evidence. We don't care. Just throw her name out there. We'll go from there. And here's a bunch of money. I'll make sure I raise for you. And then you can just collect it all. Can't make this up.
Like nothing he said materially is true.
So it's like saying, like, I was at this place and I saw all of this stuff, but all I can prove to you is that I was at this place.
This is what this is what it's like. It's me going out in the woods and telling you, hey, you know what? I just saw Elvis out in the woods. I take a picture of me out in the woods and I say, look, it's proof I was out in the woods. I don't have pictures of Elvis, but I was definitely out in the woods. So you have to believe me. It's the dumbest argument. It's the dumbest logic. It's stupid. It would only work with the dumbest people on the planet.
Well, I mean,
but you'd have that metadata though.
I have metadata proving I was in the woods.
Oh my gosh.
We found
that's it.
She was trying to set me up for a charge of child abuse. And she was getting help from the courts, from a judge over here, a couple of them. When my son came forward to report her, well, they snapped back and retaliated. And eventually they threw me in jail under allegation. I can't help but laugh. This allegation. Yeah, the allegation that I was either the leader or hiring party of a unidentified biker gang to stage a mass kill event at the courthouse to kill judges. Yeah, I know, right? That's serious. I can show you the criminal record. It's horrible. It looks terrible. Yeah, the only problem with that is there was no evidence. There's no
Oh crap. Don't know what I just did. Let me go back to this thing.
Mario, let me tell you a little slow ass something right now. I don't give a damn if Candace takes heed to anything I say or not. Whatever she does not take heed to, a judge in a court of law will ensure that. Period. And neither you or her override the courts. So tell her to keep that energy up when she gets sued like hell. Keep that energy up. Tell her don't file a motion to dismiss either. Go all the way through. That way we can really clown her ass out as she gets sued and then gets put on the stand and then perjure herself because, pathological liars can't help themselves. They just lie like it's breathing air. You think I give a damn? I want her to be sued. Don't ever think I'm saying anything to help out Candice. Child, please.
All right, hold on.
Candice, you're bad at this.
I hit
Candice.
one button. One button is all it took. Yeah, there we go.
How long has that been, Mitch?
2.5
Since you
years.
seen your kid?
Gang to stage a mass kill event at the courthouse to kill judges.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? That's serious. I can show you the criminal record. It's horrible. It looks terrible. Yeah, the only problem with that is there was no evidence. There's no just like saying I'm not a gun, probably not a typical SF guy either. But yeah, I don't have a Harley. I don't ride motorcycles. I don't know anybody. I don't think I've ever spoken to anybody in a motorcycle gang ever.
Yeah, I think that the whole Harley thing was big in the even I think that was kind of the end of.
All right, I'm pretty sure, and again, I'm trying to remember this from memory, right? Because I didn't record this because I was a man of my word and trying to be, an honest broker here. And when he asked me not to record, I didn't record. I'm pretty sure he's cut out the entire portion regarding his events, his claim of events down on the border. Where this is what he told me, folks. He said that as part of this big drug bust, he started talking about it, but then it was he stopped. It may come up later. We'll see. But what he claimed was that they had this huge drug bust, literally had tons of drugs, truckloads of drugs and weapons. And being the youngest guy, the lowest enlisted, they assigned him the duty of burning all of those drugs and destroying all of those guns. All right. Those drugs and guns are evidence. All right. There's a specific way that the DEA disposes of drugs. And he claims that he was out there in the middle of the night, getting a contact high and just burning literally truckloads of drugs all night long in a bonfire in the middle of the desert.
Of like,
I'm
like
sorry.
Coke?
Oh my
What's
God.
that?
Of like Coke? Wouldn't that be what they were
I don't know if he
trafficking?
ever said. I don't remember if he ever said it was cocaine or heroin, but it was. I mean, it really doesn't matter.
There's a certain way you got to handle these damn substances as well when you're talking about discarding them. You can't just go burn them up because some of them have different, flammable points. But like they give off certain gases, certain fumes. You have other side effects. Like there's certain ways you got to handle it. Like you can't just handle fentanyl in your bare hands. So what the hell? Wouldn't that be outlined in these military documents? He lies about so
Whether it
much
was
shit.
marijuana, whether it was cocaine, whether it was heroin.
I'm sorry.
Probably all of the above. I don't know.
Opiate
But we'll see
blend.
if that comes up. But I'm pretty sure this was early on the conversation, and
Yeah.
he started talking about. He started kind of talking about, how this all started was, 30 years ago when I was down on the border, and pretty sure that's where he told me that story. I don't know.
Yeah, Candace would get somebody that has experiences with drugs. Candice, we understand you might be high 24/7, especially in your alternate reality, and your personality start to come out. All you're doing is confirming our theories about you. Crick is whack, girl. You couldn't ask Mitch to give you the good stuff.
It remains to be seen. We'll see if we hear about it. But the point here is that this has been edited. It was illegally recorded. It's been edited. 30 minutes have been taken out. I will show you proof of that in just a moment. Show you my call logs of that.
big push in the SF community with like almost like these biker gang type things going on within teens in like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I think that faded out to my generation as well. But, and there was guys that were getting strung up, you know. I don't know, I guess they thought they were the Sons of Liberty and SF guys, and that's never booze, bikes, SF guys.
Nobody's ever done that to me, but now I sort of get that. I can sort of see that.
No, if you
ever met me, I walk around in Tommy Bahamas and I've got a blue and gold macaw on my shoulder. I walk around like I'm in Florida all the time, wearing hey dude, you know, red, white, and blue hey dude. I'm pretty sure I'd get my ass kicked if I ever walked into a biker gang. So no, I get the allegation. You know, like for anybody who doesn't really know or doesn't consider people being individuals.
We're just playing on stereotypes.
Yes.
No, let me go back. Somebody said, "What
and
state?"
He started kind of talking about, oh, you know, how this all started was, you know, 30 years ago when I was down on the border, and pretty sure that's where he told me that story. I don't know. It remains to be seen. We'll see if we hear about it. But the point here is that this has been edited. It was illegally recorded. It's been edited. 30 minutes have been taken out. I will show you proof of that in just a moment. Show you my call logs of that.
Big push in the SF community with like almost like these biker gang type things going on within teens in like the early 2000s. I think that faded out to my generation as well. But and there was guys that were getting strung up, you know. I don't know. I guess they thought they were the Sons of Liberty and SF guys, and that's never booze, bikes, SF guys.
Nobody's ever done to me that way, but now I sort of get that. I can sort of see that. Okay, I get you. No, if you ever met me, I walk around in Tommy Bahamas and I've got a blue and gold macaw on my shoulder. I walk around like I'm in Florida all the time, wearing hey dude, you know, red, white, and blue hey dude. I'm pretty sure I'd get my ass kicked if I ever walked into a biker gang. So no, I get the allegation. You know, like for anybody who doesn't really know or doesn't consider people being individuals.
We're just playing on stereotypes.
Yeah. And this is all escalated. So they threw me in jail for 92 days, knowing I was innocent. They didn't have any. There's no evidence. There's no. Yeah, it was totally cooperative. There's no phone calls. There's no text. There's no pictures. There's no history. I don't have a motorcycle. It was just retaliatory stuff. And they had a couple of 92 girls involved with it too, that they had come get involved with it. Those two girls ended up. Oh God, they got into my records. They contacted SFB. They were on call with Bill Olson. Bill Olson was helping them to try and implicate me, breaking orders and all this other stuff. And I finally gave him the big FU inside the room. You know, why are you cooperating with two women that aren't SF? Why are you giving them information about me from anything, you know, from within our supposed, you know, secret group?
I got no reply. That's funny.
That was a real violation to me, and I called them out public for it, out there on the page. And in retaliation, the admins decided to kick me out. Yeah, screw them. Gotta love our buddies sometimes, you know. But yeah, there was nothing to any of the charges. They were all dropped. That didn't stop them from telling my son that I committed suicide in jail and I'm dead, and therefore they put him on a protective order. They haven't let me see my son since. And they're not going to let me see him until I plead guilty to the allegations.
Yeah.
How long has that been, Mitch?
2.5 years.
2.5.
2.5 years.
Wow. How old is your son?
All right, I'm gonna address this up front. Somebody keeps saying this, and it's all over X. In your public post, you specifically say, "I was certain he was recording." If you were certain, why did you keep talking? Only you can answer that question. Why would I not talk?
Not only that, was he not recording from a state that's a two-party consent recording state? So you didn't consent regardless.
It requires explicit consent. All right. Me continuing to stay on the phone, and I was, you know, more accurately to say, I suspected he was recording. My suspicions were correct. But for him to record that, this is the way the law is. All right, I don't care if you like it or not. For him to record that, he has to tell me, hey, I am recording this call. He needs explicit permission from me to say it's okay. And he didn't. He broke the law because he has no regard to the law. He sits there and asks me if I'm making sure I'm not recording, which that usually goes both ways. That's my also like, okay, I'm not going to record. He's not going to record. We're going to have an open and honest conversation. I don't care if he was recording. I did nothing wrong on this. I did what was supposed to be done. This is real investigative journalism. It's not sitting there waiting for somebody to bring you tips from your tip box or anything like that. This is what you do. You call people and verify or deny their story from their own lips, and you get information from them. That's how investigations are supposed to work. And yes, this phone call was illegal. Yes, I have pressed charges, and there's more to come. Trust me.
How old is your son?
He's 13.
13? Oh, yeah, that's...
I'll give you all the records we reported. Yeah, I know it's unbelievable. It's a crazy story, isn't it? I know. I'm aware. I try to.
No, I mean, I you know, knowing how women are, and knowing how. No offense, Amy.
No, no, those kind of women are absolutely. They give women a bad name. Like that's what makes me so mad. Like, how can you do this to another person? I mean, I went through a divorce, and I was like the complete opposite. You know, I
just
don't
the way they
understand.
the way they weaponize kids against you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so wrong. Yep.
And then how the justice system is set up in the against the father or the man involved is just you know, again, I went through a very.
She said she went through a divorce and she was the complete opposite. What the hell does that mean? So was it where she was the one being abusive? I mean, what's the whole point of her bringing that up? To the dummy ass girlfriend of Mitch Snow, the idiot. Your boyfriend is the one that does not want to proceed with the divorce proceeding. Perhaps you should be asking him about his motive and intent as to why he's dragging this thing out, making threats against judges that should have landed him in jail, by the way, and causing them to have to withdraw from these cases here and recuse themselves. Maybe you should be asking him that. And why don't he just go ahead and get a settlement done and be done with it? Because, for some reason, I guess she thinks that, this is the best I can, get, and this is what I deserve. A man who is tying up the courts and would rather still be legally married to his wife. That should just be done with it, leave her alone, and not bring her up unless it's dealing with the children. Nope. Her dumb ass is sitting in a relationship with him.
Not quite to that extent, but to where I was getting divorced, and then I was actually in the Q course when I was getting divorced, and then kind of the same thing. It was like they were calling my command saying I wasn't paying child support every day. I had to go in like once a week and show them documents. Look, I've paid every single. Matter of fact, I was paid more than was requested of me.
Wow.
And then on top of that, and then on top of that, when the divorce finalized, the courts. The judge said, "Hey, look, because he's in the military, and at the time I was deploying constantly to Iraq, Afghanistan. It's like, hey, we're not going to set up child visitation on a schedule. It's like when he has leave, you're going to give him the kids. And so when I would get back from deployment, and they lived in Texas at the time, so I fly to Texas to go to get. And then what she would do is she would hide the kids from me the entire time I was on leave, and I couldn't find the kids. She'd move them off to she'd move them around from. And I was traveling trying to go to her family's houses everywhere I do. She'd shuttle them around.
Right, and then you trying to do that. Let me guess. If you take
she called the cops on me.
Yep.
All the cops on you say that you're stalking her and all this.
Even though that was the court order for you to see him on your
I
leave.
like it's a whole game.
See, it's
Stalker. Hold on, let me get my shock face.
no.
I haven't played that game at all. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, your story is very similar to I want to say it was Lieutenant Colonel. Oh man, the name is just. I'm gonna have to go to my computer. Wait, you might stay. How long do you want to stay on the phone here?
I got time.
Let me just clarify for all of you internet sleuths out there. Is Mitch in Arizona? It's a one-party state. No, he was in Washington State, because in a minute we see his house. And I have talked to people that used to live in his house, and I verified, because that's what good investigative journalists do, that was indeed his house in Washington State. So nice try. No.
And I just sent you my contact information via text with email on there and everything else.
Yeah, okay. No worries. We'll stay in contact here. I'm just you got us getting coffee in
Here we go. This is his house. All right. I verified that this is indeed his house in Washington State.
Yeah,
Five people that live there.
It does, yeah.
I've spent a lot of money.
Oh my God, it's like a jump. Like a hoarder.
All right.
You're touching on something.
The call was never dropped. All right. Matter of fact, let's just show you guys this. I do have to get off here about 7:45 no matter what, but I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this of the actual call log that I have for this. All right. Pull up image file. I will go to downloads here. Let me see. So this is one. It's 59 minutes. This is the second call. This is the second call. This was not the first call. You guys can see it was at 3:38 p.m. Trying to see what we got there. 3:38 p.m. and that was a 59-minute call. We'll remove that. I'll show you the other one. We have this one right here. All right, so this one right here is at 12:49. It was an hour and 26 minutes.
Pause. This is proof that you can verify you talked to someone without doxing their phone number. Y'all see his phone number here? Because I'm still trying to figure out why would Miss Snow ask for a lawsuit, basically, with the doxing. You see what I mean when I say it's never necessary? This is how it's done. This is how you can verify, Candice, you dummy, you alien, who's American ignorant, that you can post up something to prove that you talked to the person and not dox their private information, like their phone number. You don't see his phone number listed anywhere in here. because Gary didn't need to do that. Not at all. This is crazy.
It's long. Let me just make sure I'm showing the right one. Yes. All right. So that was a total of 2 hours and 25 minutes. Of
Where's
phone
the
call.
metadata?
What is on this video is 1 hour and 55 minutes. So almost exactly 30 minutes of this video has been removed. So again, who's lying to you? It's not Gary. I wish I had recorded the phone call so I could know exactly what was edited out of there.
How do you know this? This frustrates me. It takes me getting to this level to finally get somebody who gets it. The government doesn't.
The government doesn't want to know that there are guys that were trained with U.S. tax dollars working for cartels. That is a shit optic story. That's
Yeah.
why that's
Oh, okay.
published in.
This is the part. All right. This is where he had told me about the cartels and all this other stuff. And that he was being recruited by cartels and everything else. You can see that there is a clear cut there because he told me a wazoo story. That's the truth. And also, you know, the conversely, like that is true. There are guys that are former special operators that are down working for the cartels and training cartel members. That's also true.
Freaking New York Times. You know what I mean?
Exactly correct. Yeah. And it's also not a, it's not a pretty story. It's not when you take to the FBI and the FBI goes, oh my gosh, let's check it out. No, they say, oh, give us the names and everything else like you're doing to me right now. And then the next time they come into the room, they're acting like they're going to arrest you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how dare you even mention this? Yeah. No, I've been through.
No, they're going to arrest you for lying like hell. No. Mitch, once again, you've proven that you're a moron, you idiot. No. The next time you go back, they'll arrest your ass for filing a false complaint and lying to the FBI. It is a felony to lie to federal investigators. Candice, just as much as it's a felony for you to impersonate one. You're not a federal or criminal investigator. And to the dumbass candy asses that keep asking, how do you count certified? How do you know that? If there's a law that says you are impersonating one and you shouldn't do that, then obviously there are steps to take to become a criminal and federal or indoor federal investigator. You need credentials. You know, because words are hard for these people. Yeah, go back to the FBI if you want to after lying to their face and giving them a false complaint, a false report, and see how well it goes for you.
Shit optic story. Yeah, shit optic. That's a good one. Good way to take it.
Well, that's I mean, we see that time and time again. There's a lot of, you know, there's.
I know, right? Candace never been to Georgia.
I really believe. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the assassination attempt on President Trump, right?
Yeah. Wait, what? When did that happen?
Assassination.
Seriously? They tried to, is that today? Oh my God. Fuck me. Yeah, no, yeah, of course. No. Yeah, no.
So we have Thomas Crooks
Yeah.
that has allegedly zero digital footprint, or very minimal digital footprint. So we have, you know, this.
Is it possible? Sure. Plausible? Absolutely not. Yeah.
And what I believe is that he was targeted, profiled, and recruited, radicalized, and weaponized online. And I think they know that. And I think there's a couple of different options there.
You're starting to get into that tinfoil hat MK Ultra thing that they're talking about.
I'm 100% tinfoil hat on the MK Ultra, and I think you know, so it's not like MK Ultra stopped.
You say tinfoil hat?
Trying to control people's minds.
Yeah, there was no break in the call.
Right?
Supposedly, yeah.
We've since perfected it, and I have a lot of good evidence with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that we don't know, the reason that
I agree,
the government hasn't shared that information with us is a couple of possible reasons. Number one, it was deep state brain to begin with, and you know, these people didn't like President Trump, so they elements within our own intelligence community targeted him by through the use of cover. You know, they're not going to say, "Oh, hey, you know, we're projects X wing out of the CIA." They're using, so either our own people did it, and or political actors did it, and or foreign adversaries did it. I think all of those are possible. All of those possible. Even if they knew that for a fact, they are not going to share that information because they don't want the public to know how easy this is. So it doesn't benefit the government to even let them know that that's possible. I think we can.
Yeah. How do you? Why do you want to make their victims aware? I got it.
Yeah. Well, let's just say they're on the up and up. Let's say the FBI and other intelligence agencies are like, oh my God, this was done by a foreign actor or whatever else. It still doesn't. It's kind of like a UAP program, right? Like you know, speaking of tinfoil hats, and I'm very into the UAP program. I know it's real.
Let me clarify.
Decided that it doesn't benefit.
There was 2 continuous phone calls. Great question. I didn't clarify that. There was 2 continuous phone calls. One, which we're still on, is the very first call. That was, again, it was an hour and 26 minutes long. One continuous phone call, no drops, no need to call, but there was no breaks in the conversation, nothing like that. The second call, which was, the first call was at 12:49. The second call, he called me back. All right, he called me at 3:38 p.m. It was 59 minutes long. 2 continuous phone calls. There was no breaks in between. We're only 33 minutes into this phone call. All right, there was no breaks in the call. But there's 30 minutes missing, almost exactly 30 minutes missing from the 2 calls. Good question. Glad to clarify.
Yeah, she could definitely be reported to the feds of impersonating. And I'll be honest, I mean, they have a way of getting your address and information, stuff like that. Honestly, I've seen it in one of her LLC registration information. So if they needed to do a background run on her to see where she is, they can actually get her address. But yes, she could be reported for impersonating an investigator. I just, like I said, I don't know why she keeps doing it. And her whole base thinks that, you what certificate do you get? Because they don't look this stuff up. And it's deplorable because her false assertion of authority on people is causing people to be doxxed and cyber harassed and bullied and threatened. And it's all because of what? She's just throwing names out there and she's demanding answers from these random people she's got a personal vendetta against. Whether it's from PragerU or Daily Wire or TPUSA, she's got this personal vendetta against these people. Not that they were even at the scene of the crime or they're with a weapon in their hand or would even be a viable option for a shooter. Like, she knows that. She's taking this opportunity to weaponize her personal vindication to rope people out of an alibi they don't owe her. And that's one of the reasons why she said that in that X-Space call. She knows she can't force people to do it, but yet her and her dumb simps and cult members are forcing people to do it. One of them even said, yes, you do. You owe somebody something. Okay, keep on with that energy. Keep that energy up. When your dumb ass gets named as a co-defendant and you got this idiot doing this whole narrative of asserting some false authority on someone as if she's investigating something. And the average reasonable person, I don't care about her code, the average reasonable person looking at all the posts, all the videos, this X-Space call, which to me is like the smoking gun of it all, would deduce that she's impersonating some investigator because she herself refers to being an investigator. And in the X-Space call, you had this simp, the Myron, what's his name? Myron Gaines, somebody talking about the benefit of being a criminal investigator, something she's not. Stop. She's not a criminal investigator. Mentioning federal investigators. She plays around with the CIA logo like it's hers. So now she's making money on this false narrative that she's an investigator. Using the CIA logo without their permission. So with all of that information, with all of the things that can be proven that she has said and done, the average reasonable person would definitely deduce she's impersonating an investigator, a federal investigator at that. And she's not one. So she should definitely be reported. And there's also a legal liability to where she could be sued. Because if someone has been, damaged or harmed, or they feel they were coerced and forced to have to give up an alibi because her simps are stupid. And they are okay with people being cyber harassed and cyberbullied, all these cyber crimes that happen because they believe they're owed something. Not only can she be held liable, but all her co-conspirators can be named as co-defendants. Just like that federal lawsuit, Candice, with that Papa Dump scheme. You and about 30 other people named in it. Yeah, same thing. When you're promoting Papa Dump schemes and you're showing us how much of a con artist and a fraud you are in something like that landed you in a federal lawsuit, I don't put anything else past her to what she's capable of asserting this false authority on someone and then forcing them to endure cyber harassment and bullying, defamation, and doxing at the hands of her so-called simps and wimps. All because she thinks she's owed an alibi because of her personal vindication. When I say that case can be laid out so plain and clear in a complaint, and I say make it a federal lawsuit because there's a violation of federal law with the impersonation. She wouldn't stand a chance. If I had to go in and testify, I will. Hell, please, Gary, if you need me to testify, I got your back. You can't make this. Candice, you got to comment, you idiot.
The UAP is at the that's drones, right?
Yep,
Oh,
she can be reported.
okay,
Report her ass.
It doesn't benefit.
She need to knock it out.
U.S. citizenry to know about it.
Right.
So there's no upside for them to know about it. So they're not going to give any information on it. And I think it's the same thing. And I think when we look at some of these other school shootings where they just kind of swept this stuff under the rug. When we look at Stephen Paddock from Las Vegas, I think these were test runs. I think these were people being targeted and being radicalized and weaponized online.
Can I add one of those names to your list?
Sure.
You really should look into. Yeah, you should have already picked up on it. Travis Decker.
Oh yeah.
There should be a whole thing about who killed Travis Decker. That's right up here in Wenatchee. And if you're up here in Washington, I don't know if you're in the north. Where are you?
I'm actually in West Virginia now.
Oh, lucky you.
This is my phone number from when I was still at. I actually still had a house in Yelm until I don't know, about 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the West Virginia. That's pretty territory up there. Guys, all they tease you about the banjo playing.
Gary's definitely suing this guy for leaking that call.
Here's the truth of it. West Virginia was the only state of the union I ever declared I would never live in.
Oh,
In 2008 or so, we were down on the way out North Carolina at Blackwater, doing a pre-deployment train up, and my team sergeant
Magnolia
came to visit. I was like, oh, hey, where's he coming from?
Right.
He's like, he's coming from West Virginia. I was like, that's Virginia. I would never fucking live in West Virginia. And then like 3 years later, I'm living in West Virginia. That's how that's the game Seattle plays with it.
God's a funny guy, isn't he?
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, you seem like a decent guy.
Going back to
folks, I'm trying to get through this. I got it playing on like 125. I might bump it up to 1.5 speed again. I want to make sure I get to all your questions, all the super chats. We will get there. I just want to get through this. And
going back to this is another one of those third rail stories that even if the U.S. government knows about it, it doesn't benefit.
My whole life is third rail story. Pretty much. I think that's going to be the book. Thank you. I think that's going to be the book name.
Third rails. What's the third rail story? Never mind.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man. No, I'd love to have you on. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you. Just my mind to these.
all true.
No, every time
all that was true, folks. I actually enjoyed talking to this guy. I knew he was lying about some things right there, but again, I didn't know how horrific things were until later on. I talked to his multiple wives, all of his children that he's never paid child support, all of his children that claim they witnessed abuse, that they witnessed psychological abuse constantly, that he constantly lied, all of these things. I didn't know what the monster I was talking to. I knew he was lying about some things at that point already, but I did enjoy him. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to have him on and I'm going to let people just decide for themselves whether this guy's telling the truth or not. I'm hoping he'll relay, the story of falling 80 feet off of a cliff and then, just going mountain climbing for 3 weeks to recover, I guess. And then I wanted him to tell the story about him burning bales and bales of drugs as, private snuffy. That's what I wanted. People would see that he's lying about Fort Huachuca too.
Here, Special Forces get online. The first thing I'm doing is I'm looking at fire digits.
I just want to say all I'm seeing so far is that you're somebody who reached out to ask some questions, doing actual investigative journalism.
Wait.
And you're
what's going on in the chat? Is it a misunderstanding? Lisa, what's going on? Hold on. Stop. Because I don't like for anybody to just be accused of being something or being someone, and I have no idea. I want to create an environment in this chat where we can ask questions and give each other information. If there's any discrepancy, ask questions. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. So I just asked you guys to I don't know what's happening here, but please don't just accuse someone of lying and attack them for it. I have no idea what's going on. Are we all good? All right, we're all good. I have no idea what's going on, and y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all I can't scroll all the way up to the top. As long as everybody's good, we're all good. Okay, cool. Let's get back to it.
Being genuine and having a conversation with somebody that answered the phone the same way you would with anyone that you're talking to. What is the problem here? Why is anything about this a problem?
It's
I
all
can tell you what the problem is.
It's all a spin. Go ahead.
The problem is that you're not being completely bombastic. You didn't sneak and record him and upload it out there and drag him, but rather it's very clear here in what we've heard so far that you're trying to be a straight shooter, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, trying to hear his story, give him a chance to talk. You let him talk. Lord knows he's been talking. But that's the problem, is that you did not do what other people would do, and you didn't behave the way that they would behave. Therefore, you are wrong. Therefore, you are bad, because you didn't drag him, because you didn't, bring all this other foolishness up, and you didn't expose him to the world when you could have or should have, because that's what they would have done.
Well, and the real problem here is that the truth goes against the narrative that they're trying to, the lies that they're trying to push. Yes. It completely challenges everything that they're saying and proves wrong everything that they're saying. That's the real sin I committed, is telling the truth against their lies.
Asking people, we know this guy, is he one of us? Yeah, I've done the whole Stone Valley thing, Guardians of the Green Beret. I've given them people. Yep. I totally get it. I also, if you're going to talk to Nate, tell him no harm, no foul. I mean, my missus, on the other hand, she's a little bit pissed at the guy. I wouldn't have him turn his back on her just yet, but she'll get over it.
Nate's again, you know how our people are.
Yeah.
We're all going to be extremely skeptical until we're not. And quite frankly, that's a reasonable approach. We know the last thing that we want is people within our own regiment or people outside of our regiment.
And I'll tell you, within the regiment, I'm a third rail, because I am a third rail. I'll tell you what, there's guys there. How you say it? Inconvenient truth bearer. I've just always been that way. I'm not gonna lie for anybody. And that, unfortunately, there's a lot of guys, especially in the military, who are yes men. Yeah, I ain't good with them.
I've always been a bit of a contrarian myself, so I can relate.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've done the whole flagpole, compete for soldier of the quarter and stuff like that. All the shiny boots and whatnot. But I wasn't in for the Scooby Snacks. I wasn't there to pin stuff up. I was there because I wanted an actual mission, and that's one of the things I got disappointed with most.
Yeah, so allegedly, I don't know. She's been hinting that she's going to talk about how the exposure of Mitch has backfired somehow. And look, I have no doubt that she's going to cut clips, edit clips, try to make me look bad. I don't care. Send everything that you got at me. The fact is, the truth is on our side. We're going to continue to expose these people. I don't care what you do to me. You're not stopping me, Candace. You're not going to stop me. All of you freaking people that are behind her, all of her downstreamers, keep saying, I don't care if half the United States, I don't care if 99% of the United States. The only people that I answer to is God and my family. So I don't care what you say about me. I really don't. I will lose everything just for the truth, because it's worth it.
Agreed. And remember,
I know that's right, honey. Yeah. Mitch, you idiot. Gary's already going to take you to court. Was it worth any of this? That little money you think you're raising and you're going to be able to keep? Nah. Did it $4,000 you getting from the VA? Nah. All of that falls under investigation. You're being sued. I don't care. Honestly, he doesn't have to release any personal information. What's going to come out in court is going to hurt him even more. And then he'll go out and decry the victim on that. Candice, this is all your fault. Because you allowed your personal vendetta to get ahead of you. Because you don't know how to come up with real content. Because you're not a true journalist. Because you're an evil, soulless skimp that is sitting here trying to destroy everything that you claim Charlie Kirk as a friend stood for. You're trying to single-handedly destroy it. And for what? Because you wanted a reunion with him on stage? This is not about you, you controlling piece of crap. And hopefully Gary names you as a co-defendant. And all those major hitters over there on X, they're giving him a hard time. And Gary, if you ever listen, shout out to you. Unless they're paying your mortgage or your rent, you owe them nothing. And I'm so glad to hear you say that. You don't owe them anything. Just put out the truth, put out the facts. Let the candy ass bots do whatever they're going to do, because they come up in here too. And they know I'm not stunning them. I don't care how they feel or what they think. They're brainwashed. So nothing you say is going to change their mind. It all has to come from their cult leader. And they refuse to ask her to post evidence to prove that she has 2 degrees. Or these court documents. Or that 18-minute video footage he claims that he has. Those things get lost in translation. Candice said she was going to post an 18-minute video footage, that the idiot Mitch Snow recorded. Where's that video? Has anyone seen that video? Let me not make an assumption. Has anyone seen that 18-minute video footage? Because Candice said she would post this up on her website. Candice, you lying heifer. All you do is lie. Where are the court documents in that 18-minute video footage? Because I haven't seen it. Candice is out here tripping. Thank you, S-Files. Thank you, Saint. Thank y'all for holding it down in the chat. I appreciate it. I have no idea what's going on. Sometimes I have to switch over to the actual screen that I'm looking at, and I can't see the chat from there. So if I'm looking at a YouTube video in StreamYard, I can't see both. So I appreciate it. Candice, yeah. Have you guys seen how the 18-minute video footage? I haven't seen it. No Reply says, to my understanding, that 18-minute video was an 18-minute accidental video that Mitch took while the phone was in his pocket, and it only recorded the audio. She won't even play that. She won't even post that up. She could post that up as a separate video on her YouTube channel. Candice will go on Twitter X Space, Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and then won't even put those videos on YouTube. And then here we are. And then they get mad when people have to sit here in the absence of evidence and make assumptions. Because Candice, that's what the hell you do, you heifer. That's what you do. So when we do it back to you, don't say nothing. You alien. Just sit there and take it. This girl says so much. Where's the evidence for those 2 degrees? Or that FBI text message, because you sent off talking about somebody that's coming after you. Any and everything she can do to get attention away from what actually happened with Charlie Kirk, which is Tyler Robinson shot him and killed him from over 160 yards away with a gun and a rifle and a bullet. That's what happened. And she wants to distract from that with all this other stuff. And you got this lying ass dude coming on here who's got more protection orders than anything, that refuses to divorce the woman he claims pulled his arm and dislocated it because of reasons. He has no bones. Also, you could bring Erica Kirk into this. That's some coward shit, Candice. Read a book, girl. Talk about anything else. What happened to America first? Candice does put a lot of attention into other countries or into just other things that are irrelevant. More than she does on real issues happening in the U.S. Because she wants these 2 to 3 million views per episode. The dumber this stuff gets, the more views she gets. And her bots and the candy asses come and confirm that she's doing all of this for views, likes, clicks, and subs. And for money. Because if she was not all about that, then she would just talk about other things that need to have light shed on it. Because she has a huge platform. But she doesn't want to do that. So Candice, post those court documents you claim Mitch gave you. And kick rocks. Because whether you like it or not, he's being sued, and I hope to God you're named as a co-defendant.
People that are meant to follow you and are meant to be here will be here. They will come. The people that
Exactly.
are not meant to be here will not be here.
Fort Chewbacca.
Exactly.
Something I got disappointed with more than anything, it was the importance of politics within the group. It was the start of the PC era, yeah, I wasn't well done with some of those. I had some problems. I had to call a guy out for being I don't want to offend you if you're gay or not, but back then you weren't supposed to be gay and be in the service. But if if that's your
is he
thing,
recording?
All right, Stormy and many of you other people, look, let me tell you something. I have people calling me a traitor. I have nothing but been dragged through the mud and my reputation smeared because I've been exposing the truth. So you know what? Go to your side of the argument.
This is how these idiots talk about common sense. Like, we can't say what we think. First Amendment rights and free speech is not one-sided. This is why I laugh at these clowns. This is why. And then they feed off of your reaction to them, right? They feed off of that. Oh, look at you. You're getting worked up. You're mad. No, y'all, the candy ass is a big man, right? Big man. Because they know damn well half of them don't want to be named as a Jane or John Doe in a lawsuit. And they have no point to prove. And Candice is failing like hell. Girl, you're going to catch a lot of lawsuits. You can't make this up. And the candy asses and the bots can't do a damn thing about it. See, the real test of that power they think they have comes in the form of what happens in the courts. And we all know how Candice conducts herself when it comes to litigation matters. She said herself, I don't like litigation. If you got to go to court, then you don't have an argument. No, we have an argument. We're just going to take it to court where everything really will be available to the public because court documents are available to the public. You don't go to court to keep things secret. You go to court for things to come out. And you don't care if the public sees it or not because the court documents are able to be accessed and viewed by the public unless it's sealed. You see, Candice, that's how it works in court. You'll find out the hard way after January 9th. I keep telling you all, the Macrons have shown us how it's done. Have I not been saying that for the last month and a half? The Macrons are showing us how it's done. Here's how you handle Candice, the dum-dum. Who wants gum-gum? This is how you do it. Take her ass to court. Name all those simps and whips right along with her. They'll learn. Oh, they'll learn. And they're not going to go to court and show their ass in front of a judge either. Best way to humble their ass. Take them to court. See how they go.
Go to the candy. Go look at all the stuff that people are saying, memes they're making out of me, the AI things. I think it's hilarious. You know what? But the fact is, all they've done is insulted me. They've provided no facts. They have provided no actual argument. All they do is insult me and try to smear me when I'm showing you proof that this guy has lied time and time again and has zero credibility. So don't even come at me with that nonsense.
It doesn't sound like it, but it's 2025. You never know.
There you go. No reply.
Oh, half the gay guys in San Francisco have kids. That ain't no explanation. Jesus.
Don't I always say the candy asses, you enter my chat at your own peril? There you go. No reply. There you go.
But no, I had to call a guy out. He was stalking me and others, and he was part of our class. His name was Jimmy Walker. I'm gonna look him up. And back then, I got in trouble for wanting to just. I didn't want to be on the same team as him. Didn't want to be in the same group. Everybody kept asking me. Finally, they pressed it out of me. I had to tell the team. God, what was his name? Bruce Ring, big tough guy back then, great team sergeant. Until this issue came up, and then, well, some guys are tough in front of bullets and jumping out of planes and stuff, and then they get in front of political issues like this, and they're not. How do you say? They melt like little pansies, man. And if you are actually SF, and we'll check you out. I don't know. We'll see. That the guys, the team room atmosphere, I used to describe it as they were worse than a group of old hens, group of old ladies gossiping in church. Son of a bitch, man. These guys. So. Oh yeah,
I said the day after this video. It might even been that night I did a live stream. I told everybody that I talked to Mitch. I've said it on multiple live streams. I spent 2.5 hours on the phone with him. This is no secret, folks.
Something, and was part of the Clinton administration, and I had to call him out. I didn't want to. It was the whole don't ask, don't tell, but he made it pretty apparent. So rather than kill the guy and get in trouble for it, I tried to do the right thing and just asked to change me to a different group. I'd like to, before this blows up into the next, gay beret incident or something, I'd like to go work somewhere else. And no, they blew it up like crazy. It went all the way to the freaking administration and back. And they took his side. They tried to claim, he wasn't gay. Lying sons of bitches.
What are we talking about?
Man, you fast forward to tonight.
Yeah, he's talking about. What he's
Jimmy Walker is in the gay parade in Seattle wearing his beret on the front freaking paper. Okay, and now he's writing books and colleges talking about how you guys all at First Group gave him PTSD and treated him so badly for being gay. And I can't win for losing. He's making money off this stupid shit. But yeah, third rail. Yeah, I might just adopt that name. I don't know.
That's hilarious. Well, yeah, man. Now listen, it was
God
really
bless you too. Don't stop. Everything's all good with you.
I will be your biggest advocate, and
only if I check out. You vet the shit out of me. I dare you to.
That's what I was getting ready to say. You check out. I'll be your biggest advocate, and either way, I'd love to have you on. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, you can tell him I called him a big faggot with those jazz hands he's swinging around all the time.
Why is he saying these terms? Oh my God, y'all, listen. Oh Lord, how did we get to this conversation again? He said some dude tried to get some, and yet, Boys Club and his video he did with Candice is all over his screen on the computer screen. Oh, it's coming up. You can't make this stuff up. Candice, it seems like Mitch would have a problem with Boys Club. Obviously, Mitch does not know that George Farmer has had another whole grown man allege that he tried to essay him. He must have missed that memo. You can't. Candace. So Mitch Snow would never want to meet George Farmer? Is that what you're telling me?
And I know that his sergeant major was Richard Simmons. Just by looking about how he talks about big guys all the time, And he's just on short guys, yeah. And then he's hanging around with his prison sex partners, JD DeLay. Yeah, all right. A little bit suspect. And it makes more sense that he's from First Group. You tell him I said that. Behind
What's he talking about?
All right. No, it's really been.
He's talking about Nate
Oh
from
my
Valhalla.
God.
Thank you for reaching out. Honestly.
Yeah, man. No, that's what I thought was the right thing to do. Reach out to you directly and not
Yeah, I can go ahead and name drop a bunch of people. Me and Nate Chapman, for instance, we were good buddies. We graduated Robbins H together. We went through the
what's he name dropping?
Dinner, the SF dinner and stuff together. But First Group, the wonderful people that I didn't even send a rep for us. So it was me, Nate, and Tom West who sat there drinking the champagne. So because there was only three of us, we had a whole bunch of extra champagne that all the other guys wanted.
Thank you, Gary. I'm so glad you sped this up.
Dinner. But yeah, no, I can name drop all day long. I know the people, places, things.
Awesome.
People, places, things.
If you want to send me a DD14, I'll check that out.
Oh, he said, I know people, places, and things. So he knows nouns.
No, like I said, I'm here to be your biggest advocate.
Do you want my social security number on there? Can I trust you with that, or are you going to redact it?
I'm not going to show even a DD14. You can. I think probably I have social on this thing.
He said, I know people's places and things.
They got my social on that thing.
Hold on, the audio's still going. There we go.
This is insane. Candice, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for this. This is just shameful. Oh. Then had the audacity to get mad because people talking about this line ass getting.
So you were in all the business. You signed up afterwards. After 9/11?
What happened a couple days. I was in recruit station. I was at 101st.
Is he wearing a Hawaiian shirt?
Team leader during the time came back.
Oh, did you know Tung Nguyen?
Tung Nguyen.
Mm-hmm.
No, the name doesn't sound familiar, but dude, I'm fucking terrible with names.
Oh, you wouldn't know this guy. This guy was he was like autistic Vietnamese dude. He had an incredible history. He died. Friendly fire is what it sounds like. Friendly mortar fire. Just a bad incident. The guy was, when it came to guns, the guy was a nutcase. I can tell you a whole story about it. But no, Tung Nguyen was a good friend of mine. He was sniper team also during that time.
Lord, he's showing us his nasty ass feet.
That was a real loss too.
Ew.
Yeah, I was with the 27th Infantry at the time, and then when I came back from that the initial deployment to Iraq,
look at his gross feet.
Went SF and was in Q course from 2005 to 2006, and then went to First Group, and then went on 3 more combat deployments and multiple training tours, Philippines, Asia, all the things.
I don't know how the strip clubs were. I can tell you a whole thing about the first Gulf War, in training, and they were asking for people to come back. And if you were at Fort Bragg while they were deployed, they always said that there were no women available at Fort Bragg before we went.
Now look at them ugly, nasty ass pale feet. Looks like 5 little piggies just screaming for help. I can guarantee you that second toe would probably call 911 on its own if it could.
Because it's like what 8 guys to every woman there.
Something like that.
Yeah, there was a little bit of competition. And Rick's, I think it was Rick's, right? The strip club there. It was like a strip club right there on the main drag or something. I think it was Rick's.
I don't know.
Every place at Fayetteville was strip club. Like even you go out to breakfast and it was topless. Yeah, you couldn't go out to breakfast with your family without it being a topless joint. So what an incredible time that was before 9/11, way back when. But yeah,
while I was there, at the time, I started dating a woman that's not my wife.
I know, right? What a star is that?
Oh, wow, that's fun.
I don't know when the last time you've been back to Bragg, the place has changed.
It's been a while. I've heard it's Kansas City.
They are. Anyone that's at 7K or I've sold out or TPUSA has directed me, auto ban.
They still saying that over there. You can't make this up.
Yeah, the point being, there were guys that hadn't.
Them coat members learned with me.
Come back from the 82nd, the main body hadn't come back yet. And if you went out to the bars then at that time, it was.
God, did he say he broke his feet, every bone in his body? How he able to move his leg around like this? Candice, your so-called little informant here is a whole clown and a little goof. This little goof said he broke bones in his feet. Y'all, you see what happens when you lie like hell, Candice? You and dumbass Mitch.
Pack with women. When I say pack, I mean like sardine can pack. And if you were a guy that was in pretty good shape there, you had girls coming up to you buying you drinks and saying, "Hey, can I take you home?" Now, as a young guy,
I can imagine what the bottom of their feet look like.
I'm thinking, wow, I don't know what they were talking about. There's a lot of women around this place. What? And they seem to be pretty well off and not too needy.
Yeah, he's talking about.
We got plenty of allies.
But
nice thing.
I was literally in a bar with
not just me.
And it had a disco light, a little band playing on a race stand there. It was packed. And then all of a sudden they stopped the music. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. 82nd Airborne, confirmed. Touchdown on the tarmac. Ladies and gentlemen, especially you ladies, you've got people you're expecting to come home. They're on the ground right now.
What is wrong with this guy? This is not normal.
Very odd story.
I mean, what is happening right now?
That has nothing to do with nothing.
I'm going to go on a limb. I bet you this guy has some crazy ADHD. Because, I mean, he is like,
at the very least.
He is on all.
Imagine Mitch and Candice having a phone conversation. And somehow out of that phone conversation, she's telling him he needs to be able to identify Captain Phillips, Erica Kirk, a congressman, and Brian Harper. Can you imagine how long it probably took for them to come up with that little plan? That conversation had to take course over at least 2 or 3 days because there is no way they planned on anything within one conversation within an hour. He is going off on a tangent on everything. And I highly doubt Candice sat down and listened to all this BS. She probably had to tell him a couple times, okay, we're getting off tension here. We got to get back to my plot.
Cylinders. And he just hasn't stopped.
Candice, this is
all you've already said, like, it's good talking to you. He kind of like signed off like 5-10 minutes ago. He just talks.
Before there's a little chewing gum wrapper spinning around on the floor, and oh yeah, it just became empty. And then from then on, they were empty from then on too. Of course, that started the whole epidemic of guys coming home to shoot. We had one guy at training group there. He came.
Yeah, and on top of that, I don't know if he cut it out or if it comes later. All right. At one point, I tell him, "Look, I will be your biggest advocate, but if I find out that you're lying, all right, I will hold you to task." I don't remember what I said exactly. I will call you out. All right. And I found out that he was lying, and I found out a whole lot of other things that is relevant to. I don't care about the fact. I mean, again, I do. All right. Yeah, he's abusive. He's a liar. But the point is that his credibility is gone because he lies to everybody so much. It's not. He lies even when he doesn't need to. I found multiple different documents where he has said that he's an 18 Delta, a medic, as opposed to an 18 Charlie. All right. That is what he has said, and many times. So this guy can't help himself but lie.
I want to say it wasn't Rambo. Was it Rambo or something like that? He came home literally to find his team captain going at it with his wife inside of his bedroom. And he went ahead and ventilated that guy's asshole a little bit with a little bit of gunfire as he jumped out the window. I don't think he got trouble for it though. I think the captain got kicked out. I think he had to do a little bit of time in the mental ward and got a divorce. I was back when they treated us decent, I guess. But yeah, that's up. What do you do?
What do you do? Well, listen, man, there's a real pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, another story we can't tell online, otherwise you're gonna get yourself canceled. Sorry.
Oh, I do care. I care the fact that I've been told that I'm a liar, that I'm a fed, that I have been directed by TPUSA, that I am, a traitor to my country. I have been defamed by some of the largest platforms on the face of the planet. Yeah, you better believe lawsuits are coming, without a doubt. Charges are coming for this. This is illegal. All right. He shared this content. And then what they did is they took that content that was illegal to begin with. They manipulated it, edited it to make me look bad, which doesn't. But yeah, I'm going to hold them accountable. They broke the law. I thought this was what this was all about, like holding people accountable. They broke the law. No, yeah, I know.
Yeah, these dumbass candy ass cult members and these bots and these sock puppets and whatever else, stick men, whatever they turned it as, they don't care because they know they don't have to go to court. See, they think they get to hide behind a profile. That's not how that works. Let's say a subpoena comes from the court and you're given the authority to find out who these people are behind the scenes. You can be discovered. And YouTube would cooperate. They would give up whatever information they can give up to help to abide by that subpoena, to have you unmasked if necessary. This is not something that's foreign. So all these sock puppets and fake ass accounts and all this other nonsense, don't think this stuff goes unnoticed. See, when I say that you come at your own peril into my chat, I mean what the hell I say. Now, F around and find out the hard way. Gary should not be going through this. Paramount Tactical has done nothing but present evidence. In fact, he had a conversation with this guy. I didn't even know he had a conversation with him until, yesterday? Day before, when it came out that it was recorded. He wasn't going to do this. He wasn't going to put this dude out here. He still didn't. He could have put out his phone number when he showed us how long these calls were. And he still didn't do that. You know why? Because it's illegal. So they don't want to hold their cult leader accountable. I just say, why not just go out, move out of our continent, just leave the continent of North America. Go full-blown Jim Jones. Go buy some land. Start your own commune. You can keep your cult alive. Hell, start your own country. Just get the hell out of ours. If you don't care about our laws, you don't care about the rights and protections of others, get the F out. The United States of America does not need Candice the alien, who's American ignorant. She's not necessary here in our country. But if she's going to be here, the laws will apply to her across the board as well as everyone else. Just like the right to free speech and expression, to give opinions and everything else. I don't give a damn if no one can define the word hating because they weaponize that term. Or you're hating or you're insulting her. I don't give a damn how she feels. Me nor my Luxters, my mods, we don't care how Candace feels. And as long as she continues to not give a damn about anyone else, fair game. If she can't take it, she should not dish it. The word of the month is hypocrisy. And her thinking that this is all one-sided is the epitome of hypocrisy. So to the candy asses, I don't expect you to be able to keep up with complex terms and definitions and concepts. I expect you to say the nonsense you say in this chat here to Gary. That's to be expected. But if you don't care about what we say about your cult leader, then why sit here and get upset about it? If it doesn't bother you when we criticize her, then why are you responding? You see how we can play this game as well. If the candy ass cult members and the bots and the sock puppets and all of that do not care, if it doesn't bother them about us criticizing their cult leader, then why the hell are you taking time to even respond? Yeah, we'll let that ponder and simmer for a minute. Can't make this up.
And remember, everyone listening and whoever clips this and whatever happens, always remember, doxing is a crime. And
It
you're
is.
not doxing that also took place in
Doxing
here?
is a crime.
He doxed me.
Here
Yep.
is- Oh,
What is
okay.
monetized?
But it's okay.
Gary, no, it's been good talking to you too. Thank you for reaching out. You tell Nate. You know, I'm gonna get him a little bit harassed, but no, I would be proud to speak with him or anybody else.
Me too,
You
Melinda.
gotta let Candace do her thing though first. There's important stuff coming out. You do understand the implications, right?
Oh, I understand the implications. This is quite big.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know what else to say. It was just yeah, wrong place, wrong time. Or right place, right time.
And how you look at it.
And you know, you and I, we can look around the room and know which veterans are have a little bit different sheen, even if they're in civilian clothing. These people stuck out, you know. That one had my ex-wife's eyes. You know, they're really creepy. So I didn't mean for this. I meant for this just to be a tip. Hey, you might want to check it out and see if, yeah, where these people were the day before, because I think they were there. And I had no idea Miss Candace Owens was going to go ahead and blurt out my whole life story that I tried to get to her in about the same amount of times I've ever talked to you. And yeah,
yeah, Gary sped it up.
It's been real quiet, so we're happy for that, guys. Yeah, hasn't got me a cup of coffee yet. Yeah.
Well, like I said, man, like you know, you're right. Well, what matters is the proof, and if
I could be mistaken.
That's the person that put out the information.
That's what it comes down to.
With doxing from somebody like Candice, whether she puts it out or not, she either directs or condones the behavior on her behalf. So, like the X-Space call, you got those simps and wimps sitting here talking about, oh no, you do have to give an alibi. Actually, you do. You know, the lady that sounded like she was on meth. Ooh, child. Them hard drugs going on in Candyland and something else. When she made that statement, what she was saying is that people still owe an alibi for something that wouldn't even be directly beneficial to her. It would only benefit Candice Owens. You know, the one that George Farmer said he has no idea what personality is going to come out. Oh, Lord, because she's multiple women. But she's the one that wants the alibi. She's the one bringing forth these dumb allegations where she thinks people have to give her an alibi. So for them to even say that on her behalf, and she doesn't say anything to correct them, to say, no, I don't want anyone thinking I'm demanding anything. If they choose to ignore me, they will ignore me. Then the other simp came behind her saying, well, you know, then you get all the criticism. You should expect all the stuff coming your way if you don't. Okay, keep on talking. Keep that energy up, you idiot. What they're doing is they're purporting and perpetuating this behavior on her behalf, at the behest of Candice. And she's saying, yes, exactly. She's agreed to this stuff. That would make her a co-conspirator. Because she knowingly and willfully participated in that act. So the person who puts it out, it depends on whether they were simply someone putting it out and they were directed, or they took the time to research this information, get it themselves, and then they put it out. Oftentimes it comes down to intent. Because it's not hard to prove someone put out information they should not have put out. That could just be, here's the post, to just prove that the act was done. It really comes to the intent and the motive of why they did it. And if Candice is having these people do this because she thinks she's somehow a federal or criminal investigator, which is a felony in and of itself, she's putting out this false assertion of authority on people and have people believe she's an actual investigator, a criminal investigator, or federal investigator. That would be the intent and purposes to which she feels like she can force somebody to give an alibi or cyberbully and harass them to death to do it. So the act that it was put out wouldn't be hard to prove. That's just direct evidence. The intent and the motive to it is what it really comes down to, especially when you're proving damages. Why did they do this? Because obviously, Mitch did not have to put out this video. He didn't have to put out his phone number. He didn't have to do any of that. So what was his intention and motive for doing it in the first place? And that is what Gary is going to have to show the courts. And in a civil proceeding, the burden to meet is a preponderance of the evidence. It just needs to be 51% convincing. It's not even that high. Even if it were a federal lawsuit, only in a criminal matter is it beyond a reasonable doubt. In a civil procedure, it's a preponderance of the evidence. Is it more likely than not that they did this and the intent was to do this to defame, to harass, to bully, to dox, to humiliate, to embarrass him, to shame him. What was the intent too? So I don't think it would be hard for him to prove that. Those are the people that get held accountable. That's why Candace should be named as a co-conspirator. Name her as a co-defendant. Go get her.
That's what I've been for this weekend.
Oh yeah.
I want to know what really happened.
I hope that answers your question.
You still find that I'm not credible is because you ain't asked for the documentation. I'll back it up. And if I could have been wearing a camera on my eyes at that point, I would love to. I need to invest in that kind of stuff. Where's the anyway?
I didn't get you some better glasses.
Hey, Gary.
I got a guy there, but they only work with freaking Facebook, and I hate that shit. So, Gary, get out of here.
Candace is the new Jerry Springer.
I'll shoot you off documents. How many documents you want? What do you want?
You know, your DD-214, if you want to throw anything else in there, you want to. And additional duties.
Sure.
You know, whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not going to dox you no matter what. It's not like, hey, this guy's a complete liar. I'm not going to put your information out there. I'm not,
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I've already had my stuff. Like, it's been, my house been ransacked, my stuff been stolen. And the one thing that they were after is the one folder I have. The only reason they
Even right there, I said, look, even if I say that this guy's a complete liar, he knows what's up.
Very, not very loving looking book.
I don't even want to change it for you because I don't want, like, if we know.
Yeah, but I got the microfiches and everything. We just don't have anybody that has microfiche anymore.
Yeah. Like I said, man, all I want to do is confirm, deny the truth. That's it.
Okay.
And I'm not.
No, I think you'll find them pretty damn credible. Yep. And if there's something in between, you guys want to question, all right, you go ahead, question.
Yeah.
I can't help it. I saw it.
I appreciate you being so forthcoming. Yeah, that was great talking to you. Really was.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, good talking to you, Greg. All right, you have a good
All
one.
right, Mitch. You too, buddy.
All right.
Gary didn't call back. He called me back.
What was the timestamp? What was the timestamp where it goes to a new one?
I don't even know where that ring came from. Hold on, let me just make sure that's accurate. If I remembered wrong. I'm sorry. What'd you say about
Okay,
the
well, when it cuts off, like when the video cuts off, what is the exact time that the video is on? Because you have your call time for the first call.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I've already had my stuff. Like, it's been, my house been ransacked, my stuff been stolen. And the one thing they were after is the one folder I have. The only reason they did take that because.
Let me see. Okay, so at 55 minutes. That first call was an hour and 26 minutes. So that's where
no. Wow.
So that's where the 30 minutes went.
Good.
I guess I did call him back. I swear he called me.
And I mean, this started was this whole thing with Charlie happened. We were flooded with everything from palm gun to camera gun to I don't know how much you know about that. You know, stuff.
Yeah, some of that stuff. I think the latest theory is something about
Yeah, I did call him.
Coleman?
An outgoing call.
Yeah, something about the fragments. And I don't know. I don't have any opinion on that stuff really. I mean, I could. You know, what was your own West, by the way?
Did he say why he called him back?
You seem more intelligent than that. You just like guns, really? You're the gun guy? Okay, all right. No, Tongue win. He was a gun guy too. That guy was in that case.
Did I miss the part where Gary explained why Mitch called him back? Why did he call him back? I don't understand. Maybe I missed that part.
His barracks room. The guy was actually he was shooting inside the team rooms to test out his silence.
You know, right, Kayla? He keep putting the camera on his feet.
Yeah, he was doing it inside. He sneak around. He pulled me in. Hey, check this out. He pulled me inside. And I could smell the gunfire. I'm like, what are you doing, buddy? Toop. He's hitting sandbags on the wall as his team was out doing something. Anyway.
Probably had it.
You
Probably.
know, and again, just to be completely transparent with you.
Yeah, you're I can see you're coming out. I'm looking you up now. So I see where you're coming from.
Here's my whole stance on this. This is I just want you to know this. So again, when Charlie Kirk was first killed, I was a huge fan of Charlie Kirk. I've had a podcast talking about conservative politics for a really long time. And then and suddenly we're flooded with all of this craziness. We're the phone guns. We didn't even have a quote unquote official narrative at the time. You know what I mean? This is before Charlie documents came out. All the things that we have now.
Yeah.
And so the only thing that I did originally was like,
oh no. Y'all got comment of the day, y'all. That's it. Y'all got comment of the day. Young 2.0. Can y'all shout out Young 2.0 in the chat? You got comment of the day, buddy. Young 2.0 saying Mitch got the Tyrone Biggles feet. My feet are strong. Oh my God. Oh, this is priceless. Oh, Tyrone Biggums, boy, that takes me back. I'm not even going to lie. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. Dave Chappelle, to me, is one of the funniest comedians ever. It's like, Bernie Mac, Cat Williams, Dave Chappelle, like in that order. Oh my good Lord. Bruce, like just funny guys because they're just naturally funny. You can't make this up. You got the Tyrone Biggums feet, y'all. Oh, that takes me back. That takes me back.
Okay, look, guys. This wasn't a phone gun. Here's why. This wasn't a camera gun. And here's why. It wasn't an iPhone gun. It wasn't drones flying around shooting people. And immediately, I was like, these were clearly bot attacks, by the way. So these people were saying, "Oh, this is before again. There was no FBI narrative at the time. We were still. This is like the week. 1 week into this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Suddenly it's like you're a Zionist. You're a Zionist. You're paid by Israel. You're a Fed.
All this is true.
Of this fucking craziness. And then we started coming out with these other.
Well, I think actually, if you step back there was a little something that went on there just before that too. I think it was not Tucker Carlson, Lindsey Graham, and that other television host, I forget his name, where they did this very non-organic force thing where they were holding up signs and saying Tucker Carlson isn't MAGA. I don't know if you remember that, but that about the same time frame. I remember seeing that stuff. I understand that you're getting at the fracturing of stuff, and I understand. Go ahead.
And my point is one is the truth, and here's what I see as an underlying thing that's going on, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, is Candace has bad blood with TPUSA. I think that's a fair assessment.
That's about the understatement of the century, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. And when she jumps in here and starts saying, "Oh, because Mikey McCoy and some of these other people," she like Candace immediately wrote off the idea that there was Tyler Robinson was the shooter, all the other things. And she was jumping from narrative to narrative to narrative.
All true.
And all of those came back to three things that Candace always disliked. And that was
Not them
USA,
recording
Israel,
Candace
and
Owens.
French.
Oh no.
Again, I don't know how much.
What is that on the screen?
That was my.
That was your account?
Yeah.
On all this stuff.
Oh.
To the previous.
Yeah, some of it because I am familiar a little bit with that.
Well, hold on.
To narrative.
All true.
And all of those came back to three things that Candace always disliked. And that was
Not them
USA,
recording
Israel,
Candace
and
Owens.
French.
Oh no.
Again, I don't know how much.
What is that on the screen?
That was my.
That was your account?
Yeah.
On all this stuff.
Oh.
To the previous.
You gotta be. He put his account up, or she talking about the actual internet? YouTube channel.
Here's what I see as an underlying thing that's going on, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, is Candace has bad blood with TPUSA. I think that's a fair assessment.
That's about the understatement of the century, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. And when she jumps in here, and
he
starts
agreed
saying,
to that.
"Oh, because Mikey McCoy and some of these other people," she Candace immediately wrote off the idea that there was Tyler Robinson was the shooter, all the other things. And she was jumping from narrative to narrative to narrative.
All true.
And all of those came back to three things that Candace always disliked. And that was
Not them
USA,
recording
Israel,
Candace
and
Owens.
French.
Oh no.
Again, I don't know how much.
What is that on the screen?
That was my.
That was your account?
Did y'all see that? He's got a camera behind him. He was recording himself, recording the computer screen.
Yeah.
Let's pull this up.
And when she jumps in here and starts saying, "Oh, because Mikey McCoy and some of these other people," she Candace immediately wrote off the idea that there was Tyler Robinson was the shooter, all the other things. And she was jumping from narrative to narrative to narrative.
Look, isn't that him sitting here? Oh no, that's his backdrop. Okay. I was like, I know damn well he's not recording himself, recording Gary. Oh, okay. I had to clarify that. All right.
All true.
And all of those came back to three things that Candace always disliked. And that was
Not them
USA,
recording
Israel,
Candace
and
Owens.
French.
Oh no.
Again, I don't know how much.
What is that on the screen?
That was my.
That was your account?
Yeah.
On all this stuff.
Oh.
To the previous.
Yeah, some of it because I am familiar a little bit with I didn't join the French Foreign League. I considered it,
So did I actually at one point.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that flag in the backdrop when he was on that squabble with Candice? Y'all remember this flag? That's a part of his backdrop. You can't make this up.
So I do know
He was instructed to change the way
so
he
one
was
of our trainers
recording.
from the 300 F1 course
Maybe.
was
No.
Master Chief Jones, and he is actually one of the people mentioned in the book.
Exactly.
What is it? Mouthful of Rocks. It's a legendary book about French Foreign Legion. And that guy had an incredible story. He really crazy, and he would tell us about it. I know a little bit about it. I think some.
Can I ask you a
I
question?
really don't have a whole lot of opinion.
What was the name of the author? Did he say?
Oh, I don't know. You want me to go back?
Okay, I just it's okay because I don't want to take. I know you have somewhere to be.
Yeah.
But
I don't know how much
I just
you read up on all this stuff or you paid attention to the previous.
Yeah, some of it because I mean I am familiar a little bit with the. I mean I didn't join the French Foreign Legion. I considered it.
So did I actually at one point.
Yeah, so I do know. So one of our trainers from the 300 F1 course was Master Chief Jones, and he is actually one of the people mentioned in the book. Was it Mouthful of Rocks? Yeah, it's
mentioned
legendary
in the book.
about
Sorry,
French Foreign Legion.
I thought he
and
said
that
he was the
guy had
author
an
of the
incredible
book.
story. He really crazy. And he would tell us about it. I know a little bit about it.
I used to get to
I think some. I really don't have a whole lot of opinions about a lot of stuff. I mean, I know possibilities. I think all possibilities should be considered. You know, until
I 100%.
Hey, Uncle Mo.
That's I'm 100% in agreement with you. My concern is that Candace has been exploited by political and or foreign adversaries. Is one of the things that it's hard to get away from. Regardless what you feel about the
Just wait for the
Trump
next
administration or
one
whatever
she shows.
else, is that
big supporter of him, by the way. I'm one of the first supporters.
Awesome.
I've supported. As a matter of fact, I went to war with most of the guys in the SF Brotherhood on Facebook page there. I'm the reason that they said you can't talk politics in there anymore.
This guy's
Because
so
they
hard
got
to
their
talk
asses handed to them.
too because he
I
just
was-
cuts in
me
with the
and
every
Landon
time.
Valentine, the guy.
Shout out to Uncle Mo TV, you all fantastic content creator, along with Information Man Show, who stopped by earlier. Can we get Uncle Mo TV's YouTube channel link in the chat? Shout out to you, honey. How you doing? Good evening to you.
I mentioned before, we're the first to speak up in that room and to be Trump supporters, and that was back in 2012, something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, way back when.
So my point is
Go ahead.
I feel like Candace is being exploited, and I feel like part of this is a personal vendetta for Candace. And by the way, I loved Candace.
Yeah.
And then the other
I
problem
highly
I
doubt
have
it, Caleb.
with what she has done is she has accused a lot of people without evidence. And I also feel like what it's doing is it's distracting us away from what's really taking place. And I think there's something larger at play here. I think to me it's pretty obvious. Some of the bot attacks, things that are being promoted within the internet.
Sorry.
And
I'm actually clicking on your video in the background. Sorry.
nice.
Go ahead.
And I've also Candace has definitely omitted
What?
a lot of
Wait.
information. Like, for
Why is he doing this? Why is the idiot doing this right now? He knows he's recording this call and he should not be. Why is he playing this video in the background and showing us his computer screen? Who takes time? Who thinks like this? Let me take time to show the backdrop of his video in my video I'm recording in real time while I talk to him on the phone. Why is he doing this? This is so weird. It's so stupid. What's the purpose?
If you're watching my video where I said Candace is lying, she intentionally says that you have to scale the roof like Spider-Man. That's not true. She's never.
He said he would look Gary up, didn't he?
I don't know. Again, like you see how this whole thing with Tyler Robinson is plausible because it was fairly simple. With that being said, when you're saying that the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and the United States are all
What is he doing that for?
It starts becoming a lot less plausible.
Right.
And maybe
Yeah, see what he doing? He's just clicking along the video. What is he doing that for? What am I looking at? That's why I don't understand what he's doing. Candace not being exploited. No, Candace know exactly what she's doing. Yeah, no, she know exactly what she's doing. She might be being manipulated by people who are handling her or who are also other chaos agents who are assets, but she is not being taken advantage of. Yeah, that I agree to. She knows what she's doing. Candice, you are bad at this, girl. This still didn't cut it. You're bad at this, Candace. You're horrible at this. You're not a journalist. You're not a better criminal investigator. You're a gossiper that stirs up BS because of your personal vindication. And look at this unholy mess you brought upon us. And thankfully, Mitch is about to catch it from Gary. No one has time to play around with being doxxed. This man has had his number leaked out to the public. You can't make this up. And for what? Because Mitch Snow is a damn lying ass piece of crap. This is madness. Why is he doing that with this video? Candy Bucks. He said he got banned from talking politics on Special Forces page. Problems, he said, for supporting Trump in 2012. Wow. Them citizens in girlfriend houses. The doxing show too. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, he's just scanning through the videos like this, and he's not watching. Like, why are you doing it? My whole thing is, why are you doing it right now? And why are you just, if you're trying to figure out who Gary Paramount Tactical is, wouldn't you just go to his YouTube page? Why go into these individual videos like this and just click through like that? And you're doing it now while you're recording a call with him. All of that is going to be picked up. It's not like he can listen to it. That's my whole point. He can't watch the video in real time. He can't hear what's being said. So why do that? Candice, you sure know how to pick these idiots out of a lineup.
And I'm open to it. Look, I think our government is corrupt. I think, but at the end of the day, what I want is the truth. And I went to UDU to see what was going on there. I did a 3D model.
This is so weird.
A survey and drone to actually model the place, and I paid for the model itself, so that people can. And I gave that away for free, so I didn't go on there and take a look at the way shooters in different spots, figure out what's possible, what's true, what's not.
Oh, you were going to set up a 3D model to try to reenact the scene and CSI it from I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I did. And I gave that. So here's what happened. I spent thousands of bucks traveling there. I spent thousands of dollars, my own money, with a 3D model surveyor with a drone to map that place. And then when I got back, I spent a bunch of money in addition to another guy named CJ Correnti. He had a model. What we didn't have was where the Charlie set up, right? So we didn't have 10. We had Charlie. We had everything from that day from the scan. And he spent tens of thousands.
Mitch ran circles around me.
Charlie in the right spot. That model is plus or minus like 1 inch. That's how to scale and accurate it is. So look at a lot, and then I gave that away. I just made it public. People can download it. There's 2 different versions of it. There's a Blender version, which is 3D modeling software. And what that allowed us to do is, just like you said, you can okay, there's a guy saying, oh, there was a shooter over in this position. Well, just looking at it from Google Earth and imagery, I'm like, and there's not a line of sight from that position. I just know it, but I can't prove it. So what we did was we got the model, and then people can put shooters in that position. You can see from that position whether or not it was real and was not. At the end of the day, I want the truth. That's what I want, and I think that's really important. And I think there's some things that are happening that I think there's a lot of psychological operations taking place right now. I think some of those are political, some of those are possibly being portrayed by foreign adversaries because they don't want the Trump administration. And what this has done is it's put a lot of doubt on the current Trump administration. And I do think that some of the things that are being said and being done are going to greatly affect the midterms and greatly affect 2028. And I think you and I can agree the last thing that we want is I'm okay holding the government accountable. I want to hold the government accountable no matter what. I
get where you're coming from. And
if they were involved in this, I'll be the first one to say, let's try these guys. I also don't want to be tricked by social media personalities because they're pushing something because of a vendetta, and I don't want to be tricked by political forces, and I don't want to be tricked by foreign adversaries that are trying to make it to where we have a weaker United States.
I did say that, and I realized I misremembered.
That's my motivation.
I mean, I don't know. I put it up on the screen.
I hear you. Sound like,
and again, I'm looking at the call. It was me that called him back. I forgot.
My bad. You come on your show or something. I get that. And you've already had questions. Anytime somebody says SF on the air, every one of us gets in our gruff and starts hunting down every single teammate he's ever had. I get it. When it comes to these politics, just like you said, I mean, on one hand, I hear what you're saying. There's Candace Owens, and she's got her angle with things. She's got her stuff, and she's claiming, conspiracies and foreign involvement and stuff like that. And then on the same hand, you're over here, and you're claiming, that she's probably under influence of foreign governments and conspiracies and everything else. And I see you both here. I hope you understand. It's not a
and that's what I want you to understand. Yeah. And at the end of the day, like the truth is what's important. And
you know what I say? I got no fucks to give.
I don't think she's under any influence of anything. Candace does this simply out of vindication and her own desire for power, control, money, views, clicks, likes, and subs. Because let's say she never talked about Charlie Kirk, or at least just did 1 or 2 videos about it. And then she moved on to something else. Candace was only averaging around, 300,000-400,000 views for her to have millions of followers. That's what she was averaging around. I think her Andrew Weinstein video only hit 600,000, 700,000 views. I'm gonna look it up right quick because she wasn't getting millions of views like that until she started talking about Charlie Kirk. And then it got out of control when she realized I have to have this story become more salacious because I've got to keep people on suspense. If I just say that I believe that Tyler Robinson did it, how am I going to continue to be able to grit off of this? Even though she could have talked about the other two men that were arrested for being there, distracting the police, obstructing justice, intentionally trying to keep the police from capturing Tyler Robinson, and with all the stuff that George Zinn guy, the other guy with the hair that has, issues going on, Tyler Robinson's roommate / boyfriend, whatever. She literally could have talked about every person connected to Tyler Robinson and the roommate, about George Zinn, about the other guy and their history, and did a deep dive on those people. No, she didn't do that. She came into this with, oh, I don't believe he did it, because she wanted to blame TPUSA from the get-go. She wanted to rope in Erica Kirk from the beginning, and she just didn't know how to do it. And she still looks like crap, a soulless miscreant from hell. Because now she's involved another pathological liar into this whole mess, just so he can say he saw her. Mitch Snow, saw Erica Kirk at a hotel with no evidence. Because, I guess in her alternate reality, they don't have camera footage just set up in hotels anymore. Who knows? We have too much surveillance going on here. They have cameras set up. What do you call it? Spook cameras or something like that, where they set up to read your license plate to mail you a ticket. Go through a school zone if you want to, doing more than 25 miles per hour. I can say that happened to me. I think I was going 30. I will send the ticket. Because you have these sophisticated cameras that can read your tag. That's the whole point of me saying you can't go anywhere without being recorded on something. And he claims he saw somebody in a hotel and forgot surveillance camera footage exists. That's how rudimentary this dumb lie is. They omit the fact that video evidence could easily debunk this idiot. And she doesn't care, because in her alternate reality, can't prove it or not, whatever, I'm just going to say it anyway. But then when she gets hit with a lawsuit and realizes, oh, this can be proven. There is a way to prove someone being in a hotel. Who knew? Then she'll be crying the victim, talking about everybody's attacking her like we give a damn. Now take your ass to court, Candace. Her Andrew Weinstein video didn't even hit 1 million. 691,000 views over 5 months. The one that says Harvey Speaks. That video only has 691,000 views. It took 5 months to get to that point. Now she can do a video about Charlie Kirk or anything with Charlie Kirk dealing connected to it and get 2 to 2.5 up to 3 million views in one episode. But it took 5 months to get 691,000 views from her Harvey Speaks video. She's doing this for views, clicks, likes, and money. She's gotten a taste of it, and she wants to keep this going. She doesn't care about nothing else. That's why no one should care about her when it comes to her being sued out the ass. And I refuse to give her the benefit of the doubt that someone is paying her or influencing her to do anything. She saw the numbers. She saw the amount of money she can pull in. She's already being sued by the Macrons. She was ordered to pay a judgment to the government of Australia for their court costs. I'm still wondering if she paid off that apartment community where she got sued and got hit with that $19,000 charge. She never speaks on those matters where she's ordered to pay up money here. She still has yet to process refunds to everyone in Australia for that event that she scheduled and booked, charging $1,500 for a meal in a backstage pass, knowing she could not secure her visa to Australia before she booked the venue. This is more proof that she operates out of order. I'm not going to have some event out of country, in another country, and book the venue and the location to try to set up, caterers to have some sort of dinner and all this nonsense if I have not shown evidence that I have my visa secured. Why would you do any of that? And you have not even secured your own visa yet. Get the visa first and then you schedule everything. This goes to show how her mindset is. That's why I went over all those lawsuits, because so people can see her pattern of behavior. Candice is an alien no matter what situation you put her in. And she doesn't think her way through things. She doesn't think about the next day and the consequences of something. She doesn't care. Short-sighted and only cares about what she wants. And she doesn't care who she hurts and damages along the way, any bridges she burns along the way. I cannot give her the benefit of the doubt that somebody is paying or influencing her to do a damn thing. And you let her candy-ass cult members and her bots say it. No one can tell her to do anything. She does this stuff on her own. So, we'll go with that. Just like we'll go with her being an alien and being American ignorant. We'll go with that. Her own cult members and her own bots debunk her. And it's absolutely hilarious. They'll come into everybody's shack. No one tells her what to do. George Farmer does. He told her she couldn't get on a plane and go to Phoenix and face Erica Kirk in person in Phoenix. Apparently, the tip line and all this nonsense tell her what to do too. So either she's independent and she does this stuff on her own, or she's being influenced. It can't be both. Either she's got the cojones, the sack that George Farmer probably would love for her to have, to do this stuff on her own accord without someone having to direct her, influence her, or pay her to do it. Either she can do this on her own or she's being influenced. It can't be both. And you let the candy ass members sell it, the bot say it, the stock puppets, whatever else. They all say, nope, she has complete control of her life and her decisions. No one tells her to do anything. Okay, cool. Keep that same energy up. Your Honor, it's confirmed by her own followers that she's not under any influence at all. Her own followers push this narrative that she does everything on her own accord. Every decision being made is her decision alone. So where's this influence? This is coming from her cult members and her dumbass bots. How do you think she would answer that in court? Her own bots and cult members continuously debunk her in real time and end up proving my point. They do this often, and they're too stupid to understand it. They're worried about, oh, you using the word stupid. No, you're an idiot when you sit here and you prove me right and prove her wrong. She can't go to court and say, I've been influenced. I was persuaded. I was, my mind was hijacked. It must have been an MK Ultra thing. Like, she can't say any of that because her cult members and her bots have already confirmed time and time and time and time again, especially in my chat where you come in at your own peril, that she does this on her own. No one makes her do anything. This is all her decisions. This is what she chose to do. Okay, cool. We'll go with that. And then we'll use that against her. That's it. It's that simple. Keep on debunking her. It's funny to me. Candice, your own cult members and bots debunk you all the time, and you just aren't smart enough to detect that. You're not smart enough to even know that. Because you're bad at this. So if I were Gary, no, here the comments from her bots and cult members. I have no reason to believe that she's under any influence. Her people make sure that we all understand it's all her decisions. Cool, got it, great. We will go with that.
I have been a Trump supporter like crazy, and the main reason is because the guy couldn't be a sellout. He couldn't be bought. And the only time that ever fractured for me had nothing
She
to do
should
with
with the Hollywood.
none of this stuff is actually fractured that for me. I know how government is and its layers and how many times a boss is not responsible for their stupid private
Candace
stuff.
was.
The only time that's
I'm sorry. She charged $1,500 for tickets that included backstage passes, like a meet and greet pass, and for a meal. Because I pulled it up. I couldn't believe it. When we went over those court documents with the visa ban, the appeal and all in Australia, I actually went over those court documents and went on the website where those tickets were being sold. A ticket to have a 5-course meal and to meet Candace backstage was $1,500. And you still have people wondering when are they getting their refunds back. All this money Candace is making, and she still can't give those people their refunds. That in and of itself is problematic. They should be suing her to get their money back if she's not going to do it willingly. Everyone should have been refunded. She won't even confirm that. Candace, you heifer, that's not your money. Give it back. You did not go out and speak. You can't hold on to their money. They purchased a ticket to see you do something, and you did not do it. You don't get to just hold on to that money. It's not a donation or a contribution. That money was given in exchange for you doing an appearance and giving them a meal. And you knew you didn't have a visa secured before you planned all of that crap. So yeah, it was $1,500 for that. Like, what kind of food is she serving at this?
Was when after what 8,
I would
10
be
years
mad
of
if
saying,
it
bring
was
on
like
the
a
Epstein
turkey
list,
sandwich.
and he just comes out of the blue and says,
There it
"Forget
is.
Are you still talking about
How did I
Epstein
know
or
that
no?"
was coming? He just told you exactly who he
When
is.
somebody takes a 180-degree turn,
Wait, tell me to me.
down, and then they dish out. What did they dish out yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? They finally gave out the Epstein list. Yeah, what was on that list? 88 pages of black markers.
Oh, I have no idea.
The damn
No
Bongino
reply.
at the FBI. Was
They didn't
sitting
even
there
have
for,
a menu.
the last 6 months with a black marker going over 88 pages to make sure you got every little piece of white out on there. Is that what's been happening? Something tells me there's a list. I think somebody's lying to us there.
Oh, but there's no doubt. And the other thing too is, look, we had
yes, yeah,
it's complicated to say the least. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, we got to get to the bottom of that. We got to get to the bottom of it. And this is
Ooh,
so I started out this
$100,000. Oh my God.
I own a company. We teach firearms. We teach, we train people in basic to advanced pistol, rifle, long range, and specialized long range. That's kind of what we're known for.
10 years ago, I probably could have taught your class, and yeah, I'm down with you. I know exactly what you probably do, and I think you probably do it better than anybody else in the world too. You and
well, and I got a great cadre of instructors. It's not just me.
Yeah, we both know that.
And then on top of that, I started this YouTube channel during COVID, and then of course I covered firearms and stuff like that. But again, I'm also in politics, and what I mean by that is, like, I think it's important to preserve and protect the Constitution.
Whose child is that?
I believe, right? And that's what it comes down to. That's what you and I fought for this country for. That's what we signed up for. We swore an oath. That oath didn't go away.
Whose baby is this?
This country is being torn away and being eroded by what I see as a real problem with leftist politics. Whether we're talking about trans ideology, whether we're talking about the attack on the Second Amendment, the attack on the First Amendment, and then we have that lies and pushes things.
You're gonna have to forgive me if you hear a scream in the background. It's not some little kid. Don't call the police. That's my blue and gold macaw, man. He's quite a character too. He saved my life.
So
go ahead.
That's long story short. That's where I'm coming from, man. And what I am is 100%. I believe in integrity. I believe in telling the truth. I believe in making sure that the truth is known, and that's what I want to get down to.
So let me ask you this then. Since you're doing this, you're into it probably way more than I am. I know everybody's sitting on the sidelines here. Any SF guy who's shot a gun, God knows, we have to do calls on that, all of it, right? Every single year. Yeah, we go out to the range and we have to burn down the ranges with phosphorus rounds damn near every year. Look, we all know something seems wrong with the 30-06 thing. What do you think?
What I think
why
from the beginning is that the problem is we don't know. The problem is we know everything that we would need to know about the ammunition and about the rifle.
Here's the thing. For Mitch to have called Paramount Tactical back is suspicious in and of itself. But for him to ask these questions like this, it's almost like he's trying to gauge what he's going to say, or he's trying to get information out of him to use against him, to try to twist it up. I wouldn't be surprised if Candace told Mitch Snow to call Paramount Tactical back. Because she's helping him fundraise $250,000. So, what better way to have control over someone when you're helping them raise 6 figures for no reason at all? When he can't even prove that he's got legal court costs associated to him suing the government. I would not be surprised. As a matter of fact, Candace, like you said, in the absence of evidence, we're going to assume. So in my opinion, Candace told Mitch Snow, hey, why don't you call back Gary and from Paramount Tactical and ask him these questions. Make sure you record it. Never mind laws. And then let me know what he say. Or send the video to me. Because that's exactly what happened. Mitch Snow sent Candace this video. What other reason would he have to call him back and then to go into these questions like this and to try to make these statements and responses? He's doing all this stuff that's so odd. His behavior is so odd. It makes no sense. And it's kind of like, why? What would be the purpose or the intent of calling him back, recording the call again without his consent, asking these weird ass questions, and then you're trying to be combative in a way to where it's like, well, you know, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? Candace knows exactly what Paramount Tactical's opinion is. She watches his videos. Why is this necessary? Yeah, go ahead, Mitch Snow. Earn that $250,000.
That would help us to determine a terminal ballistic outcome. We don't know. We don't know the grain of that bullet. We don't know.
This is crazy.
We don't know whether it was hand loads or factory. We don't know if the type of projectile.
She probably was sexing him. Yep.
Was it soft point? Was it ballistic tip? Was it brandable?
Yep.
We don't know any of those things.
Yeah, could have been a blank round of close range. We don't know. I get it.
100%. So like, I'm a little. And even going into this, like obviously, I've shot a 30-06 like 5 or 6 times. Like it's not like it's a fairly antiquated round. It's nothing that we use.
I grew up with him. Sorry, I grew up. My dad used to take us deer hunting all the time. Yeah, so I grew up with him. They're cannon. Yeah.
But the reality is like with the 30-06, there's everything from like 55 grain old accelerator rounds all the way up to 220 grain, and with a lot of different other options in between. And originally going into this, I had the same opinion there. Like, there's no fucking way that this guy was hitting the neck with 30-06. And with that being said, I teach long range for a living, and I also know that weird shit happens with ammo. Like we just had some 6mm Creedmoor ammo that we were out shooting on the range just a few months ago, and about every 5th round would exit the barrel, and the round would disintegrate. So you know, we don't know that, and that's another thing too. Like, we don't know how old that ammo was. We don't know if there was something.
The round. Are you telling me the round from a 30-06 disintegrated, leaving the barrel? What was
it? No, this wasn't a 30-06 round. This was a like long range precision rifle and 6mm Creedmoor is what the round was.
I see. Okay.
I've seen the same thing happen with 6.5 Creedmoor, and it's Hornady ELDM. So my point is when it comes to the variables that we're dealing with ballistics, there is typical and there's atypical results. And without doubt, what we see with Charlie Kirk is an atypical result. Now, there's 1,000 explanations that I come up with off the top of my head that would explain that. You know, it could be a round that wasn't stabilized, so it started to yaw and even started to tumble when it hit it, which that makes a little bit of sense to me because we have
this is so crazy.
That entrance wound was larger than normal. And what I can say with certainty is if
I agree, everybody thinks that looks more like an exit one. Yeah.
An exit one. And what I can say with certainty is that if that round, even if it was 30-06, even if it was 220 grain, even if it was going to 2,000 feet per second, if that projectile was in an extreme yaw, so it didn't hit the skin tip first, and it was already 3/4 of the way sideways or even sideways when it hit.
Yeah.
The chances of it, and especially once it hits.
You know the problem with that, right?
You see, he's trying to be combative.
So our military rounds, they're made to tumble. 30-06 aren't.
He's not listening.
You're right, they're not made to tumble in the air. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we had a round that wasn't stabilized, there could be something wrong with that.
The round, something was off.
There's a thousand plausible explanations as to why. And here's the other thing too. One thing that I was not aware of before this incident, and I've studied in depth on this, was Martin Luther King. What happened with Martin Luther King is extremely similar, unbelievably similar to what happened to Charlie Kirk. Martin Luther King was shot from 65 yards away with a 30-06 round. It hit him in his face. It glanced off his jaw and then went to his neck and hit his spine and then went downward. Now, there's a lot of controversy around Martin Luther King, right? Whether or not it was James Earl Ray that shot him, whether or not the CIA was involved, all of those things. But one thing that was never really contested during that time was whether or not it was a 30-06. So we have Martin Luther King shot from half the distance that Charlie Kirk was. It hit his spine, and this is important. This is one of the things that is interesting to me.
Right.
Hit his spine and didn't exit, just like with Charlie Kirk. And so much so that Martin Luther King ended up having an open casket funeral. Then on top of that, then we have another case study, which Nate just had on his show, a guy named Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter, Green Beret, this is a crazy story. Chuck Ritter was shot 4 times with 7.62 by 54. And 7.62 by 54 is literally always kind of been known as the Russian version of 30-06. Realistically, they are identical. Now, what's interesting about this is that Chuck was actually hit in the back through the rib cage, almost from the side, kind of, let's say, off to his forelock. It entered his back, hit his spine, went downward. And not only did he live, he had no exit wound, but he lived. He was shot two more times in that instance. So he was shot 3 times with 7.62 by 54, and the tough son of a bitch kept fighting, and it ended up killing the guy.
I think both of you have to admit that there's a long list of Green Beret Medal of Honor winners that you take a look at Benavidez. I don't know if you ever got to meet him. I did. I know his daughter, a wonderful lady. It's really sad what they did to Benavidez's wife. Holy damn. But I'll tell you, yeah, the guy was riddled like Swiss cheese. How does he live through that? What is it? You know, you talk about is there evidence of magic bullets? Yeah, at times. I think maybe.
What? What did he just say? I know damn well he didn't say something about a magic bullet. Y'all, he called him back to sit here and push Candace's dumbass talking points forward. What the hell?
Hit his spine, went downward. And not only did he live, he had no exit wound, but he lived. He was shot
This is
two more
crazy.
times in that instance. So he was shot 3 times with 7.62 by 54, and the tough son of a bitch kept fighting, and it ended up killing the guy.
I think both of you have to admit that there's a long list of Green Beret Medal of Honor winners that you take a look at Benavidez. I don't know if you ever got to meet him. I did. I know his daughter, a wonderful lady. It's really sad what they did to Benavidez's wife. Holy damn. But I'll tell you, yeah, the guy was riddled like Swiss cheese. How does he live through that? What is it? You know, you talk about is there evidence of magic bullets?
This is crazy.
Yeah, at times. I think maybe.
What the hell? He said, is there evidence of a magic bullet? Yeah, at times. What are we talking about here? Did no one tell the idiot if we want to know what Candace thinks about this, we will watch her show and not him? He's repeating her talking points. Boy, Mitch, you idiot. You are really working hard to get that $250,000, right? Yeah, I'm sure she had to remind him, you know, well, you do want me to help you fundraise to get this money, don't you? You know, because this is how it's done. Just the absolute gall in repeating that stupidity. Obviously, Miss Snow never held a gun in the military, aside from like PT or something, like basic training. He doesn't speak like he's, you know, well knowledgeable of guns and bullets. And he was in the military. Get the F out of here.
Comes to that, like
stuff like that.
The point is that people are trying to fill an unknown. But number one, we have a lot of people that don't, like, you know, whenever somebody kind of speak from authority and say, oh, well, you know, I've been hunting my whole life, and, you know, 30 on 6, I blow a tree in half.
This is crazy.
Could. Yeah, I get it. And also could just stop inside of a, you know, within 1 inch of a tree too. I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
depends on the tree. It depends on
I have all kinds of hunters
weather,
me,
rain, all sorts of stuff. Yep.
There's a the point here is that people that really know
variables
that can determine an outcome, right? And you know, I have hundreds of hunters that sent me pictures of. I just got one the other day. The guy shot a deer.
All right, Francis.
He says 35 yards away, and it lodged into the outer shoulder bone and penetrate. And then he ended up having to put another round on the deer with 30-06.
Yeah, finished off. Yeah.
You know, so the point here is that
exactly.
Well, we have Tyler Robinson, who we have his DNA on the firearm. We have DNA on the trigger. We have DNA on the spent cartridge. We have his DNA on the towel.
Thank you, Melanie.
We have surveillance footage of him getting up to that position. We have surveillance footage of him moving out to the position as described by the charging documents. Then we have we have text messages, which are definitely weird. We also have him admitting to his parents that he was the shooter, and then his parents turned him in. To me, that's probably one of the biggest.
Well, I think the last part there. I mean, that last part actually, if I've been paying attention right, good. And trust me, I'm trying not to. I have one of these things called a life. All of this is quite a big distraction because.
Why did you go on Candace's show and had a squabble with her if you've got a life? How about at some point, Mitch, you idiot, your life involves you divorcing your wife? You've been having her linger through this for 10 years. You know you can't marry anyone else legally, right? So the aspect of him dating and then proposing to another woman is a moot point. Because he wouldn't be able to marry her in the first place. So what the hell is he even in a relationship with somebody for? You can tell his girlfriend has no confidence or self-esteem or anything. No self-worth, nothing. Because at the end of the day, the least you can do is be single and not still legally married if you're going to date someone else. This is insane. He's talking like someone who has never seen a gun or a bullet, and he was in the military.
I was trying to do something, get attention for something completely different to save the lives of guys like you and our other brothers and stuff, and to maybe get them their children back if possible. This is a big inconvenience to me, to be honest with you. So this is taking all the air out of the room. That being said,
what?
The last part there, having been familiar with, unfortunately, police work, unfortunately.
This idiot said this is taking all the air out of the room. Why did you call him back? Why did you call him back if this takes the air out of the room? What the hell is the purpose of this call? Other than Candace said so.
Federal agents lately, and I can tell you I've been heartbrokenly disappointed in the diligence of agents from city police, county sheriffs, FBI. We have gone from here to Washington, D.C. to Florida, and then down to Huachuca and back. Wow. The ability for them to sit at a computer and want to just narrate stuff is incredible, and not get up off their ass and go do stuff and, I don't know, maybe investigate facts. If you're, like, I don't want to convince you one way or another. I've witnessed this with my own eyes. Just as
I 100% agree with you. Like on that, like they can create any narrative they want. We agree
a lot of times they create narratives so that they don't have to get up out of the damn chair.
That's why, to me, the most compelling portion of this that makes it more likely that Tyler Robinson is indeed guilty is that his parents turned him in.
That's actually been debated. They don't have that evidence. I don't know if you've got that.
What do you mean?
I know it's been debated.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's because here's the thing. Let's say,
Wait a minute. What the hell has been debated? What evidence do they not have of his parents turning him in? Once again, there are cameras installed in the sheriff's station. A sheriff drove him and his parents to the police station where you have cameras set up. What the F does he mean? There's no evidence of what? His parents not turning him in?
that your son was being put up on death penalty charges, right? And then they release a document saying that you turned them in, and basically part of your testimony as a father is the reason that they're charging them.
Yeah.
Would there be anything that would stop you from getting in front of the camera and saying these people are trying to railroad my son?
There you go.
And I'm here to tell you, you are barking up the wrong tree. I actually have a real case example of that, and it concerns one of our brothers from way back when. I have.
Let me go back.
Debated. They don't have that up.
They can create any narrative they want.
Sometimes they create narratives so that they don't have to get up out of the damn chair.
That's why, to me, the most compelling portion of this that makes it more likely that Tyler Robinson is indeed guilty is that his parents turned him in.
That's actually been debated. They don't have that evidence. I don't know.
What do you mean? That's what I. Okay, so he is saying they don't have any evidence to prove that his parents turned him in. You can't make this shit up. So, never mind the cameras at the police station. Never mind the fact that the sheriffs or police officers, law enforcement in general, are wearing body cameras. Body cameras. Because that's a thing. Body cameras. Plus, witness statements, and the fact that he walked into a police station and was then booked from there. How else did he get to the police station if it was not by way of this sheriff and his parents turning him in? How else did he get there then? And where's the video footage to prove otherwise? You think he would at least say, you know what? That's an interesting point. Let me get the FOIA request in to get the police body camera footage. Because the moment he walked into that police station and the sheriffs or the police officers had to, deal with a person from the public, they have to cut on their body cameras. The audacity to sit here and just say, his parents somehow just didn't turn in their son. The sheriff that drove them there. No, none of that happened, even though he has no evidence to prove that it did not happen. That is not for debate. That's just a fundamental fact that can be proven. You can't tell his parents they did not turn him in. And you can't prove that it didn't happen. That's what's so crazy. So you're talking about the possibility of two different video footages that could be used as evidence from what's installed in the police station itself and the actual body camera footage from the sheriff's or the police office. I think it was the sheriff's office, from the sheriff. That will prove that his parents walked in with him and a sheriff that drove them. And the fact that he actually put that in a message, in a text. You can't discredit what everyone in that police station saw. They saw him walk in with his parents and he turned himself over. He was booked. What the hell is going on with this conversation? This idiot is literally trying to debunk something simple like that. Why?
You've got that or not?
I know it's been debated.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's this, because here's the thing. Let's say that your son was being put up on That's all the charges, right? And then they release a document saying that you turned them in, and basically part of your testimony as a father is the reason that they're charging them.
Yeah.
Would there be anything that would stop you from getting in front of the camera and saying these people are trying to railroad my son to a
There you go.
case?
And I'm here to tell you, you are barking up the wrong tree. I actually have a real case example of that, and it concerns one of our brothers from way back when. I have, as a matter of fact, it was while I was at Fort Bragg, and yes, I watched him get accused of. So we're going to divert so that you understand where I'm coming from on this for a little bit. Here.
Why? Don't divert.
He was he picked up a girlfriend in Texas when we were there at 300 F1.
Oh my God!
Recycled into the.
I think this is where I started listening in, because I do remember, like, oh my God, this conversation is. Well, what the hell is he talking about? Because he started rambling, I think.
They didn't want to lose me. The cadre actually stuck up for me. It was really sort of sweet what they did, I guess. So when I broke my back and stuff, they gave me time off. They couldn't get me back in the medic. They recycled me into
this
Charlie.
Is mind blowing.
He goes. He continues on. I think he was a class valedictorian at that point, going to go. So he's going through. You know how stressful that is, right? That's like the most stressful part of the medic program. They're losing their minds. But he got this girlfriend, brought her along. They're in Fayetteville. She ends up bringing her 3 daughters from a previous marriage. These two weren't married yet either. Just all of a sudden, they're in a 1-bedroom apartment. Now they've got three girls with them, and one of them comes back while I'm over there visiting with my buddy Joe Ross or something. He was going through the course.
Exactly, no
reply.
reply.
Each other went over to Doug's place, and the little girls, they come in after school. Terry brings them in, and I happen to notice, being that I've been through the medical course, I'm EMT qualified, all that kind of stuff. Me and Doug were in the course together, and I see.
There you go, Melinda. Just like that. Why is it that reading is not fundamental for these goons and morons that want to believe Candice? It's just not. Words don't matter to them. It's in the charging document. They also have to do an affidavit where they make these statements like a declaration under the penalty of perjury, right? They would not do that knowing it didn't happen, and all the police in the police station could literally debunk that. Everyone that witnessed Tyler Robinson walk into that station would be a credible witness to simply prove that he was turned in by his parents. I wouldn't turn my child over to the police or investigators. I don't care if I don't believe that my son committed the crime. That's what Gary is trying to tell Mitch here. If you feel deep down that your son was not guilty, he did not do it, wouldn't you go in front of a camera and say, nope, my son is innocent, we're not surrendering him over? They need to get an arrest warrant or something. They better have some good probable cause. We want to see the evidence. We want to see proof that it was our son. Most parents would do that love and want to protect their kids. Mitch is sitting here saying, nope, you're barking up the wrong tree. Because apple trees, orange trees, banana trees. I mean, what's it? And the green grass grew all around and around. You're barking up the wrong tree. That's his response to this. Not, hey, maybe I should get the video camera footage from the police station, not the body camera. Maybe I should get the body camera footage. No, his response to all of that, where it's like 90% logic at this point. No, you barking up the wrong tree. The hell? And he goes to rambling, same thing Candice does, that she probably told him to say all of this. I wouldn't be surprised if Candice did not type something up, or if she's not in his ear telling him to say all this nonsense, because this sounds just like Candice with this rambling.
See this little girl, and she's got one pupil blown out bigger than the other. Now, you've done your cross training, right?
Yeah, that sounds like Candice nonsense.
Yeah, there's something going on here. Yeah. I looked at that too, and I was like, whoa. Plus, I also happened to go out at night.
What does that have to do with Tyler Robinson's
stuff that they were using?
Being turned over by his parents?
Going out to clubs and whatnot, they were doing those drugs that would make your pupils get all big and stuff. They were a little bit crazy.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, something like that, where it's something you noticed back in that time. And this little girl, she's got one pupil bigger than the other. I bring it up to Doug, and of course, they don't have the money to run off to the hospital with her, and I think he made a big mistake. And he tried to play it off that, no, it's common in 7% of the population, he says. I'm like, oh, Doug, I don't know. I don't remember seeing that, whether I probably would have noticed something like that. We leave.
What the hell?
A couple days later, Doug and Terry and the girls are gone. Me and Joe, we can't get a hold of them. And finally, we get contacted by police and whatnot.
This is some crazy nonsense.
But apparently, in the middle of the night, she ends up on the floor, sweating. he tries to do. So what does an SF medic try to do when he sees something, girl sweating, she's got a fever, it's called the ambulance. I'm going to go try to manage, right? And he puts her into the tub, I think, to try and cool her down. Instantly, she goes into you might know this term, the flying bag position, is what I remember.
This is insane. What he's saying.
There's brain damage and all the extensors.
Is closeted.
Yeah.
He has
So
some
apparently she
serious
goes into
issues.
that.
I know where
What's that?
I said, I think allegedly, in my opinion, this dude's closeted. He has some major issues. The number of times that he's talked about buttholes and gay people is crazy.
It's insane.
Oh, this is bigger than that. They have to run. They have to
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, this is this is what are we talking about?
What is exactly, Jay? What does any of this have to do with a factual, a provable, factually correct statement that Tyler Robinson's, oh my God, Robinson's parents turned him in to the police? Why would he debunk that? That's probably one of the easiest statements to prove. Why would he want to debunk that? No good parent would just turn their child over. And then he goes into the stupid ass rant. This is so ridiculous.
And I think it's interesting because Gary, you ask him a very specific question. If your son was being accused of something and your testimony was what was the straw that broke the camel's back, what would you do? I have no idea why this story is being told. Like, just answer the question. Like, you said very simply, would you not, move heaven and earth to be in front of a camera saying that you didn't do this or you didn't say this? I didn't turn my son in. That was pretty simple. I have no idea what we're doing.
He ends up
and this
knowing-
story, I'm with you.
This is crazy.
having more knowledge than what the doctors think he should have as an enlisted person. Like, how do you know all this stuff? How do you know mechanism of injury, anything like that? If you're not a doctor, are you a doctor? Are you an officer? No, I'm an SF medic. Oh, Special Forces Green Beret. Oh, immediately they went ahead, they got offended, and of course they didn't immediately take any of his advice. They delayed treatment. As they did, she passed.
He's also said multiple times that he is medically retired. All right, he's also not medically retired.
Away. What they found out later.
I know you don't want interruptions. I'm sorry, but I just found this and it goes right with this, what we were talking about. I'm looking, trying to make sure that big accounts haven't posted your information. And this person that posted this video originally literally asked Grok why the post was labeled as age restricted adult content. Hello, have you listened to this phone call?
Yeah. Well, it's Stu Peters who originally posted this, and it's been reposted by Project Constitution, Diligent Denizen, and about 50 other accounts. So.
Oh, I thought this was the original. My bad.
No, this is.
I'm in Tyler Robinson. I'm sorry. Funny that Tyler Perry is being sued now by the second victim.
I'm playing this off of Stu Peters' account.
That's where I am right now. Stu Peters literally asked why it was labeled as age restricted adult content.
This little girl was like 2 with a swing, had knocked her flat out. They didn't report it. They put a Band-Aid on her, sent her home. Why didn't they report it? Because the daycare owner, she was the daughter of the elected sheriff who called dad when she had a knocked out 2-year-old at her place. Dad said, put a Band-Aid on it. Don't say a word, send her home. So that's when me and Joe saw her. Doug didn't take her in. 2 days later, they finally go. She's dead. Now, what do they do to get out of all of this?
Exactly, Diane.
Ends up putting investigators on it to go ahead and turn Doug into a child abuser. Doug had never abused anybody's life.
Oh no.
Now, was he gregarious? Was he? Did him and Terry maybe get into some yelling match?
None of this has anything to do with the simple fact, because it's a fact that Tyler Robinson's parents turned him in. For F's sake, where is this going?
Matches, absolutely. They were those types that what do you call it?
Even the computer screen was
very passionate. The next thing you know, you have to leave because they're making noise in the bedroom. It's like, oh geez,
Man.
So, but yeah, I sat there and had to be a witness to the sheriff putting out in the paper that both him and Terry had admitted to harming this little girl, and they did that, and they held him on house arrest for years as they basically isolated him. They put out, I can't tell you how many times in the newspaper, they put out false things. They would say that those people said something that they didn't.
Sure.
That just to poison the jury pool, just to poison the public. And they did, and they got away with railroading him. He got convicted. He was in jail for 13 years until they finally, the daycare owner had a crisis of conscience, and she came forward. And even then, they couldn't get him out of jail, but eventually some deal got worked out. He's now moved on with his life. It's caused him tremendous amount of pain. We lost a valedictorian SF medic. So now you're telling me, would they would they come up with something? Would they come up with a lie? Would they say? Would a prosecutorial team lie to the public?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Oh yeah, they would. I've had it happen to me here.
I 100% believe that they would. What I'm saying is the parents. If the parents, if they're putting things
Right.
in documents that
He's talking about he's talking about everything but
evidence against Tyler Robinson.
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying is that the parents. The fact that
Oh,
they
what
have
would
to
stop
come
them from
forward-
going out? I'll tell you exactly what it is. The attorneys. The
oh,
attorneys would tell the parents to shut
how,
up.
why
They'll
is
try
he
to- they'll try to
interrupting?
enforce-
Listen, why cut him off if you feel that he's lying? Wouldn't you wait for him to finish lying if that's the case? That way you get the whole lie and you're not just cutting him off, trying to make it seem like, there's no way that's true. This is so dumb. Mitch Snow is an idiot. That is that Candice is helping raise over 48,000. What's the pot now? Has it hit $150,000 yet? By the time it's said and done, this fool will be collecting $250,000 because he sat here and just parroted her stupid ass talking points. Oh my God,
That's not true.
Guarantee you.
All of that's possible. I don't disagree.
not at all.
What I'm saying is that when it comes to the court case, if that is true, then we get the parents up on, because it's going to happen. If the parents get up on the stand and confirm or deny that, but the case is going to fall apart. If this was all a
Yeah,
lie.
based on your opinion right there, just that alone, that would make a case fall. I get you. And I think that, if that holds up and all that's true,
Oh my
and
God,
his
he
text
doesn't
and
get
everything
it.
else, hey, wow, okay. If that's what really proves it, fantastic. Okay, we got the guy that
And by
did
the way,
solve
that
it.
doesn't prove that this isn't a larger conspiracy. And this is one of the things I said from the beginning. And me and Nate
Still don't
was-
explain what I saw down, and it doesn't explain what I saw the day before.
That's what we.
That's what you saw.
That is exactly why I contacted
Exactly. No one cares what you
It's
saw.
not
You didn't
about
prove it.
debunking you. It's about, hey, is this indeed true?
No, it is partly about debunking him, and I'll tell you why. When you say that you spotted someone at a hotel with another man or at a military base because some meeting about somebody plotting to take out a civilian, you're insinuating even, based on the average reasonable person that listens to your statements, you're stating that there's some level of connection between that person and some conspiracy for someone to be assassinated. You're insinuating that they aided in a crime. And you have no evidence to even prove that you saw them at a hotel or a military base to begin with. The argument was never if Mitch Snow was there. It was always, did he see Erica Kirk and Brian Harpool? And where the hell is the video footage evidence or a photo or something to prove that he saw them there, other than him just saying, I saw it? Because Candice, we don't care about what you say. Neither will a judge and a jury. They care about what you can prove. And people wonder why Candace is going to get hit with lawsuits. You can't do everything under the guise of, I'm just asking questions here. Even if you're talking about protected free speech. The accusation of someone having aided in some criminal plot involving a murder? No. You're out of your mind and you should be sued until kingdom come. This is so stupid. And he's just rambling.
Accurate. Do I have good eyesight? Can I remember stuff? Do I have a pretty good memory? In my gut, it doesn't have all the credibility in the world. I get it. Yep.
All that's true.
You know what I say to it?
Here's the thing,
Better
there's
way.
somebody that's going to be harder on the U.S. government than me and Nate if this is true. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I don't give a shit if it comes to find out that I want to know who the fuck killed Charlie Kirk. That's what I want to know. And if the U.S. government is involved in one way or another, here's the other thing. Even if Tyler Robinson is indeed the shooter, that doesn't exclude the U.S. government from involvement, because I think, just like Thomas Crooks, and this is where I was going with earlier, I think that somebody recruited, radicalized, and weaponized this guy, even if that's the case. So that's still, and that's something that needs to be discussed and make people understand that that is something absolutely possible.
You're a gun guy, right? Let's do something. Listen now. You mind if we take a little minute to analogize?
What's going to stop him?
What the hell?
I do want to hear this.
All right, so you got a car shop and you got cars that don't run. Okay, so people bring them in, they don't run. And every time you go into that car shop, and that car shop says, that's a broken cylinder head, got to replace the whole engine. Okay, so the next guy comes in, he can't start the car. All right, different car, whatever. And he says, broken cylinder head, you got to replace the engine. Okay, fine. You do that third, fourth time, fifth time, every single problem that goes into that shop, supposed complicated issues, and it's the same thing. Broken cylinder head, got to replace the engine. Now, calling me stupid, you know, but I don't think
Okay,
every
stupid.
car that don't start has a broken cylinder needs an engine replaced, right? You with me on that? Okay.
Yeah, he said calling me stupid. Yeah, okay, stupid. So I mean, I feel pretty much vindicated for calling him an idiot this entire time. It's like he's just giving us permission to call him stupid. All right, cool, stupid.
So when I take a look at any of these things, if I do have an opinion, and maybe this gives you enough, I look at some of this stuff. And I don't want to necessarily be a conspiracy theorist. I want you and I both want to shoot things down the middle. The only thing I find weird about every single incident since JFK, to include
I
the one that
don't,
you
I
brought
don't
up,
care about
Martin Luther
JFK
King.
right now.
So
This is
JFK,
not about
Martin Luther
JFK.
King, Ronald Reagan, President Trump, and now Charlie Kirk, and there's probably a few more there. Every single time, it's a lone shooter and magic bullets. Every time the FBI gets involved, whatever section that is, there's
Candace
some old guy
told
sitting
him to
up there.
say
It seems
this.
like he is that mechanic in the thing who says the broken cylinder head and you got to replace the engine every time. Well, somebody at the FBI, they've got this narrative where it's lone shooter, magic bullets, lone shooter, magic bullets, and you.
Yeah, that's all Candice's talking points. She's telling him to say this. Candace, you won't even post up court documents you claim he gave you. So I highly doubt you'll be able to prove something like that either way. You know, because we're just asking questions. No, she's telling him to say this. You know, he got to earn that money, yo.
You would have a fantastic point, and maybe I can give you advice for your show if I could be so bold.
Be bold, do it.
Go repeat the findings. Go repeat
his files.
The magic bullet. Go get a 30-06, get on a roof, shoot it from that angle, and have it lodge in the neck. You repeat that, then you got something.
We're going to.
No.
Can you order magic bullets on Amazon asking for a friend?
Right now.
It's the magic bullet for me, Candace. You're telling this idiot to repeat all the dumb crap you say. When the crap you say is still going to land you in a court of law. All you're doing is adding on co-defendants, Candace. Brian Harpool is going to sue the crap out of Candace Owens.
Yes, you can definitely order them.
He should sue her to Kingdom Come.
When we get, and it's probably going to be, we have to wait until the trial because there's literally over 1,000 variations. I have like 20 different types of 30-06 ammo down in my basement right now that work.
Yeah, you stock that phone. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I see somebody, you know, because I've seen Bohol get out there, I've seen some of these other guys do their stuff, and I was really proud that somebody actually did some ballistics. You know, we got to see it, right? And a 30-06 completely just, you know, it does exactly what I've seen it do in the past, and what every hunter has seen do in the past. Every once in a while, there's a one-off. Yep. But why is it every time there's an assassination? Why is it that is the time that we got this lone shooter, magic bullet stuff, one-off things going on? That to me, it doesn't instill confidence.
No, look, there's nothing, just like I talked about, there's nothing. What we're talking about is atypical results.
Atypical, yeah.
Folks, I do want to let you know I am playing this at 1.5 speed, just to be fair to him. I know some people are saying he's talking really fast. He does talk fast, but he just rambles on and on. That part's true. But we are playing it at 1.5 speed, so I just want to make sure that you guys understand that.
It's weird.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, boo, screw him.
I'm completely open to the idea that if the government's...
Yeah, I'm just a regular old guy just sitting here. You know, I try to live my life. And again, none of this is convenient for me and what I'm trying to do to get.
Why does he keep cutting him off?
When I look at this stuff, I just, oh Lord. Hey, go, somebody go repeat this.
Fortunately or unfortunate for you, I think you essentially have the information and the key. Because if we can verify your story, I think it changes everything. That's why that you have become such an important piece of this.
I will tell you, there's a lot of information I gave about where I was, what I was doing, the devices I had on me. No, I'm not a spy. I did not mean to walk into stuff, but I did give it up to, you know, everything I gave it over to Miss Owens, and I gave it to Joe Kent.
It's funny how
again,
Candice, where's the evidence he gave to you? He said he gave everything over to you. Why don't you post it up again on your website? You hypocritical oof. Why don't you post this stuff up?
I offer my witness statement. I think that there's going to be more corroborating things coming.
This is crazy.
But I do believe that the truth.
Is that carry file charge? I'm so glad
anything
he did.
You talked about with magic bullets one bit. I have no opinion, no connection. I'm not with. I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I watched him. Absolutely support him. I thought what he did was courageous. Thought it was also dangerous.
Oh my God.
Because I've seen some of those photos. If you ever go to Portland, holy cow! Don't ever have a Trump sticker on your car. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly, Megan.
Where I was, what I was doing, it had nothing to do with any of that stuff. I just have the worst luck in the world. I really do.
You do.
The same reason why the idiot Mitch Snow did not give his findings or documentation to the investigators, the Attorney General's office, none of that. It's the same reason why Candice has failed to post a text message she sent to the FBI agent that was supposed to be a high-ranking person. Same reason why she also failed to file a formal complaint to the FBI. On some nonsense about an assassination attempt. She still can't prove. This is insane.
Like I said, that's why it's so important to corroborate your story.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the truth. I mean, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. No narrative matters. What matters is the truth.
Money matters to him.
And again, just like I told you before, I'm going to be your biggest advocate without a doubt. And we need to get you on the show. We need to get more information on that, and see where this leads. That's what we need to do.
Well, we'll yeah. Honestly, I'm all for it. I can tell you, me personally, yeah. Ever since any of this is aired, the internet trolls are out there. They're digging up superficial stuff left and right, and they're trashing the hell out of my neighbor. Of course, yeah, look, Native Valhalla. I hope you spoke to him.
No. We're pulling up court documents because Candice refuses to post them. So she leaves it to us to have to do this because you're a pathological liar. And you're talking about spotting some people on a military base or in a hotel close to it with no evidence. So, no, if she would have posted anything up, people probably would not dig so much because it would at least show she's trying to post up some evidence here. She won't even post up those court documents. So, Mitch Snow and Candace Owens got it coming.
I got no hard feelings. I'm going to razz him a bit. No offense. He can be a big guy like once. I made a whole living. Big guys underestimate me. I'll chop down right when break his branches off. But I like it.
His 5'2" wife ripped his arm out of socket. Like,
Bro is
Right, but it's-
closeted. He's closeted. How many times has he mentioned another man and their physique or something like this? Dude is closeted. I'm sorry. Allegedly, in my opinion, not the opinion
Yeah.
of the channel. I mean, this is too much.
Yeah, this is
I think
crazy.
you guys are right.
Look, I said the same thing.
Oh my God.
As Nathan, like, hey, I don't think this guy was an SF guy, and I'll be the first one to go on the record and be like, hey, you know what? I checked out a story, and Nathan said the same thing. I just talked to him. I was like, looks, he sent me some documents already.
I'm an SF guy. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of SF guys that hate me for being an SF guy. I've been named like crazy.
Yeah, this guy's a grifter.
Yeah, there's a few. The whole Teddy thing. You should have seen that thing going. I remember that one. That was nuts. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Remember what, Teddy?
Oh, Teddy. He was one of the first guys. Survivor. No, it wasn't Survivor show. Dual Survivor on the History Channel. He made all sorts of claims, and then him and George Davenport from the Green Beret. What was it?
This is madness.
Protectors of the Green Beret. I forget what they called it back then.
Guardians of
Guardians of the Green Beret. George Davenport started slamming him. They went back and forth. Those guys were going to kill each other. They were stalking each other, going to kill each other. Eventually, it came out that there was a big court case. That's what actually locked down. SF Brothers ended up losing like 4 years of data because Facebook had to lock it all up because the History Channel locked down there with legal stuff. Yeah, SF guys, when things go, it tends to be sit back, grab your popcorn. It's gonna be a freaking fireworks show. Anyway, we get ourselves involved.
I gotta get a point I gotta get to, but like I said, whether unfortunately for you, I think you are the key to this entire thing. I think when you get everything you said corroborated, I think it's I think it opens this thing up to something much bigger. And
we'll see where this goes. I'm open to it. I think Miss owns this camp. She's weary about you guys, and I think she's weary about everybody. To be totally honest, after talking with her, she's scared too. And she's also brave, from what I can tell. She's a fighter, and she's following her stuff.
No, she's not.
Yeah,
she's telling you what to say.
I don't necessarily feel like we've got all the answers. Nobody's paid attention.
Well, that's a fact. Without a doubt. No matter where all this lands, we don't have the answers.
We don't. Federal government, I understand there's a prosecution. At some point, the federal government forgot that they're supposed to be prosecuting in order to be,
He's not making no point.
They're supposed to be reporting to the public. They're not. It's not supposed to be a prosecution.
Nope. We got laws in place when it comes to releasing of evidence. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. There's a reason why evidence is preserved to the case for the jury and the judge to review. Because if that evidence gets out to the public, now the public is going to create this bias about the evidence. It taints the jury pool. These are things that can be Googled and read. Something Mitch Snow does not do either. Perhaps because he's an idiot and illiterate. Who knows? There are laws in place for that. Court rules in place for that. So no. Everyone needs to get off that high midget horse. Like Candice talking about a midget horse. Hop off of it, Candice. You're not getting all the evidence because you want it when you don't care about the investigation and you keep lying about Fed slop. The feds aren't spearheading the investigation either. This is absolutely insane. How quick he is able to sit here and let me just repeat everything that my master's telling me to repeat because I want this $250,000. He's doing all this for money. That's the only thing motivating him. He's the one sitting here talking about, because I have a life. Who cares? You chose to do this. You chose to participate. And now people are trying to figure out who the hell you are because you're lying about pointing someone out on a military base. This is the price you pay when you lie. Now Gary filed charges against him. I'm so happy. I don't know what to do.
For somebody's career, okay, just to win. We prosecute.
Report to the public.
To assure the public we've done the right thing. We're their boss. They should be reporting this stuff. If we don't know, there's something wrong. And I understand they've got a case to prosecute.
Yeah, there's a,
But they present what they do.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there was an unredacted transcript from a court hearing that was released. You think Candace is going to read that? How many of you believe that Candace is going to read this unredacted court transcript? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she's going to read it. Put a 2 in the chat if you know she's not going to read it. Put a 3 in the chat if you said, Lady Luck Club, why are you asking us this dumbass question? Oh my God. 1 in the chat if you believe that Candace is going to read that unredacted court transcript from October, from that hearing. 2 in the chat if she's not going to read it. 3 in the chat if you're like Lady Luck Club. Okay. That's a dumbass question. Because Candace hasn't even read the indictment. To say that you're not getting answers after almost 4 months, at this point, all it does is just prove that Candace is lazy as hell. She doesn't care. And she's doing this for the views, clicks, likes, and money. She won't even read any court documents related to the actual murder trial with Tyler Robinson. She won't even read it. So if you get the information put out there to the public and you still don't read it, whose damn fault is it? Whose fault is it when evidence is put out there? A court transcript with some redactions is put out there for the public to see what's going on. And you still don't read it, but then you want to say there's no answers. Where the hell have you been? What alternate reality are you stuck in? This is even more proof that it doesn't matter what you say, what evidence, information, facts, documentation, whatever the hell you put out there. Candace is going to twist it up, create a biasness about it, and not give a damn. The candy-ass cult members, they still don't care. You could give an alibi out of coercion. And they still don't care. They're going to nitpick that. Oh, your hair seems to be 2 inches longer than it was in the other pic. They're doing all of this to deflect and to be distracting from the bottom line, which is Tyler Robinson did it. And there's a murder trial coming up. So no, this is why the prosecutor and the defense attorneys are trying to put a kibosh on some of the stuff being put out there. Because Candace is not even appreciating the information that she is getting. So if you don't show that you're a good steward over little things, don't ask God to make you ruler over many. You got to be faithful to the few. You got to at least read what is available and get whatever information you can out of that. And then if it's something you don't understand, you can look up definitions of terms in a dictionary. You can read and research case law. You can read the law itself, court rules, to have a better understanding. But that's if you're at least trying to actually figure out how this goes, what's to be expected, how does these proceedings go through the courts. Let me look into some of the information they put in the probable cause affidavit. She's not doing any of that crap. She won't even talk about George Zinn and the other guy. That goes to show she doesn't care. She's just spinning the bottle for everybody. So no, at this point, why should the evidence that they have be tainted even the more and have a bias created even the more? Because everybody wants to believe that they're owed something. And it's causing this stuff to be thwarted. I knew this was going to come down the pipeline where a member of the press was going to go to court and record some dumb shit no one needed to see. And then they end up violating the standing order for the decorum of the court. And for what? That person should have been sanctioned, and they weren't. The judge is trying to be as fair as possible. And all the information that is out, oh, we still don't know anything. We don't have, we need all the facts to be released. No, you don't. No, the hell you don't. If you're not even going to read it, you don't need it. Kick rocks, Mitch. Candice, you're an idiot, and you brought this idiot into this nonsense, and you're going to give him $250,000.
They can't contaminate the jury pool. At the same time, they are trying to prosecute the case. At the same time, we expect transparency. And there's a fine line there. And I'm sure I think there's some expectations from the public that are a little unrealistic. But I also think that the U.S. government isn't, or at least at this point, really is Utah. I think Utah maybe, it could be one of two things. Either they're being extremely careful because of the profile of the case, or the government thinks, I hope it's not all. And I think all those things are possible. We just got to collect as much information as we can to figure out what the truth actually is. And that's what I want to do. I want the government held accountable. I don't trust the government. We saw that the FBI lied about, or the government lied about COVID. We know the FBI lied about January 6th. We know that the COVID vaccines. We know that there's been conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy. There's no doubt about it. But then you also have other things like QAnon. So it's like, all you can do is judge each one of these individually, figure out the facts, and then we can figure out.
What was the? I keep hearing about this QAnon. I never really got it.
So QAnon was this big conspiracy thing online right around the time right before the first Trump administration, and it was another. Ultimately, what I can tell you for sure, I don't know where it originated, but what it was this disinformation operation.
Thank you,
it was a huge psyop, and all these people on the right were buying into this thing.
Exactly, Mimi.
There was these Q drops, and Q is a reference to
jury being tainted every day.
The highest level of classification. So
clearance.
The idea was that there was somebody with a Q clearance that was sharing information to the public, and this person was known as Q. And Anon obviously
that makes more sense. I get it now. Okay.
So, but one of the things they said was that the moment that Trump wins the election,
this is crazy.
Was going to appear. He's not been dead. It was a whole bunch of other things that ended up being untrue.
Exactly, Melanie.
It was a product of the left that was trying to discredit and make the right look stupid, and they did a really good job of it. So that's the context of this. So I do think that there are people that take advantage of the fact that we know that there are conspiracies, and the fact that we are.
Thank you, Deanna.
Again, these could be political actors. They could be,
This speaks to how useless Megyn Kelly is as well, because she claims to be a former litigator and all. Candace also has 3 attorneys representing her in the Macron lawsuit. She could literally speak with any criminal defense attorney to get a better understanding of the stuff that's out here. And she wants all this evidence to be put out when she's already said she doesn't even care about the investigation. She said, I don't care. This is what happens when you record yourself saying things, Candice, and then you want to act as if whatever you're on that's got you so damn high is almost causing you. No, it's also causing you to have some sort of memory loss. Because you don't even go back and look at what you've said in previous videos. She can't even be consistent with the lies. She will literally say, I didn't say that. And then a video shows up. Shout out to Mikbar TV. Where he plays a portion of her video where she actually says the very thing she denies. Candice, you're such a pathological liar. It's disgusting. You and Miss Snow are deplorable miscreants from hell. And you want to demand more evidence? No. Hell no. Candice wants this guy to get off. I mean, child.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, you're okay. Let's say Candace Owens is alleging there's a conspiracy of the government or TPUSA or whatever, and then you've got you're saying, wait a minute, there's other governments that are conspiring against us, and they're conspiring with Candace Owens. Okay, so we got all of these allegations.
This is crazy.
Nobody really knows the truth unless you're there. I agree, and I'll tell you, all I know is I have a real bad habit of showing up in the craziest of times and happen to be.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
This is the last thing I want to be in the middle of. This whole thing was the last thing. At the same time, I can't.
Exactly, Angie.
I think that GoFundMe just determined that was a lie.
There ain't nothing you can pay me.
Right.
And as far as like what I'm going to put this.
Nah, he gonna get that $250,000. Of course, he's gonna see her make it seem like, well, I'm not trying to take the money, and I just did this because of the truth. But you won't email or reach out to Candice to say, hey, when are you going to post up these court documents that I gave you? I gave everything over to you. Why aren't you making this available? I don't want people to look at me like a pathological liar like you are. You think he's asked her that? You think Mitch Snow reached out to Candice to say, when are you going to post up these court documents? When are you going to post up that 18-minute video footage? You said on your show you will post up. You said you will post it to your website. It's been 2 weeks now. Candace had a whole break like the rest of us. And she hasn't even attempted to post this stuff, but she'll hop her little ass on Twitter X Space or whatever, or do an Instagram live, or do a Facebook live, or whatever, on any other social media platform, but she won't take time to post up these court documents on her website. But he's not asking her about this either. So perhaps we should be sending this in X, in Twitter X. Why the hell isn't Mitch Snow forcing Candace to post up these court docs he gave to her? All this so-called evidence he claims that he turned over to her. Why is she not making that stuff available? This is absolute madness.
So in case you're taking notes, I ain't taking a damn cent from Candace Owens. My heart goes out like.
No, you're not taking it from her. You're taking it from that GoFundMe.
She's intended to do a fundraiser for me.
Save GoFundMe, whatever.
And until you guys vet the, go ahead and air my dirty laundry and let me defend it, whatever. I don't plan to take a cent from this. All I want justice for me and my son. I told Candace Owens this. That's what I was seeking when I went down there.
He gonna take the money.
It is a. It sucked all the air out of the.
Mitch Snow doesn't care about TPUSA. He literally said he would not be able to even point out anybody outside of Charlie Kirk. It goes to show how little he was keeping up. Even if you're doing this for the pursuit of truth, even if Candace was trying to be a good journalist somehow, which she'll never be, if you've already said you couldn't recognize anybody outside of Charlie Kirk at TPUSA, then why are you all of a sudden talking about, I just want justice? We all want the bad guy to go to jail. He's there already. We want him to stay there. So how do you care about something that you don't even have any connection to, and you claim you couldn't even point out anyone else at TPUSA? Make that make sense? But Candy has, cult members in the bots, boy. They go around and eventually they end up debunking Candace and end up proving my point because, she's got to be the smartest person in the room. So you can imagine all the dumber people around her. Dumb and dumber and dumber.
And I hope we get past it. I hope you guys do find all the answers. What I can say is there ain't you can't pay me $1 to lie. I know what I saw. I think I do. And
you think you do.
Good at that stuff, and it's unfortunately not a gift.
He just said, I think I do. I think I do. No. You don't get to make an affirmative allegation and then say, I know what I saw. I think I do. Now you're doubting what you saw? You don't even use terms like that if you're 100% sure. You don't turn around in the same statement and say, I think I do. This dude is an idiot. Did y'all just hear this? I know what I saw. I think I do, because words matter here in the Lady Luck Club. You can't make this shit up.
So,
oh man, I'm trying my best not to cuss so much.
So I do think that there are people that take advantage of the fact that we know that there are conspiracies and the fact that we are distrustful of the government. Again, these could be political actors. They could be, the George Soros types, or they could be.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, you're. Okay, let's say Candace Owens is alleging there's a conspiracy of the government or TPUSA or whatever, and then you've got you're saying, wait a minute, there's other governments that are conspiring against us, and they're conspiring with Candace Owens. Okay, so we got all of these allegations going on. Nobody really knows the truth unless you're there. I agree, and I'll tell you, all I know is I have a real bad habit of showing up in the craziest of times and happen to be.
That's a true statement.
This is the last thing I want to be in the loop. This whole thing was the last thing. At the same time, I can't.
I think that GoFundMe just determined that was a lie.
There ain't nothing you can pay me.
Right.
And as far as like what I'm going to put this, in case you're taking notes, I ain't taking a damn cent from Candace Owens.
Oh my God.
My heart goes out. Like, I am so humbled by the support she put out there that she's intended to do a fundraiser for me. Like when I hear that there's an account building, and until you guys vet that.
Yeah, because she's not going to give you the money out of her own pocket, you clown. Why would Candace pay a pathological liar again? She won't even bother to post up the documentation on her website, even if now she acts like she wants people to stop talking about it. Candace, you can kiss our ass. No one is sitting here trying to please you, except your cult. And we don't care how they think or feel. You brought him into this nonsense, and you're asking people in the public to donate to some Save GoFundMe thing for him to walk away with $250,000. And he just said, I know what I saw. I think I do. No evidence, no video camera footage, no photos, no nothing.
Go ahead and air my dirty laundry and let me defend it.
We
whatever.
will. Wear your
I
dirty
don't plan to
laundry,
take a stand from this.
clown.
All I want justice for me and my son. I told Candace Owens this. That's what I was seeking when I went down there. This is all a distraction. It is a it sucked all the air out of the room. And I hope we get past it. I hope you guys do find all the answers. What I can say is there ain't you can't pay me $1 to lie. I know what I saw. I think I do. And I'm typically pretty damn good at that stuff. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah, no. Because if you're good at it, you're not going to sit here and use terms like think. That literally invokes doubt into what you're saying. I know what I saw. I think I do. You understand that doesn't get you off of defamation. You've already said you know what you saw. No one can pay me to lie, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then he says, I think I do. I think I can. I think I can.
This is all a distraction. It is a
hear it again.
All the air out of the room. And I hope we get past it. I hope you guys do find all the answers. What I can say is there ain't you can't pay me $1 to lie. I know what I saw. I think I do. And
yeah,
I'm typically pretty damn good at that stuff. And it's unfortunately not a gift.
You're not good at this.
Well, as you're starting to see. So
I think the thing that you
I don't know what the curse is.
no matter what, I'm not going to be dirty.
I appreciate
Not or anything crazy like that.
Hey, you came at me a little bit hard on that. I saw a little bit of it, but again.
No, I did.
No, I'm an SF guy that's sort of disconnected from myself, and you're like, the hell, I ain't heard of this guy before. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And that's why I wanted to reach out to you personally.
I'm glad you did.
And I think that's the right thing to do. And so, like I said, man, everything checks out. You're not gonna have a bigger advocate than me, for sure. I promise you.
I appreciate that. And if I don't know what else you guys need to check out, but yeah, I'll give it to you. And you guys go ahead and do your thing. Let me know that you guys.
Do you mind if I
Tell Candace to post up those documents you gave her because she said she would on her website. That's step one. Make her post the stuff up. If it exists. Because I think I do, but maybe it doesn't. It doesn't exist.
give Nate your phone number as well?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I reached out to him. I paid, he owes me a little bit of money now because I paid like $4 or $5
Trust me, bro.
Give my contact. Dumbass.
I'll give him your phone number and you can get your money worth out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know how I get paid for all this stuff, but anyway, you guys have all that figured out.
Bro, what?
One of these days, show up to court for me. That'd be great.
We'll do what we can. Listen, I gotta get to another point, but
God.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you being honest with me. And,
You bet, guys. It's been good though.
I'll get paid. You too, buddy. Thanks.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
What the hell is wrong with him?
Yeah, say the exact same things that I always say in the show. Very consistent. There's no doubt about that. Let me just do this real quick. All right, so real quick, let me remove this. We will get this set up right here.
There we go.
This is
All
crazy.
right. Let me go through some of these. You guys, I'm gonna start hitting some of the super chats real quick. I got about 10, 15 minutes. You guys got
knock
anything
the supers out.
add to that or anything like that?
I want you to get done with your supers, but he just reminds me of the guy that comes to the high school reunion and everything that you say that you've done, he's done it like that and then some.
Yeah.
Oh, you go hunting? Oh, I wrestle bears.
It's called
Oh,
a
you
copycat.
skydive? I'm an astronaut. Oh, you like to surf?
Yeah, it's a copycat. It's called a narcissist who is an absolute copycat that refuses to read for themselves because they're always trying to one up somebody. It's funny. He cares about his image until his image is brought into question. And then he wants to sit here and say, well, I hope you all figure it out because, please leave me the hell out of this. And I'm still catching that money. He's still going to get that $250,000. I don't even know why it has not been reported. Until you can show us proof of legal costs, you're not getting it either. Like, that should be the sentiment with this. Candice lies like hell. And no one has shown an invoice or receipt for legal costs because he's trying to get justice from the government. Like, what government? What agency? You can't make this up.
Let me tell you, I've been down to the Titanic.
Woo, child.
It's everything he says is almost, or everything you say, or when I was like a one up. Oh, I know this guy. You don't know Tong Nguyen? Oh man, the guy was crazy. You don't know James Bond? That's my nephew, man. Everything was just a one up
This is madness.
story. It's crazy.
100% true. Dom C 303. Oh my God. Candace Owen cult members. Mitch was at the military base. No one is questioning that. He lied that Brian was there, that Erica was at the hotel. He's fabricating a story for 15 minutes of fame. He's definitely fabricating a story that he walked in on some secret meeting. It did not happen. There would be no meeting there at Joint Task Force Southern Border. It's not what they would do, and the U.S. military wouldn't be involved. That would be a clandestine operation with the deepest, darkest sections of the CIA. Do you think there's a bigger game going on? I'm feeling this isn't organic, and they're pulling real independent media to confuse it more. Yes, I do. That's what I said from the beginning. I think all of this is inorganic. And I know, like, I saw several chats about, Gary, why don't you just move on? Don't give this guy air. Folks, you have no idea what's happening over on X. Let me tell you something. They're pushing this. They're defaming me. They're saying I'm a liar, that I'm a Fed. Like, there's no other choice but to fight back on this. We're going to fight back on this from an information standpoint. I'm not going to let them get out a negative, false narrative while I just sit here on my hands. All right. We're going to combat this head on at all times. And then we are going to take legal action in multiple different arenas. So fear not. Time will make fools of this man and Candace. You all will be vindicated in Charlie's honor. Sending best wishes.
Yeah, I hate when people say that. Well, why don't you just move on? Because you don't dictate my platform. And I'm not going to say it as nice as Gary just did. Because you don't run shit here. You can't make this up. You have someone that now has to file a lawsuit, file charges against somebody for doxing his number, for doxing private, personal, identifiable information. And for what? Because Candice told him to do so. Because that's her MO. Candice, you brought Mitch Snow into this BS. We didn't have to know who the hell he was. He was irrelevant until you brought him up. And you decided to devise some scheme for him to get $250,000 in exchange for him lying, saying that he saw someone on a base with cameras all around, or in a hotel where there are cameras and eyewitnesses. Let's not forget, testimony is evidence. You could get someone to come in and under oath say what they saw or what they did not see. That entire narrative is crumbled. Who would get on the stand and lie about seeing someone on a military base? I will never understand. It's the dumbest lie to tell. Aside from eyewitnesses, you have camera footage that can be used. And don't think for once, if it came down to it, these active duty personnel, people that work on that base, would ensure that they pull the security camera footage. If they have to be brought in to testify to something, they're definitely going to get that security camera footage. And Candice doesn't even think about that type of evidence because she's an idiot. Like Mitch.
From Canada, the truth always prevails. It's from Solid. Thank you very much.
Having to file charges.
Elizabeth, keep kicking butt, Gary. Thank you very much. Odorize ramblings. Mitch, I want to buy you lunch. Come back to Arizona. Let's break bread. I'll break something else. If you high five him, it'll probably break his entire arm, leg, back. Thank you very much, Dom. I see you changed your. I was talking to Dom C, and I thought it was a dude because she had a lighthouse as an icon. Yeah. So, anyways, thank you, Dom C. Yes, you changed that. She corrected me. Thank you for trying to wake up Candace cult. Gary, Candace is not seeking the truth for Charlie. She is using this opportunity to destroy TV USA. The reason Charlie kept things cordial with her is that he understood her capabilities and knew her soul. And I do think that, Charlie was just a peacemaker. He wasn't going to call somebody out publicly unless he had to. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to avoid what she is doing, and that is fracturing the right needlessly. Been reading X post attacking Gary. No better proof that the Cantifa cult is demonic than attacking someone of Gary's caliber on behalf of a woman abusing serial liar. I'm all over these low IQs. Thank you, Dr. Altoids. I've seen you on X, and I appreciate that.
Am I the only one noticing the pattern of the fact that this fraction of the right that's going towards this Candace Owens stuff, along with a portion of the left, it's the same as the Democrats defending all these criminals and, criminal illegal wife beaters, and now Maduro. Like, Democrats, we want, no dictators. We need a regime change. Trump has to go. No kings. Also,
yeah, funny thing is they've made Candace a dictator as well. They make Candace a dictator now. She's a cult leader. You can't make this up. He said, I can't figure out how to pay. I heard it. So I can't figure out how to get paid for this. You can't make Oh man, y'all. Oh, I'm trying not to cuss so much. All right. I think the rest of this video he goes over comments and asks questions and stuff like that. I would say if you guys want to, tune in and check that out, definitely check out his video on his channel for Paramount Tactical. And it's, at this point, he's got to sit here and defend himself. Let me drop the video link in the chat. He's got to defend himself against this dumbass cult, the dumbest cult in the 20th century, 21st century. The dumbest cult ever. Because Candice is vindictive, petty, retaliatory, and is trying to destroy everything because she's not getting her way. She wants Tyler Robinson to walk free. She wants TPUSA to be destroyed, even though they acquired Blexit and they should sell it. She wants to definitely go after Erica Kirk because she's just jealous and envious of her. And she doesn't even care about the kids. Because half the stuff you wouldn't do if you at least had a soul or a conscience. And you remember, these kids are going to grow up and see all of this all over social media. And then what? How are you going to explain this to these kids? They see a video of you talking about the dead that was taken out in front of the world to see. And the only thing you can say is that you've watched hours of him being shot over and over again because you're obsessed about this. This came out of her mouth. You're sitting here obsessed over this. And you have no care or concern about these children that are catching death and kidnapping threats. Babies. Whole grown simps and wimps wants to do harm to babies, to kids. It's so evil. It's just disgusting. Candice is deplorable. She's evil and disgusting. And she should be debunked and called out every time she says or does something where she is being not only disingenuous and acting in bad faith, she's being purely evil. That's it. We don't have to consider how she feels. No one owes her that. No one owes her evidence. No one owes her an alibi. And when she sits here and tries to assert this false authority, people need to sue the hell out of her. Bottom line. It seems like the only way she's going to stop. You're going to learn today. Can't make this up. So let's get to some supers before we check out. And I will be going live tomorrow. Manny posted up the information on how to report fraud, abuse, and waste to the VA. You guys see the website, or you can call in at the toll-free line because, Mitch Snow getting VA disability and then go in a video and talk about how he went to the mountains for 3 weeks when he was supposed to be home recovering from all of his broken bones in his body. No proof that he went to a hospital. He was laid up in a hospital for months on end. You can't make this up. No, he said he went home for about 3 weeks and then went hiking in the mountains. Oh, okay. The VA would love to hear that. So make sure they do. Shout out to you, Pack Brooks. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super. I appreciate it. I appreciate your generosity, and you're always being so gracious in the contribution. Thank you so much. It's an absolute blessing. And Pat Brooks says, hey, Lady Luck, Moss, and chat. I totally agree with you, LL. Thank you so much. And I just try to maintain the facts and be logical. And yes, if I'm going to criticize Candice, I'm definitely going to criticize her with facts and evidence. Candice has a bad pattern of behavior of saying and doing dumb things and think that she gets to act with impunity. And then when the moment comes for her to have to answer to this stuff in the court of law, look how she doesn't even talk about the actual federal lawsuit, this pump and dump scheme. Or why she had to pay out a judgment to Australia for their court costs. Or even how much that actual judgment is. She doesn't talk about this stuff when it definitely reflects on her negatively. That's the sign of a narcissistic cult leader. She's not God. She's not Jesus. She's not perfect. She's a mere mortal who pays no one's bills. It's insane. The pedestal that her cult members put her on. It's disgusting. So, this is why she got to be called out. This is why, Candace. Thank you so much, Pat Brooks. I appreciate it. Job for 9 sent the $5 super. The story came out a couple of days before meeting with Erica Kirk. She knew that he was saying why not ask Erica during the meeting? Exactly. 4.5-hour meeting. Erica Kirk took time to fly out to Tennessee, which I would not have done. And this is why. Why do this stuff in private if you're still going to go out and attack her in the public? And then to turn around and not ask her, were you out at this hotel or on this military base? I mean, honestly, that would be for Candace and Mitch Snow to prove. They brought forth that allegation. But they're disgusting about it. And they act as if Erica Kirk could not prove she showed up on somebody's ring cam. You going out to take the kids for a walk. She has security cameras in her home installed. Never mind that video footage from Erica Kirk's house, right? Or the neighbors that have cameras installed. So she's going to be captured on not only her own camera installed in her home, but at least 2 or 3 other neighbors. It's so ridiculous. They're going against video evidence to try to sit here and say, oh, she was identified and noticed at some hotel. If her security home surveillance footage shows otherwise, then it can prove that you lied. And that is defamation. That's what's so crazy about it. Once again, Candace stuck in this alternate reality where she's just crack is whack and eating mushrooms all day. You can't make this up. So yeah, it's common sense. Why not just ask Erica Kirk why you have her in front of you in your home state on your turf as to what's going on? And she probably did see evidence that Erica Kirk was at home the whole time. She probably knows that. She's still lying about it. Erica Kirk has got to stop being nice about this. And Sue, take that righteous anger, girl, and utilize that to say, now I'm going to seek some justice because this is out of control. You want to keep on talking? Keep on. You're giving me evidence. Keep talking. Give me more evidence to use against you. And don't let it be a threat. Deliver on that. I've been saying Erica Kirk should not have responded unless she did it through an attorney. This is the reason why you don't. Oh, my good Lord. So I hope she sues him. I really do. But shout out to you. Thank you so much for that $5 super. And oh, wow, another one from Job for 9. The $10 super. Thank you so much. He knows that requests for documents are typically made online and go to records department. And those are not on the base. Exactly. The records he wants are decades old. Exactly. Isn't there a time frame that the military has to hold and house your records, even if it's archived? Isn't there a certain number of years that they must hold on to it before they can get rid of it? Like, it would definitely be archived if nothing else. So the idea he went to a military base to get some documents while he's too busy not knowing how Erica Kirk looks to point her out at a hotel is baffling to me. Why was he at the hotel September 8th? How many days did it take him to try to go on this base to get some damn records? It's September 8th. I saw her at the hotel. Okay, that would imply you at least stayed at that hotel at least 2 days. And all for what? No proof that you even got these records. That's how stupid this is with Candace and her nonsense and buffoonery. Can y'all imagine these two having a phone conversation? If anything, I would have loved for him to record Candace. His whole conversation with Candace. That conversation had to be something else. Oh man, that conversation had to be a hot bowl of garbage. Oh my dear Lord. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $10 super. Thank you, Job for 9 again for the $5 super. Garage doors have emergency opening release, so you are always able to open the door. What the hell is that? He's talking about we're trapped. No, you're not. And the door is wide open. Walk your ass out of there. Oh man. Now y'all understand why it was in the chat about the garage door open. Because he said he felt trapped and he couldn't get out. He has nothing but time and opportunity. You can't make this stuff up, man. Oh man, this is what happens when Candace doesn't vet her tips. This nonsense here. Shout out to Information Man Show for tuning in with us. Alchemo TV as well. Yup, 2.0 got comment of the day. Mitch got them Tyrone Biggins feet. My feet are strong. I'm still trying to get my voice back. Thank you, Melanie, for the $9.99 super. Thanks for the nightly enjoyment. Love your content. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. Thank you, March On, for the $10 super. Hi, Miss LLC. I swear. I saw Mitch at Dollywood last week. I think I did. I know, right? LOL. Mitch, you said something about going to a Mexican sushi restaurant. What the hell is that? Oh, okay, let's say that's real. Where's the receipt that you went there and bought some food? Post that receipt up that you paid for that meal. Unless it was a dine and dash type of situation. Mitch Snow looks like one of those people that will pull a dine and dash. Yeah, let me go in here and eat $150 worth of food and just walk out. Can't make this up. With your broke ass. Oh my God, Dave Chappelle. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I said the same thing. What the hell is Mexican sushi? I never heard of that. I don't eat sushi either. But I've never heard Mexican sushi. Is it wrapped in like tortilla as opposed to a rice or something? Okay. So instead of tuna and seaweed or something like that, whatever else is in sushi. Yeah, it was like a tortilla with meat and beans and coleslaw, and you can't make this up. What does that look like? So I expect the restaurant to have captured Mitch Snow walking in on video, and he should be producing a receipt to show that he paid for the meal. Where's that evidence? Oh man, you can't make this up, y'all. I had to go look. That's what I said. It might be real. I have no idea what that looks like. Oh, it's a fusion of Japanese sushi with bold Mexican flavors. Oh, there you go. Ooh, that sounds like a whole stomach ache. Y'all, thank you so much for tuning in. As you all can hear, my voice is exhausted, and I have to get up and work in the morning, take my son to school. Oh, the break is over. So I want to thank you all so much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate all of the feedback, comments. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We're growing in the LLC. So if you have not subscribed, please do so. And let's get to that $50,000. Yeah, $50,000. I'm tired. Get to the 50,000 supporters in the LLC. So feel free to share the content on Twitter X, Instagram, Facebook. I don't care. Share it. Even if you have YouTube, share it. And let's get this information out. Shout out to Gary with Paramount Tactical for doing this. I mean, it needed to be done. And there's nothing wrong with making a record. And this can definitely be used in court. He's filed charges, and we are here for it. So naturally, is another, legal matter that we will be paying attention to. Candace, you idiot. Your attorneys better submit that damn reply to the court on January 9th and ask for a hearing date. Why are you all pushing back the boundary here with this lawsuit? Candace wanted subpoena power, and yet she's taking forever to get a hearing in the Macron lawsuit. Have your attorneys just schedule the damn thing. It's on your motion to dismiss that she still won't go over or even acknowledge. It's so crazy. So she's gonna lose like hell. Macron's are mollywopping her in court. And at the end of the day, Mitch lied. Pathological lawyers don't mix. Thank y'all so much. I will see you all tomorrow. And I still need to check up on my emails and catch up. So give me some time, you guys, if you can, to catch up on my emails. I appreciate all of the feedback and the information you guys send me. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.